off with an absolute banger. Had probably the most competitive lobby in years.
Good nade like this before.
Hold it.
Off emergency parachute. That should be good enough. The spray coming out. That's one. That's two there.
Oh my. And no trades to come through. The Groza. It's sharp. It's 3 for B2. So slightly doesn't let a single shot here. On to Axel driving by, but he hits the flick headshot with a mini. That's a little bit better. For Irrelevant. Brain spotted. Top floor. They've seen him. He gets the knock onto Savvy. Does he get the second? He does! Onto the Bam Bam! It's Championship Sunday here for the PUBG Challenger Rumble Season 2. 6 games remain and still no team decided yet as to who goes to PGC from this region. Russell, so much on the line, so much at stake, and still so many teams involved really in this final day with 6 games to go, which is really the perfect ending to the season that we wanted.
You did the maths beforehand, and it looks like we have 4, potentially even 5 teams who can grab that PGC slot. But even then, there's Super Cup slots on the line for the top 4. There's the money on the line as well. There is still plenty to play for on this final day.
Certainly is. Let's go to the tournament explainer one last time for those, again, maybe a little bit unaware as to how we kind of got into this scenario for the round of 16. We started with, well, 128 teams from many different countries: Australia, Philippines, Indonesia, Malaysia, the list goes on. And of course, we whittled that down all the way to our final 16 teams here. And of course, of the 16 teams, they're fighting for positions such as the Asia Super Cup, and along with, of course, the PUBG Global Championship at the end of the year. Only one team, though, can go to PGC. That will be, of course, decided though by tonight. 6 games to go, so we've already kind of made our way through this round of 16. But Russell, of course, many different storylines developed, of course, as we kind of continue to harp back on for AAP. It was the round of 32 where they dominated. Hasn't quite been the case though for this particular portion. The prize pool, it's there, the money, 5,000 for finishing in the top 4, something to keep in mind, USD value, but more importantly, it's the 4 slots in the Asia Cup, and even more important than that, PGC on the line.
Absolutely. I mean, you'll take those 4 Super Cup slots as a little consolation prize, I guess, if you don't make it. But yeah, everyone's going to be gunning for that PGC slot. Again, we said it on the start of the first day. This is what the entire year has been leading up to, and it all comes down to these 6 games.
Yeah, it certainly does. I mean, obviously 6 games to go. There's still at least some semblance of chances for the majority of teams. We'll go through to the leaderboards now and kind of go through, I guess, their pathways, I guess you could say, towards PGC. So as we've kind of got this up here, I'll go through it very quickly, Russell. So for Fury, they're in first place right now, 15 points to Panic. That's great, except for the fact that they can still miss out for PGC if EXO Clan finish up in second place, who are on 98 points. So they're only 25 points away from second. So that gap from EXO to Fury looks massive on paper, 40 points. You think, how are they going to make that up? Well, they only need to get second. So 25 points for them. For Panic, unfortunately, they cannot make PGC if Fury are in second. So they need more than just leapfrogging Fury. They would need Fury to drop all the way to third. One call, they can, though, finish in first with Fury in second. Theirs is a little bit more simple. For From the Future, despite their position, despite being somewhat close, they can't make PGC. It's just not going to happen. Yeah. 2 main caveats to that being EXO Clan top 5 or Fury top 3, both of which are currently live and active. So very unlikely. And then for ArkAngel Predator, what's been a sort of dismal tournament, despite the RO32, Russell, they look pretty much out of it. They would need to probably win the first 3 games tonight.
They would need to have a performance of the ages, FaZe Sundays type epic 2019 battle. It would have to be absolutely insane. I believe I said this the other day, but they were one of the teams that went for that massive 30 kill plus win that would send them straight to, I think, PGS2 or something like that. They went for it, but there's a lot more competition in this lobby, I think, than what they had back then. So yeah, it's going to be rough.
Certainly so. We'll go to our head-to-head for tonight. 2 teams from the same region, Fury and EXO Clan, and 2 teams that are in different positions at the moment. You can see the ranks there. Those are the PGC ranks as per the results from PCR 1, where EXO Clan, of course, finished first and Fury finished third. But as things currently stand, of course, Fury, well, they find themselves in the current first place for PCR 2. It's a strange one, though, because while they want to obviously keep that top spot and certainly need to ward off teams like One Call, for example, Russell, what EXO Clan do, though, is kind of something that really does bother them, because if EXO finish second and Fury finish first, it's not going to be good enough for Fury.
Yeah, we might actually see some purposeful hot drops. We haven't had, I mean, we're at the tail end of the tournament now, so this is when we're going to see them. And Fury might want to pull them off. Just depending on how close EXO get, Fury might have to pull off some cheeky camp or something like that. That's a very exciting storyline developing tonight. EXO is going to be, they're going to have to be at the top of their game, but then they're also going to have to be very, very aware of what kind of shenanigans Fury might want to pull just to stop them from getting that second place.
It was a rough start for EXO Clan, Russell, throughout this tournament. They didn't really look like their best versions of themselves, but they've been able to pull through. Last 4 games yesterday, 4th, 1st, 3rd, and 4th. I mean, that is very impressive and to me suggests that they've got what it takes to close what is, I guess, a 25-point gap with 6 games to go. That's rather minuscule, all things considered. They don't have to chase down Fury. Fury could win every single game tonight. If EXO finish second every game tonight, they go to PGC. So their pathway is quite clear. Get into second. Don't worry about Fury. Let's go to the maps. Of course, it is once again going to be starting off with Erangel for tonight. 2 maps there. Then we shake it up. We go to Takeo. We go to Vikendi, which has proven to be quite a bit of fun throughout the middle portion of these nights. And then we close with Miramar. All these games super important. These are the final 6 games of the tournament. This is where you want to finish off well, but also start off well. So therefore, basically play well all through the entire night tonight, Russell. You can't have any bad games now.
We said it was basically over yesterday. We said yesterday was like, okay, that's the cutoff point. That's crunch time. If you didn't perform yesterday, then it's going to be too late today. And we saw that happen with AAP. So yeah, very, very important 6 games for the people that did well yesterday coming into today. So it made sense. Our prophecy paid off. But yeah, there's a lot of exciting storylines that have developed, not only on the leaderboard, but also in the maps as well. We've seen teams perform well on some, not perform well on others. It's been very interesting. It's made this tournament consistently exciting. And yeah, we get the final bit of action tonight.
I want your predictions as to what is going to happen by the end of tonight, Russell. Come on now. There's a lot. I've gone through all the stipulations. I've gone through all of the outcomes. For me, I think that the likelihood is Fury, One Call, EXO. They're the 3. I'm talking PGC. I do see a world in which One Call have what it takes to finish first and therefore Fury second. I think that's not something too otherworldly. No. I think EXO Clan have certainly got the capabilities of getting the 25-point gap secured, get to second, PGC. For Fury, it's kind of weird that they're in first, they've got a little gap, and I certainly think they're more than capable of holding on to first, but there's so much else that they can't really control despite the fact they are in first.
EXO, I guess, is their only problem, so I have to take that into account, but I think my main thing with Fury was, can they be consistent across the tournament, and can they put themselves up in that top 2 spot? They've done that. I think that's kind of the biggest mental hurdle that they've had to overcome, because again, they've been kind of a question mark for me as we've been leading up to this tournament. Now they're not a question mark. Now I've seen that they can do well. Now I've seen that they can get the big kill wins. They've been consistent. They've been playing the games well. I mean, they passed the eye test essentially. So no bias. This is pure objectiveness. I think they're going to be able to hang on to it. I see no signs that they're going to let it go. If they've passed the nerve jitters in the first couple days, then there's no way they're going to have them going into these 6 games. EXO, you're right. You're absolutely right, though. Fury, it's EXO. They can do their own thing.
This is the thing. Everything you've just said about Fury, completely irrelevant. Doesn't matter. Yeah. So the question is, do you think EXO will finish second by the end of the night?
I don't know. I feel like EXO going into tonight, they are still that glass cannon team that I love and hate at the exact same time. Like, they come into tonight and they're either going to be on all 4 cylinders or they're going to fall flat and just be average. It's just a 50-50. I cannot predict it just because of how hot and cold they can be.
One thing I'll sort of mention here, they finally got their first chicken dinner late yesterday. The kills department, though, the worst out of the top 6 and quite some way behind the top 3, which to me is a little surprising for the roster that they've kind of assembled. You know, you got some absolute fraggers there, Monty, Akita, top 5 in damage, but yet they're not actually being able to convert a lot of these into kills.
EXO is a very kill-heavy team, so when they are at least in the top 5, it actually becomes quite concerning. Maybe it makes you think that they are playing too safe for their own good, and that's why they're getting all the placement points instead. So, but I think it's also reminiscent of the fact that EXO is a team leading up to this tournament. I saw them playing Edge incredibly well, and that's where they get most of their kills. They were having insane games playing from Edge. I mean, they haven't been playing up to their standards, so it makes sense that they are a little low on the kills. But it also makes sense that they're high on the placement points because they've been playing seriously, and that often leads you to getting to those top 8 spots where the placement points are.
As we head to Erangel for the first 2 games tonight, a reminder, Russell, 3 out of the 4 Erangels that we've had played have been won by Fury so far. This has been their dominance. This has been sort of a staple map for them. It's not the only map. Of course, they closed off last time, Miramar, with a win to end the night. So it's not as if they can only win on Erangel, but clearly they've been just so far and above against everyone else here. I guess, though, this is where it's kind of like, how many games, like, do you kind of just, if you're Fury, look at Erangel and say, let's clean sweep here. Let's get like maybe a 40-point gap to second. Yep. You finish off Erangel, then your Tagos, your Vikendis. Do you just try and mess with EXO Clan from that point onwards? Like, at what point do you kind of change your approach from we need to accumulate a mass of points to we need to also make sure EXO Clan don't close the gap to second?
You get those points, then you make sure they don't close the gap. It's very black and white. There's no, they're not going to think about it. There's no friendship here. It's just, okay, if we get a lead, and we might try get that lead by going a bit more frag heavy in the first 2 games, even though we've shown that we are incredibly good on Erangel, we get these wins, maybe it's time to just step it up, get those kills, maybe play a little bit more edge, get that gap, then focus on basically their only threat, right? Well, not their only threat, but the threat that they are going to have to consider, the one that has nothing to lose. They are glass cannon, right? So yeah, I can see them changing it up a little bit, but as soon as they get that gap, I'm almost certain, as long as there's no other team that can threaten them, that they are going to focus on EXO.
All right, well, we're going to be heading into the first game tonight. We've gone through a lot of the stipulations and some of the calculations. It can all change and chop and change throughout the night. Well, probably one team as well we didn't speak too much about. OneCall in third at the moment, 18 points behind Fury. For them, it's rather simple, as I said earlier. As long as they finish first, even if Fury are in second, they will go to PGC. Yeah. So, I mean, even their goal, respectively, is actually easier than EXO's. EXO needs a 25-point cap. OneCall needs an 18-point cap, but they also have to chase down Fury, right? Whereas obviously for EXO Clan, the main stipulation is they can ignore Fury. Fury can have a massive night. They can win all the games. Doesn't matter. So that's one thing to kind of keep in the back of the mind. If you're a OneCall, you kind of need to make sure Fury have a bad night tonight. And look, OneCall started off absolutely hot. Their best performance was that 20 kill win back in the 3rd round, back on Tago, night number 1. Since then, they've not found a win. And since then, they've kind of struggled. They haven't actually finished top 2 since that particular game, even though they finished top 2 for the first 3 games, 2 out of 3 of those. And so I do wonder, have we seen the best of OneCall? Have they peaked early and we haven't really seen them be able to follow up on that? Trick, Chiberet, they've got the most kills so far in this lobby throughout the first 12 games, 33 and 26 respectively, but they're not turning these into wins.
They got me all excited on that first day. I was like, oh, damn, all right, OneCall, I kind of pegged them as potentially that dark horse that can really show up to this lobby. Then they got me all excited, and then they kind of just dropped off a bit. I'm quite sad, because I think OneCall, I've seen them in the past have exceptional performances. They like to put on a show. But at the same time, if they're competing consistently in APAC, then they absolutely deserve to have a chance at getting that first spot. And I think, yeah, it is interesting when you put them up against Fury, because that's going to make Fury have to have a much bigger lead. Like, they're going to have to really consider, okay, we have this lead. Is it enough to stop OneCall potentially? That's kind of first step. Then they can focus on messing with EXO. If they know that OneCall is going to have no chance, then it's time to mess with EXO. But yeah, I guess that is kind of step 1 is making sure OneCall aren't going to be very close. It's a pretty nice playing path.
Yeah, of course, playing path is now entirely just for the teams where they kind of want to land. But now in terms of the circles, completely irrelevant, isn't it? So whereas typically in the past, you'd look at a playing path like this and think, okay, maybe a sort of southerly game, if you will. Of course, it just had to touch it in any way. It didn't have to be sort of bang on it, as we kind of watch Irrelephant here. And them, where are they? I'm trying to find 9th at the moment. So smack bang in the middle, tied with Roman Kill. And you can kind of see the gap from 8th and 9th, Russell, and how big a gap it is to the top 7 from 49 straight to 74. It's quite staggering. I don't think you're going to probably see any kind of Hail Mary nights from those that are around 8, 9, and 10 to get into the top 4, because they're all in the top 4, triple digits. So this is not the kind of night where it's like, okay, can we sneak into that top 4? I just don't see how that's going to happen. And speaking of that top 4, I mentioned before, from the future, pretty much impossible to make PGC. For them to make PGC, EXO have to be 6th, Fury have to be 4th. I don't know if both or either of those will happen as we get not only the circle, but also an opening kill for Titan Foxy. Ryan gets that one, and again, it looks as if it's another night where it's the 3-man Titan Foxy that also start off with 3 kills. Doesn't matter. They're apparently the best trio team in the region.
Oh my god, just raw confidence. Screw it. Red Sea have been the victims of a couple early engagements / hot drops throughout this tournament. Hasn't been the best for them. But right now, we got to focus on that melee circle. What do Irrelephant do? How do they set up? They have so much choice available to them. No one's even crossed yet. No one is on their side. They've got to go early, get the spots that they want. So they've already got one kind of in the center of the zone, which is where you would imagine they go. But do they split a little bit with melee? Do they go north? Do they go south? There's so many options, and I really just hope that they don't get overwhelmed, because again, these guys are ones I have been quite nice to over the past month or so. They've been a threat in these lobbies, which has made me very, very, very happy. Tenax here, close to getting those hard spawn boats, really. That's probably what they're going to do. Roman kill, I did actually see there was a lot of teams that dropped near this bridge, the western bridge. 4 piggies, Roman kill, very close to each other. Roman kill. Oh, I didn't actually realize. Okay. He's got, oh no! Oh way. No! Come on. That's a rookie mistake, man. That is a rookie mistake, and not one you want to be making on the final day. That is devastating, not only for him, but for his team as well.
Just overcooks the nade. Yeah, unfortunate for Piggies. They've had some good moments for Piggies. I think yesterday you were saying Flowey has been a bit of a standout, but he's not in. He's dead. He's gone. They're all gone. Fleaway's last one alive, and it's going to be a rough start for 4 Piggies. They all just instantly leave. Red Sea down to 1, 4 Piggies down to 1, and you know what's interesting is this was going to be, or is going to be, a Sosnovka Island circle, but a couple of teams already kind of vacating the server. You got a 3-man in Titan Foxy, so there will be real estate available at the end of this. Fleaways actually gets a kill. On to Doughty, a little bit of an over-aggression push here by Roman Kill. You don't need to push solo, especially in PUBG, where it's so easy to just lose a player and then that player's gone for the rest of the game. Doughty just gets over aggressive, and he just didn't need to. They had the numbers. It was 4-on-1. Oh, that's just a nice kill onto Dipskirt. But this is the thing. At least Dipskirt kind of has Juan behind him. So MM Fleaways can't just get the insta flush. Juan will get the revive. 3 kills in the end for Roman Kill. We obviously started this tournament in a really good fashion. I think the first couple of games, yeah, second with 7 kills, third with 2 kills, second with 7 kills. That was 3 out of the first 4 games. Since then, Russell, they've never made top 5.
It's been a massive fall off. I didn't even focus on that. That's actually been quite insane, considering looked like they were playing to be consistent. Didn't really look like they cared about kills too much. Looked like they just wanted to get in those end games. I don't think they're going to make it this time, though. Fury's just going to go past. No reason to fight this. No reason to get caught up. No reason to get caught up with AAP, who is right on them, inside them, essentially. It's just chaos right now. AAP, Cal, he's definitely dead. He's isolated from the rest of his team. No chance. Look at Ken's now. He smells blood in the water. This guy's got an opportunity. Seen Luke 12 in situations like this. He's absolutely capitalized, but now it's Ken's. Does he whiff? No, he does not. He's on it, but Luke gets the trade.
This is massive for really the stakes of the night. And even for AAP, this is your kind of last-ditch hurrah moment here. Get a wipe, have a really big game, wipe Fury out early, suddenly closes the gap with 5 games to go, and maybe gives you a little bit of form and momentum going into the final portion of the night. I've said probably the end of last night and even the pre-show today, kind of putting a line through AAP, but that line can get erased. It can get rubbed out. It's not in pen, it's in pencil. And especially if you can go wipe out Fury, they get nothing from this game. You have a massive win. You know, suddenly it becomes a 5-game turnaround, 30 or so points. That's certainly doable. So you're putting yourself back into a situation where the comeback could be on. The other thing for AAP, you know, they've already got so many points from PCR 1 that even just getting up into second might be enough. We don't know yet. So for them, this is something where that gives them hope, confidence inside of the server, but also mathematically puts them back into a position where they can challenge for the top and go to PGC. That's a huge moment for them. Long way to go. Can't get overexcited, but they needed something like this to start the night.
Jake, you know what's scary is an AAP with nothing to lose. That to me sounds absolutely terrifying. And right now they're playing like it. I think they probably saw Fury send it towards that bridge, but there was no doubt in their minds that they were going to go played bumper cars with them essentially, and they come off better for it. Cow just a little bit too far ahead, although I don't blame him. Fury not expecting AAP to send it across the bridge at the same time they did. So this is where EXO's like, all right, boys, we actually have a good chance in this game. This is a great start to the night for us. So need more of that if EXO want to contest.
I should say I've just very quickly done the math that if Fury finished first, AAP in second is not good enough.
So they have to finish first.
So they have to finish first here with the way that obviously things have been going for Fury. And of course, we mentioned that Sosnovka Island circle. Everyone's pretty much made their way. Pintados Esports very late here. I mean, the fact that Crazy Iron is still at shooting range, he's going to be coming in extraordinarily late. Slow pull up here for Piffy. They get themselves a good position on that northern hill just outside military base. Really good god spot. Good cover. You got vehicles. You can get a lot of information from here. More importantly, watching those buildings down below to see if there's any activity. No one in there, but you don't necessarily need to send it in. I like the hill position. 2.5 minutes till phase 2, right? You don't want to overcommit to positions. What if this ends up shifting out towards the east? Then you got to make your way out of buildings. Tazzy with the spray. Forex in the org, very strong, up close, and he's able to control that spray perfectly. Gets the knock onto Speedy. I feel like VIP and Tenax have just fought so many times throughout this tournament. That's a clean shot from Cherry. He got the double. He got the double. Oh, unfortunately for the highlight reel, we did move off of his POV. Tazzy then comes around the corner. Well, fortunately for Tazzy, we've got both of his. He gets the double knock, and it's a pretty fair exchange between the two teams. And I feel like both of these two teams have been at a rather even level throughout this tournament, getting closer and closer as well towards meeting on the leaderboard. Rain, not a bad spray with the 6 times on the M4 from that distance. That's good control as well to land the tag close by to water on the tree line. Just the 1 kill for Tenax, but they deal at least with Tazzy. I have lost Cherry and Speedy though, and so it's that mutual destruction. These two teams, typically both in yellow, but Tenax sharing the black color code this time around. So many teams in OS that have always had the yellow color code. It's been annoying.
Child Farmers.
Atletico, Tenax, VIP. There's more. There's been plenty more. Either way, this time VIP get wiped out. Tazzy did his best. In the end, they only walk away with the 2 kills on Cherry and Speedy. Tenax get all 4, but they too only walk away with the 2 players alive. Good position, at least, just outside the military base on that hill.
Yep.
And Panic, by the way, did send it into the buildings, Russell, so they have committed. They gave up that hill.
The hill's not the best to hold us for. If you're going to hold it, you need where they're set up now, or maybe a little bit higher near that double white and that single, something like that. Otherwise, that hill can get quite exposed late game because people can push up it quite easily. It's hard for you to peek over without getting shot at from multiple angles. So yeah, smart to leave it. Just use it as a leapfrog point. And yeah, that VIP Tenax fight, that was classic VIP. Seen them do it tons and tons of times across the last few months. They just sit inside buildings, wait for people to approach them, and then they spring that trap. But that time it didn't work out. All 4 of them get wiped. Maybe Tazzy shot a little bit too early. Maybe he could have got 2 if the initial spray was cleaner, but it wasn't. And Tenax take care of them, which is all credit to Tenax, to be honest. Keeping 4 alive from that situation when they started on the back foot is hard to do, but they manage it off the back of a very nice double from Cherry very quickly. Where's this one going to go? Ooh, that actually kind of damages a few teams on the west. We might see some emergency parachutes here.
It's only the duo of Tenax that are going to benefit from this. I mean, if you're a Bandits, you can kind of rotate up and get into a good position from here. And again, those hills, probably not easy to kind of hold them. You can get pushed really aggressively, but even as a 4, you can then push out. And typically those Sosnovka Island hills, just outside the military base, if you do have the 4 players and you are confident, you can hold multiple of them. You don't have to hold just the 1. You get a lot of information. There goes Luke. So Fury just get the 1 point from this game. That is huge for everyone. 1 call, massive. Panic, I mean, yeah, they need a lot to go their way, but that's at least something, right? If it's going to happen, for Panic, they need Fury out of second, right? They need them out of firstly, but then out of second as well. So for Panic, it's kind of weird. They actually need 1 call to do well with them.
Yeah.
Like if you get a knock on 1 call, kind of just leave them. Just let them do their thing. And speaking of 1 call, Chipper with the knock onto Jeff. So make that kill number 27 for Chiberet, 2nd overall kills for this tournament, only behind his teammate and Trick. They continue to just frag out in good position at this point, playing the hill that we had Tenax on earlier in that fight with VIP. They'll take control of that. Tin Double D behind the tree with the Dragonov. He's trying to take on the Bandits, who ended up trying to rotate up just south of Radio Tower. Killaroo, easy kill, and should get Tin Double D He's able to just fall back behind the smoke of the tree line, so he's got extended cover. And Bandits, it's been a rough tournament. They've just never been able to have a good game. Miller gets knocked. Talking about the SVD and its impact and what it can do when it hits the head. Tin again, Titan Foxy. The fact that they've been playing as 3 really since night 1, and they're up into 10th with 43 points. I mean, it says a lot about Hen, Ryan, and Tin.
Yeah.
They've put in a really good shift, but these are the kind of fights where you wish you had the 4th.
Yeah, you really do. Could be going wide to the west, getting an angle on Sands and Punye, but no 4th, so it's going to be a little bit rough. Bandits, I guess this night is about saving that dignity, getting out of last place. There's a gap between them and 15th as well. It really has not been their tournament, out of their depth, which sucks because, I mean, they can perform. These guys, when it comes to teams and O's, these guys are at the top of that midfield, I think. And I've seen Killaroo do a lot. Sands and Punye have been highlights. So it sucks to see them down at the bottom of the leaderboard, but they'll get a few kills here and they won't lose anyone for it. I'm going to assume Punye could go down here, but good backup from Sands and expose himself out of the shack. And Bandits get a chance in this game. They're also on the soft side of this zone, so they can spread their wings a little bit and start fragging out, get themselves out of that last place. Definitely a good position. Pintados arriving from the Eastern Bridge, the only team to do so. Probably a byproduct of the fact that emergency parachutes exist. People would have taken boats, gone for wraps towards that Western Bridge. So they're all good. They're in the same kind of boat as Bandits. They can spread their wings too. Although spreading their wings onto that hill just in front of them where Crazy 9 is looking can be risky. Don't know if there's players up there. And this is EXO, the team we should be focusing on a lot tonight, especially if they start off well. We should be laser focused on them. Right now, they're on the ferry. I think,
where are they going to go though?
They're gonna hop off and just land on that northern shore.
Yeah, I have to, right? Like, just take it as a bit of a shortcut eventually, then land on the beachfront north side, and they would have had information. This is the beauty of understanding these players and teams. You scope it out, you see nothing, and you can see a lot as well from that harbor towards the beachfront, and they will know that it's very much vacant. Gives them a good position too to play that north side where there's really no teams that are actually coming in from that position. Everyone pretty much hard focused around military base. So good game shaping up for the likes of EXO Clan. 1 call. AAP, of course, have started well, playing the yellows near the bridge over on the lighthouse side. All of the competitors that Fury don't want to do well are actually starting quite well in this game, either through kills or positioning. Circle shifted back towards military base, so it does kind of take it away from that eastern side. So remember, you said the soft side for Bandits, what's gone? The gone side.
Yeah.
Anything towards Rated Tower, gone, the compound below it as well. And Pintados have had to obviously move away from the crossroad. There is that swim for EXO. No one there. They are fine, not getting peppered, and it's a really good position pushing in, although the hill that they may eventually push into is covered by 1 call. So, and again, those are the teams that they need to stop. It's not just Panic, it's 1 call as well, as Blessed is going to get a free kill into Rain.
That's right.
Tenax are gone. And one good thing about this circle now as well, we're phase 3, but we're down to 11 teams. So there's a lot of space, a lot of real estate. Military base can already hold a lot of teams, even towards the playing graveyard as well. You can kind of stake out there if you need to. You've got the fence line that you can kind of play prone and play off smokes. So then there's also the north side with all the hills and a couple of the compounds out towards the western road. So there's a lot that you can play here, especially with 11 teams. Bandits have been able to sort of just keep that rotate going in towards that eastern side. They've got good vision on Asheng Home. It's Pintados, though, who went actually for the south side. They'll be by themselves on that south side.
Very lonely.
Minute 10 till phase 4, and so far shaping up to be a good game.
This is bad for Fury as well, not only because they're out, but as you mentioned, 11 teams. This gives a lot of opportunity for AAP, Panic, 1 call, and EXO all to get themselves in the late game. There's only so many teams that have to go out before the placement points start coming into effect for those guys. And with a circle as open as this, with the amount of free space that exists inside that military base and around it, yeah, I mean, this is looking like points for all of Fury's competitors right now. That south side, though, is very, 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 very clean. I'm thinking potentially AAP, depending on what Panic does. Panic's in front of them right now, but they're in those compounds. So if Panic don't spread out and go back up to that bunker hill, then AAP is going to have an easy time, especially if this goes south. But Panic aren't doing that right now. Panic are being Panic passive, pretty classic, and no one has to make a send yet. But if AAP did, I'm just hoping that Panic actually put up a fight, because if not, AAP send it straight into Billy. They probably get fed, sent it up, And it could be a very good game for them. I'm seeing Dean coming in from the bridge as well in the blue. AAP quickly turning their attention to him. But here's EXO creeping up onto one call. They need the opening here, or this is going to be very hard. And they get it too.
They get it. Yeah, straight away. Little trade back immediately onto Akita, forces him behind the rock to heal, so can't get much more off it as much as he would have wanted. Trying to peek, get a little bit of information. Rip gets a free kill onto Dean, so on the board for EXO, along with the fact that they've just gotten the knock onto one call. This is a big opportunity for them. And again, it comes down to doing your homework. For them, the homework should have been, what do we need to do to qualify second? Okay, how do we get second? Panic, one call. Big rivals for us tonight. So you get that knock into one call. This is a team you're going to want to take down, but that doesn't necessarily mean push, send it. Oh, it's them. Let's rush onto them. You still got to be smart. Do your due diligence. Make sure you don't overcommit to these positions. And you can see the way they're kind of looking through these tree lines. Is anyone pushing us from the eastern side, the western side? Teams want to wrap with these kind of circles because they know that there's not a whole lot in the middle, especially when you're already kind of around what is the quote middle of this circle. You're going to expect teams to want to flank up on the eastern and the western sides up towards the north. So they're wary of that. Sands knocked down. That's a good angle for Asheng Home, pushing out of military base. Bandits, of course, have been on this eastern side for a while. Pivy with a little angle onto AAP. So some big battles happening at the moment. I should say EXO have just fallen off one call. They don't want to push that straight away. But for AAP and Panic, surely these guys are going to have to commit to the fight. Pivy peeks over to try and confirm Evil Patrick. He ends up getting Nan. Alex over the little trade. This is where you got to be careful. You don't overcommit. As you push over these ridge lines, you can get spotted by these players playing the anchor positions. Bandits wiped out by Asheng Home. Bandits just can't make anything work this tournament.
EXO's on their way to third party that fight as well, but they're a little bit too late. It was so quick from Asheng Home. AAP, they have the high ground here, and they've got a couple knocks as well. They should absolutely be rapid on their own revives and make sure they can utilize that high ground, because right now it's not really being used. It's only being used as Algin bots covering the revives essentially for AAP. They need to use that as a point to actually take some fights here, but it's so hard. The revives are so far away for AAP. So crucial here for EXO though. They wanted the third party, but instead they're going to get a wounded AH right in front of them. That spray is so good from inside. That's actually really, really nice. Red Dot can sometimes go awry, but not this time round. He'll claim that one as well. These are crucial kills for EXO. They decided not to mess with one call. It was too hard. So instead, they've wrapped around and they're going to get 4 kills, I think, from it.
And Patrick gone. Suspect picks up the double. So AAP's dream start in this game already coming to a bit of an unfortunate end early on. Yeah, they've gotten 4 kills, but we're no longer in the realms of picking up, average points. They need big games. They need to go for wins. They need to go and drop 15 to 20 bomb kills in these kind of matches if they're going to have any chance of chasing down Fury. Alec is the solo. He's getting peppered. Nice pick up. Oh, he gets the double. There is one more still there, though, in Suspect, but he doesn't want to overpeak. Alec gets caught from behind. That was from Nandu of one call. He can get the double revive. Fortunate for the side of Panic. Then one call had an angle on Alex's position, and he couldn't do any more damage than just getting the double knock. Still not ideal in terms of meds. Supplies will be utilized for that. And obviously not good positioning for Panic. So the longevity for them, this game doesn't scream high value, but hey, still being alive, 3 players up, you can make things happen.
Pintados making their way in. They're going to opt to go towards the south side. Makes the most sense, although FTF is already kind of set up in that area, but they definitely don't want to mess with Irrelephant. Irrelephant have 3 men strong inside this armory here, ready to deal with Pintados, and they've successfully warned them away. And now Pintados actually, from this spot, it can get quite rough. Yeah, you have this, and you can use this as a little bit of high ground, but I think you're going to have to use the cars to send it in, because if you put yourself in those open garages just to the left, if you start getting involved in all those crates and those barrels, it can get really messy really quickly. The angles can become quite difficult. So I think a send with their cars straight into C block is probably what they're going to opt for. And right now, Irrelephant isn't really bolstering that position. There's only 2 of them there. And this is Panic making their send as well. They're going to go straight into the car park, it looks like. They're probably going to have to prone up a little bit. These cars, well, they're not very big. So if they get spotted, they're going to have to do the little worm just to make it to any sort of viable cover. But they have silented in. Roma kill, they're weak as well. So this could be Panic setting themselves up for a good game, but we've got a couple steps to go before that can happen.
Yeah, very fortunate. No one really playing that western side of the military base. As you said, the car park vacant and tower as well. No one holding that. FTF just kind of playing inside their buildings. Roaming kill only as a duo aren't really going to be pushing out. Silent pull in anyway means that Roman Kill might not be fully aware that Panic have now made their way in. The big fight's really up north. It's this EXO one call. This is the massive one, and repercussions are plenty depending on who can win it. EXO need to win these kind of fights. Big start from Monty. He's been so good. Top 5 in damage this tournament. But these are the kind of damage and knocks that you can get, but you got to convert them, you got to flush them, get the kills. That's where the points are made. The nade to follow. Samoy aware of that. Doesn't want to go for the immediate revive. The Chibber is just trying to fall back. Really good nades inside. Able to follow up on that knock from Monty to get that kill. 4 now for EXO. 1 apiece. So really good teamwork for them. Finally able to cross that threshold of triple points up to 103. 25 points once again behind their target mark. And this is a huge opportunity to shut down one call. Get rid of another one of those teams that they need to kind of leapfrog and get over. Rip with the nade. He spots Nandu. The spray's gone out from someone else. The nade will finish it off though. That's Akita. So Akita with spray. Rip as well. The dynamic duo. Samoy, he actually has landed a lot of his bullets, but EXO Clan have just completely overwhelmed one call. They take the hill. With that, they get the kills, they get the position, and they get the circle shift as well. It's all lining up for EXO Clan to start the night, the final night. A 25-point margin already has been dented into. Although Panic has been able to clean up down below, they get rid of Roman Kill, and they actually keep it at a 23-point gap for EXO Clan. But they've been able to close the gap to one call, but Panic stay alive. Panic have been able to bring it back to 8 points against Fury. Blessed with a nice knockdown out of the vehicle. Crazy Nine shot and finished off in quick succession. Holding C block still firmly for Irrelephant. Jo and Calms maybe trying to get in front of this C block position, but they're going to be wary at the hill that EXO Clan have got occupied.
Nice wraparound from Pintados, realizing it's what they had to do, and they'll open it up as well. Irrelephant, thankfully they actually put numbers on this, but that was a very heads-up wrap from Pintados, but it doesn't look like it's going to pay off for that much longer. Irrelephant have the numbers, and you bet they're going to use them. Jo, who's not as high up as he was yesterday, but he can still put up a damn good fight. FTF have arrived as well. Irrelephant, this has become too chaotic for them to deal with. Way too chaotic for them to deal with. Blessed is the only one who has to deal with FTF, and EXO is going to get him from above on the hilltop. Way too much for Irrelephant. Maybe a little bit of grouping up would have served them well, but they were just caught off guard. Way too spread thin. Too many things to deal with, really. FTF arriving is the nail in the coffin, I think. And look at the spread EXO have up north. If this goes further north, this is just going to be a bloodbath when everyone leaves military. I'm waiting. Is someone trying to get up? Is there already an FTF player up on the scaffolding? No, there isn't. It was just Panic.
No, there isn't.
Well, they tried. Looks like they got knocked for it, so that'll happen sometimes.
Soihan with the flashes to clear the stairs position, takes it. 5 teams remaining here for the first game of the night. It's there is actually. Oh yeah, it must have just been at the edge of the minimap when we had the last angle player.
What a nade.
Not inside of the circle as it stands, but of course can play the scaffolding into the circle. Soihan actually loses that battle against Jo. Savvy can't get the trade. So Jo being an absolute pest and a nuisance here inside of the North C block position. And nade, I don't think is going to get the job done. Delta Mix with the car. KDR playing from above. Gets the spray. Nice. There goes Panic. Massive for EXO Clan. The Panic get eliminated there by not accruing any more points. Leaves them at 1-3-1. And that gap shrinks to 20, but they'll get the placement points at the end of this game. And I tell you what, a win for EXO Clan, that 25-point gap will probably shrink to something like 10 by the end of this game. Who KDR, though, left inside of the scaffolding, gets the knock on to Rip, and this is where EXO are going to be careful. Look at the angle there from Akita. You can see how difficult it is to actually fire back into the scaffolding. You can see out of it really easy, but seeing into it can be quite difficult depending on your angle. And Monty probably just has to go for this revive.
Yeah, he'll get it too. Too risky for KDR to stay up there. I'm pretty sure EXO's lines of sight are way higher than the scaffolding, so if he went up and he committed to that, he'd be dead. So smart for him to jump off and try to group up with his team, although you can see it's a little bit difficult. EXO from the eastern side have an angle all the way down that left side of the scaffolding. He's had to smoke up. Try and cross, get through those fences, but look how open it is. That little bit of terrain there has not changed in years. If you have to cross that in a game like this, it is going to be open. A couple trees and a corrugated fence are all you have to help you. He's just throwing smokes randomly, it looks like. Looks like it's working though. And if he can get back to FTF, that puts them with a fighting chance. If he was to die now, it'd be devastating if then FTF lost to EXO in the final fight. You want that 4-man advantage. You want at least to have a chance, just mentally as well, knowing that you gave it your best shot. You didn't lose anyone unnecessarily, but they will. Looks like they absolutely will. No more smokes to play around. He didn't even commit. He ran back, he doubled back, and it's going to cost him his life.
9 kills now for EXO. Remember yesterday, I think halfway through the night, I said EXO had not had a game where they picked up 10 kills. That's changed since then, and it might change again here. Everything is pointing to an EXO win. And with that win, is it just maybe pointing to an EXO PGC appearance? Long way to go, 5 games after this, but this is the dream start. You couldn't ask for a better start for EXO. The fact that they wiped out one of their direct rivals in this game as well in one goal. Man with a little underarm flash, and he does get the hipfire spray to Savvy to connect. Handy. You take that. But I don't see how FTF can find victory in this game. EXO will be aware that they need to collect as many of these kills as possible. Yes, they want the win. They don't want to throw it away. But you also need the points. The points are just so valuable. And we'll see whether or not they can actually confirm these kills onto FTF, plus get the win. If they do all of that, well, that margin to second becomes ever so small.
Savvy really helping out EXO as well. That double kill onto FTF meant that they had to spend time reviving instead of looking at EXO. Imagine as well if they had 4 up, they dealt with Savvy quickly, then they could look at EXO running down the hill. EXO would not be able to run down and get to this fence as freely. They might have even been able to claim a free one onto Rip or someone who went a little bit too wide, exposed themselves. But now, Insight and Rip are proning on the fence. You have Monty and Akita to give all the information to those 2 players, and they will activate when necessary. It is looking absolutely dire for From the Future. There's 4 smokes on Teddy. I wonder how many the other guys have, because that's basically their only saving grace. And then they need to utilize the tree. There's a couple trees on this fence line. Use them to LOS the players like Akita and Monty. But even then, you can see these angles aren't super favorable regardless. So it's going to be a gauntlet run for sure.
Yeah, and credit to EXO not throwing away position here and getting too sort of bloodthirsty. They understand. They'll have final circle. Play it out. Be patient. Patience will reward you. Don't need to rush the ending of this game. So much at stake. Don't want to put a foot wrong.
Rip and Insight could be peaking, but they're not. They're just showing.
Should also say, massive From the Future here. Now, they're not going to get to go to PGC. There's just too many caveats, mainly EXO Clan top 5, Fury top 3, both of which are very likely to eventuate, especially with 5 games to go. And the way that EXO have now got a massive gap to AAP, but top 4 for Asia Cup, certainly possible. They will leapfrog over 1 call into the top 3. And I think they've played quite well this tournament. They've had a couple of hard feats, sure, but you still got to play them out. And that's a nice spray from Akita. These pros make it look so easy, Russell. Those are not easy hits to make with the MK14.
They're not. Absolutely not. But when you got mechanics of an absolute god, doesn't really matter. It's instinctual at that point. Delta, is he going to give it away to the blue? Probably.
Yeah, I mean, he should, right?
Yeah.
He has to. But I think they're going to chase him down as much as they possibly can. I think they will get there, though. And in the end, it's a win for EXO Clan. It's massive. 11 kills. So 21 points from this game acquired. Puts them at 119 overall. And only, I think, about 12 or so points behind second place now. That is the perfect start for them. Remember, they do not need to catch Fury. They do not need first place. They just need second to go to PGC based on the points that they acquired back in PCR1 by winning that tournament. Second would be good enough tonight. 5 games remaining for this tournament, 12 points to go for them. And this is where it gets really dicey. If you're a Fury, you kind of can't stop them in some ways, right? It's not a case of, well, if we play well and we get our points, that will deny them. No. If you want to stop them, you're going to have to do it directly. You're going to have to actually camp rotates, go for hot drops, try and take them out in fights, try and push them, make sure they are not getting points. Not so much you getting points to stop them. You can't really do that in this situation, Russell, but a really good start for EXO Clan. And obviously, awful start for Fury as they are looking to try and keep their position in that top spot secure. They go down early to AAP. Panic have a decent game. 1 call didn't do so bad. And the fact that EXO won the game, worst start possibly imaginable for Fury.
There's a couple scenarios we're looking at where Fury's mental or their morale could dip a little bit. Maybe that's one of them, but I don't think that's going to be the case. I think they're going to brush that off. Nothing has shown me that they're going to crumble under this sort of pressure. They have that buffer as well. EXO they're close to second, but they're not at second yet. They've still got plenty of time to work with. With 5 games, I still see Fury doing it.
Yeah, we'll say 5 games remaining for the entirety of this tournament here for the PUBG Challenger Rumble. 5 games to determine who heads to PGC from this region. We head to Erangel at the end of this break.
Welcome to the Update 26.1, where you'll experience a rejuvenated Erangel, the return of tactical gear, the launch of a new ranked season, and much more. Let's get straight to it. Time to play tourist again and re-explore Erangel, enhanced with new features and revamped landscapes. Gain new advantages by discovering secret rooms, refine your tactics for the freshly redesigned ruins, Milta and Stolber areas, and keep an eye out for our KFC collaboration that's finger-licking good. We are also reintroducing tactical gear after a brief hiatus, during which we fine-tuned and rebalanced it based on your crucial insights. Now re-established as a world spawn item, we've adjusted the performance of both the drone and spotter scope to better synchronize with the overall game balance. Check the patch notes for all the juicy details. Additionally, in an effort to elevate strategy and teamwork, each squad is now tagged with a unique number visible on the kill feed. Lastly, we've polished up the match report page to offer more precise, match-specific details. Consider it your personal analytics dashboard. There's plenty more packed into Update 26.1, so make sure to dive into the patch notes to learn more. And we'll see you on the Battlegrounds.
off with an absolute banger. Had probably the most competitive lobby in years.
Good nade like this before.
Hold it.
Off an emergency parachute. That should be good enough. The spray coming out. That's one. That's two there.
Oh my. And no trades to come through. The Groza. It's sharp. It's 3 for B2. So slightly doesn't let a single shot here. Onto Axel driving by, but he hits the flick headshot with a mini. That's a little bit better for Irrelevant. Great spotted. Top floor. They've seen him. He gets the knock onto Savvy. Does he get a second? He does! Onto the Bam Bam!
Terrific start for EXO Clan here for the final night of the PUBG Challenger Rumble. They get a win, 11 kills to go alongside it, and it puts them now only 12 points behind that coveted second place position. For Fury, I mean, a disaster start, wiped out early by AAP, and in the end, one call, Panic, both had good games as well. I mean, you couldn't have asked really for a worse start. Really, for Fury coming into tonight, it was all about just probably getting your averages, Russell. Can you get your 7 points a game or so? And then maybe you get to Miramar. The last 2 games, you start thinking about hot dropping or route rotation, road blocking for the likes of EXO Clan. Now, though, of course, they've still got to keep that first position in the first place. They can't allow one call to get into that position. You don't want Panic in and around that. Imagine if Panic at first and then you fall to second and then one call push you into third. So they need to focus on themselves and probably, I think, just hope that EXO Clan don't turn this into a bit of a trend, although it already kind of is. I said at the start of the show, the last 4 games last night, EXO finished top 4 in all of them. They start tonight with a win. The last 5 games, they've been the best team in the lobby.
They've shown up. They've shown up. Better late than never, and they're going to have to make a run for it, but they've shown up. I also can't help but think back to that last game. It was actually quite unlucky for Fury. The context in which you die in this game matters when it comes to how much it impacts you mentally, and they just got unlucky, to be honest with you. AAP and them rotated at the same time. Cal caught ahead. They weren't ready for it. And then obviously Ken's was in the glass building behind them the entire time. So let's hope that that doesn't affect them too much because, yeah, being real, it was quite unlucky. And sometimes you just brush that off and you go again.
Yeah, I think that for AAP, they needed to capitalize a bit more on that initial fight against Fury. That was like, dream scenario for them. You wipe out number 1 team, you get a couple of kills, you keep everyone alive. Can you then sort of turn that and snowball it into a big game? You go and get, say, 15 to 20 points, and suddenly that, I think it was almost like 40, 50 point gap turns into something like 20, 30 or so, and that's a little bit more achievable with 5 games now. I think with 5 games to go, that gap is just going to be far too big for AAP. And probably, again, highlighting that they've just not been able to have any semblance of dominance in this round of 16. Once again, even after a good start, they couldn't capitalize. So, yeah, I mean, I have that line still through them. Maybe it's not in pen, maybe it's still in pencil, but it's going to take a magnificent effort. And it has to be now. I will put it in pen if they have a bad game here. I promise you right now. Erangel, final Erangel for the tournament coming on up. And all eyes, once again, will be on EXO Clan. Can they keep this run going? Panic still in the conversation. They had another decent game, 1 call as well and truly still keeping Fury honest and putting in a good shift in that last game of Erangel. They had a good position just outside military base on the hill, and in the end it came down to losing that fight against EXO, which has that sort of double sword effect. You win that fight, EXO don't close the gap. You win that fight, you get closer to Fury. They lost it, and so they don't get the benefits.
That 1 call EXO fight was interesting to me for one reason. A little bit of a very, micro detail, but 1 call put up smokes to defend themselves from the push of EXO, but those smokes in the end stopped them from getting peaks off when EXO actually peaked over their high ground. So you can imagine if those smokes went down, as soon as, I think it was maybe Insight on high, who peeked into the bowls, they could have seen him. They could have got the knock onto him. So it's just one of those things where PUBG, you think your fundamentals are there, and they probably are, but they can come back and really hurt you. Just one of the micro things I noticed. I'm going to start paying attention to those things more because, that was really interesting.
From the future have been the team that has survived the most this tournament, and again another game in the last one where they made it to second and lived again for the longest, and yet despite those fun statistics, they find themselves in 4th now, 111 points, a decent little gap to EXO. Although actually this is the leaderboard from the last game. My goodness, it's happened again. So I've been baited into that one. I think FTF though is still firmly around that sort of top 4. If I remember correctly, I think they've actually ended up overtaking 1 call potentially. So we'll see how that has translated from that game when the leaderboard does get updated. As we head into into game number 2, though. It is the playing path that is going to be very, very friendly. The kind of playing path that you are very happy pretty much across the board. I don't think many teams will be disappointed by this. Even military base is pretty easy to get to off of a playing path such as this. So final game of Erangel for the tournament. Of course, after this, we head to Tago, we head to Vikendi, and then Miramar to close. So we will bid farewell to the OG, the classic, the favorite map at the conclusion of this game. And of course, it was also the map that's been very dominant for Fury. 3 out of the 4 games played, they'd won until that last game just prior, which was probably their worst game of the entire tournament. We head up north, west, and Fury get a reprieve over towards shooting range, which is where Waikiki Kamukau still landing from the parachute drop, and the rest around the quad south of Severny, and they can actually branch out and get good map position and control early on this game.
Where do they want to hold, though, is the question. Lots of options, but I think the most basic option they could go for, probably the one they are going to go for, is holding towards those bridges. You can hold it quite easily, especially if you get yourself a nice spread. Then it's I mean, it's going to result in a ton of kills if they can actually successfully hold these bridges. They're going to obviously opt to hold towards Georgia Pole, so they're going to leave loot delivery for whoever else wants to take that and position themselves up on all those very thinly created hills up there. And hopefully they can't. I hope they don't lose themselves in that split, because if you have multiple teams approaching you on a split like that, you can lose one by one by one by one. And it'll just be a disaster. But a team like Fury, I'm sure they can do it. And yeah, again, it'll net them a ton of kills, which right now they need. We were talking about how they need to get that buffer. The ways to do it is just focus on kills. You know, don't even bother with the macro play. Focus on kills, get that buffer. Oh my god, I'm just seeing EXO crossing those bridges now. Now they have their pick of the litter. I don't think Fury's going to get that spot anymore.
And we'll see if EXO, though, maybe take a detour into the North George Paul apps. Sometimes that can be the case where you probably loot there first, then branch out slowly. So the way that they are driving is leaning into potentially going for a bit of a North Georgia Paul looting session. I don't think they're going for position. And yeah, it seems as if they have pulled up in North George. They won't go for map control just yet. Pintados Esports, though, crazy as I, and they've actually gone in towards the center of this circle. Again, though, the kind of circle you don't want to overcommit too early on. You know, we typically see the Roshok River have a bit more of effect when it includes the Asnaya Pond, but when it includes Georgia Pool such as this, it can still pull south. FRS can be a factor. Same with Ruins, around loot delivery as well. All of those locations can become quite vital if it does kind of stay a little bit towards the south side. If it does obviously pull towards Severny, then suddenly that hilly terrain in and around shooting range becomes a big factor, downed plane as well. So we'll see what happens. It's only phase 1, don't overcommit, get the loot if you still need it. And Hexamuffin for Asheng Home is under immense threat here by Tenax, who once again have just kind of been able to send it kind of down mid in these lobbies, getting into a lot of these engagements early on in these matches. Jeff and Speedy able to get one apiece. Jeff ends up getting the double, and it's only Murayama and success, although that's a nice little spray. Small window, small opportunity, but he makes it count. The underarm nade might just about be the demise of Cherry. No, that one actually didn't do a whole lot of damage. Murayama up close, and Jeff with a knockdown on his teammate. He needs to make the most of this and obviously get the revives, and he does get rid of Murayama, and Zixus is not there. So they will get all of the revives.
Close, well, very close. That team knock would have been disastrous. Okay, so this is interesting to me. Pintados, they've sent it in from their loot spot. They're now holding inside that garage. Fury is on the approach. Are Pintados gonna go silent? Completely dead silent, hide their cars, close all doors, leave all the loot there, and bait Fury in? Because if we want Fury, sorry, we don't want Fury to snowball into destruction, but if they are going to snowball into destruction, that's another way that they can just lose themselves mentally. If they approach a garage they think is free, and Pintados is all chilling inside there, all bunkered up. All 4 of them are inside that flat top, so I'm thinking that might be the case. Panic, though, that could be the saving grace for Fury. They've just parachuted in above that flat top, so, oh no, they've gone wide. So we still have potential for Fury to lose themselves. Right now, though. Oh, wait, Suspect, he's the only one that... Why?
Wait, what? What's happened here? Pivy's parachuting, Dusky's nowhere near.
He's were bunkered up.
And Shoe Horse has gone to Zaki, and Suspect is by himself here, and the only thing I can think of is he thought this was free. And Pintados obviously just bunkering inside the building and made no noise, not playing outside of it. And as soon as he's landed, yeah, this is... And also, there's still 4 minutes to go. We're only 5.5 minutes in. There's a world in which Panic thought a lot of this was all still free. You don't see any cars. You don't see anyone outside the building. Of course, you're going to think, okay, I can drop here. This is fine. And that's kind of what Panic have sort of done. They've spread out towards this northwestern faction of the circle. And Suspects then like, okay, of course, these guys are just bunkered in here, hold up, and now I'm dead. And now we're down to 3. A very tilting moment for Suspect and for Panic. They can't let it affect them for the rest of this match, though. Still only 15 points behind Fury. Still a very achievable figure. Actually, it's not even 15, so I keep getting baited by the leaderboard that hasn't updated. It's only 8 points, so even better. It's only 8 points behind Fury. Of course, they need one call who are only 16 points behind Fury also to catch up to them. So, yeah, look, disappointing start for Panic. PB, Shoehorse, and Dusky all still alive. Don't count them out. Fury themselves in a very precarious position in and around FTF, Pintados Esports. They haven't got probably the safest of locations. The question is, what did EXO Clan do? So they ended up going into North Georgia Pool. They could have got position early, opted not to, got extra loot, but now pushing out of North George, it's going to be quite interesting to see how they do that and where they go.
They're going to focus on catching people coming from the south first. That's their priority. They don't want anyone from the south causing problems for they're behind, really. If the circle does go north, they want to clear their back. Makes total sense to me. Although having 2 still inside North George is a little bit odd. I thought they might focus on spreading towards those bridges, but maybe they're focusing on going towards that West Georgia Port bridge as well. Just camping 2-2, getting a bunch of kills. Could be likely. Monty is coming over to group up with Rip and Akita though. And this is a great position for Roman Kill on the south. Although AAP and 4 Piggies are here, all vying for position on top of Everest. 4 Piggies very silent. There go VIP. Don't know what happened to them, but Pintados ripped them apart. AAP getting very close to Roman Kill as well. Thank God for Fury that they didn't scout this, think it was free, and then get baited by Pintados. It looks like VIP got baited by Pintados. They weren't here. They weren't here when Suspect sent himself into the middle of this compound and died for free. So they had no idea what Pintados were doing. And now Fury get extra confirmation that there is a 4-man sitting inside this warehouse, or this garage, sorry. And it could have been disastrous, but disaster avoided.
Getting close to the 8.5 minute mark here. Final game of Erangel. Still 4 more matches after this, so there's still a lot of PUBG to play out. Should reminder that, yeah, the leaderboard not working properly at the moment, so don't get too tricked by that. It will get fixed. It will get updated. Luke has a lot of information here. Waits until gets inside of the Dacia, hits the shots. Can he convert, though, the kill onto Carbs? Carbs already behind the tanker. And shots back from Crazy 9. I think this might just end up being a knock and only a knock. And obviously information for Pintados Esports that Fury are holding the hill. It's 2-2 split. Or Fury either side of the crash plane. And I think for Luke 12, obviously you take that information and if you want, reposition. Other than that, not a whole lot of action happening elsewhere. AAP have got themselves kind of situated towards this Everest position, but Roman Kill have already got the sort of top of the mountain. So they are sharing this and already lost Nant. 1 for 1 for AAP. Not good enough. And unfortunately, again, it means that it's very unlikely that they're going to go on and have that massive game that was required, and may as well start getting the pen out and put a line through their names in terms of having an influence even for that spot to go to PGC from the Philippines. Not going to be heading to PGC, not this year. And that kind of then whittles down the amount of teams that certainly are in the conversation to EXO, One Call, Panic, and Fury down to 4. 10 teams left, 10-minute mark here, and it's phase 2 pop. Where have we gone? It seems it's somewhat centered up, and it has.
On EXO.
And what's interesting about a circle like this is how much of that river is still in play. And it can continue to go south for phase 3. It's not a guarantee this goes north. Can go into North Georgia Pool as well from here. And those hills that a lot of these teams are going to be playing on are not safe. You can get pushed on. You are also then vulnerable to a lot of different sight lines, especially even to those on in and around Everest can get some good sight lines across the river. So we'll see how this plays out, but it's shaping up to be another fascinating game of Erangel.
EXO 12 points behind second. Can confirm that. So what you'll see happen on a circle like this is all the southern teams, they want to get across the river. They want to cross it so badly. But oftentimes people have already set up on the north, and crossing this kind of river can be very, very difficult. Loot delivery is going to be incredibly annoying. EXO's spot in that flat top just outside Georgia Pole is going to be very annoying. You kind of just have to send it into the river with your cars, then make the swim across, but then from that point, you're on foot. So what you're going to see is a ton of teams just sit on the south and hope and pray that they get something to work with. Doesn't necessarily have to shift onto them, but just some sort of circle they can work with. They'll be happy to make the send, but only when they have to. Otherwise, they're going to play for the south because they don't really have any other options. TF is in actually a pretty good spot. They have the hill on the north to play. They're going to send it down. Are they going to kill Bandits again? Get outside their compound. Looks like that one Bandits player is being very silent, prone, just outside that triple. TF want nothing to do with it. I think they heard the other cars from the Bandits players arrive. Interesting, I think, where are TF going? I thought they'd play north towards the hill, towards up to where FTF are right now, but I think they either want to go for some sort of fight or wrap towards the south.
Foxy just going to turn back around away from Bandits. Still bottom of the leaderboard. But a team that's got enough quality on it that can have a couple of good games to close the night out and maybe get out of that last spot. And not inside of the circle though for phase 2. A minute and 12 seconds until phase 3 now. Titan Foxy and made their way away from Bandits, so not going to collide. As for Tenax, they'll just slip in towards the northwestern side of Ruins. They can be watched though by AOP, still holding Everest. So a couple of teams still holding the south side. 4 Piggies, Irrelephant, Roma Kill, AOP, Tenax. Zixus the solo for Asheng Home. One call over towards loot delivery, which can kind of play both sides. And EXO Clan have actually got themselves a crate while still playing North George. And Panic have also been given a crate as well on their position. And this ends up just being a classic north versus south circle. The way the split works though, and I think just based on probably good solid guesswork, I'd be putting my chips on north.
Oh yeah.
I think typically it favors the more open terrain area, and we'll see if that plays out. If it does go south, it's going to be so chaotic.
EXO are going to have a field day if it goes south. Even though they're on the north, so many teams are going to send it into their line of sight from the north. So you're hoping that they're able to group up quickly and then start farming all those kills as they come down. Doesn't really matter for them if they're not able to make it south in the end. They'll happily take the abundance of kills they'll get. Where are we going? Central.
Oh my.
Still a little bit of a 50-50. Now you're more certain that this goes north just because of that water shift. Yep. But I still don't even think it's super guaranteed, but you're definitely, yeah, now you're putting your entire savings on it right now. Fury, they're just going to chill. They're going to hold their edge, play the terrain deeper into the circle later on. EXO, they might regroup, they might not. I think they're probably going to be confident to hold that flat top because it's hard for people to breach it as they come across that bridge. You're almost guaranteed an entry knock, and everyone on the south now has almost the same decision to make. Crates is still entirely free. Irrelephant, they have that west bridge for free, but Crates is free real estate. That's the spot where
I like the bridge cross.
Yeah.
I like the bridge cross for them.
Yeah, for free. No, I mean, EXO doesn't want to mess with it, and no one else is going to. But Crates still being free means there's still like 3 teams that can fit inside that one location and delay the inevitable decision even more, which I think is still what these South guys are going to want to do.
Yeah, it's a matter of, though, do you play the short-term v long-term? Because long-term pushing out of crates is a death sentence, especially if it continues to go north like you would be expecting it to do.
Thing is,
I do understand. It's I think if you're an AOP, though, you got to be really smart here and think, do we play backside Everest, rotate in towards the West Georgia Pole Bridge and go the long angle? Because otherwise you can't really send it across loot delivery bridge. You can't really go towards crates because I just don't think it's going to benefit you in the long run. Zixus the solo for Asheng Home. He got eliminated by Jeff. Ryan actually feeds EXO Clan some very valuable points. They sent it in towards EXO on the North Georgia Pole position, holding on the eastern outskirts. Irrelephant will play near the Apps position, center of North George. And I think AOP are probably going to take my heatings here. I think they're going to go for a long wrap, even if it's a little bit in the blue, and go for that Georgia Pole Bridge out of Everest. 4 Piggies, they've got the emergency parachute, perfect for them, and they'll land also North Georgia Pole, so they make the right call. So in the end, as much as you're looking at crates, Russell, everyone else is looking for the long-term option, and that's the north side. Definitely more
achievable with emergency parachutes, can get you out of dodge for free. Fourth Biggies will take that option. I'm worried about AAP. Actually, no, I'm not worried anymore. They are committing to that Western Bridge, which is what they should have been doing. I was worried maybe they'd get baited by Crate C, it's free, and then send it in there. But instead, yeah, they're going all out. Kill the Roo, actually, oh my, he gets the Martyrdom. No way. No way he gets that Martyrdom with the car. He'll get flushed for it though, unfortunately. Straight into FTF, who have to defend their edge, and maybe that player was a little bit too far committed outside the blue. Bandits able to get that opening, but it's going to be very hard to get in from here, especially with the angles that Fury have. Cow is extended a little bit outside the compound, or at least he was a little bit ago. Looking for these flushes. They need as many as they can get. Leaderboard has been updated now, so you can see how close it is getting. Very crucial points for Fury. And again, they're just going to play the terrain. Where Cow and his teammate are right now, that's where they're going to play. They don't need to be focused on overthinking it too much. They've got their spot for this next circle, unless it goes south, but it doesn't. Of course it doesn't. It was almost guaranteed to go north. There's a lot of teams still in this one, though.
Yeah, I don't know how much you can really play that hill outside the North Georgia Pool position. I don't think it's going to be quite viable. You're going to have too many angles, especially from the hill that Fury's playing off of. You got Panic just in behind it. Teams then pushing out of Georgia Pool are going to be able to look up. So you're not really going to see a lot of teams move off of this. If you're in George, you stay George. If you're not, then you kind of have to play the edge sweep and win these fights on these ridge lines. So for Fury, they're one of those teams. They're going to have to well, either send it if they've got something that's a bit free. And I think they might have spotted something on the outskirts here of Georgia Pool, because they are not wanting to just sit on this edge, and for good reason. If you play on that eastern side and then eventually as it shifts away, phase 5, phase 6, you're just going to be out in the open. So rip the band-aid off. Viking can move out. Nice little kill into Delta Mix as his teammates are driving on by. They've actually found themselves a good little bolt that they can actually play out of. But even still, this just invites so much pressure from those above, throwing nades, mollies. They can pressure this. Mr. Flank, he hasn't even been spotted. That's a really clean shot with the AK. Don't see too many AK users, and he's able to make a very clean kill onto Luke, who did end up getting a nade kill onto Gamon. So they're having to battle Red Sea. Miller for Bandits was just peeking over slightly. He thinks better of it as a solo. But Pintados Esports to their north, FTF to the south. So this is a good position, but it is also vulnerable. You can have teams push this.
It's a test. It's a huge test for Fury. What a send. Pure confidence to go for something like this, but I think it's smart. Yep, there's PE. Fury being tested from as many angles as really possible in this game. They've got FTF coming from the south, Red Sea east, Bandits, you can argue they're on the west, and then Pintados on the north. So they really have to do everything they can to survive. All those cars have to be in perfect spots. Smokes are going to be so useful here. But the other thing that's going to happen is FTF, Pintados, they're going to go for Red Sea as well. Red Sea get eliminated off the back of the fact that they are just pincered between like 3 teams at the moment. So giving Fury a little bit of room to work with. And no one wants to commit too hard. Cow, he's looking at EXO right now. But the priority is the people who are right next to you, close up on you. He probably doesn't even know that Miller's here. So Miller's another factor he has no idea about. A massive test for Fury.
Not good here for Panic though. This is all the way up to the very north side. AAP have been able to wipe out Panic Esports. Of course, they were down a player after Suspect ended up landing on Pintados Esports' building. So they only had the 3. They were always a bit wounded. Only got the 2 kills, 2 points from this game. Still 12 teams alive. 19 minute mark. Still 25 seconds. Still phase 5. It's a hectic one. There goes Fury, completely destroyed. So they went for the position. The position wasn't bad, but it was vulnerable. A lot of teams could push the kills, then they're looking down onto Fury. That's the problem. You want the cover? Well, then you're also giving up the high ground. You can't have everything. 143 points for Fury now as it stands for them. Eliminated again early on Erangel. No placement points, but they did get the 4 kills. Circle, here we go. Next one, it's phase 5 and it's over towards North George. Still, yeah, EXO good position here. They can fight the teams in Georgia Pool. They don't want to push out of this and they don't have to either.
They've got the spot to push up the hill as well. They are absolutely vibing. They know their plan's been made up already. In the first few seconds of this circle popping, they know what they're doing. That send from Fury, I don't know how I feel about it. You know, I feel like they could play back. They could be where one call are right now playing edge, but then a circle like this pops and they're in a much better spot if that send did pay off. I feel like it's probably good. They just didn't expect to be surrounded by so many teams. Didn't expect that pressure to be that high. Red Sea, they probably didn't expect them to be there, and then FTF coming up behind. They probably didn't even think FTF would be allowed to sit where they were. Either way, Irrelephant, I said they've been a threat in these lobbies. They're looking like one now. Not allowing AAP to do anything. AAP not in zone. Where do they go? They go east. They got to contend with Pintados. They send it out to the west. Irrelephant are going to be there to greet them. So not looking good for AAP. That's been the story for their entire tournament. And this is another sticky situation I'm looking at them in. I swear, every time I'm looking at them, they're in something where the decisions aren't easy. It's not a clear decision to make, and this is another one of those spots.
And also, I just want to reiterate, this is a bit of a crazy one. Panic 10 points behind Fury. Remember, they actually need the likes of FTF or One Call to do well.
Yeah.
So yes, they've gone out, but it's still only 10-point gap to Fury. And the fact that One Call and FTF are still in this game doing well does kind of aid them. So it's not a matter of, you know, drop your heads, oh, we're not going to make it. 4 games to go. Things are still somewhat there for Panic, but they do need to improve their own points performance if they are to get to that top spot. Crazy Nine's going to go for the revive. And so 3 up for Pintados, should come back to 4. Push up, here comes One Goal in towards from the future. They got the initial knock onto Teddy. Chibrit losing his life really early there is not ideal. They needed him to be a bit better at the frontline contact. Flushed very quickly by Trick. One Call are aware that Pintados Esports are behind. Oh, what a shot from Hatchet with the AWM. Sits you down in the blink of an eye. And One Call will feel the pressure because they know that not only are Pintados Esports pushing, but they've got the man with an AWM holding the anchor position in the back, and Jaya pushes up to the rocks. Big fight here for One Call. They need all the points that they can acquire to get into that top spot to overtake Fury. 17 points behind at the moment. These are the kind of fights that need to be won, but Carbs is getting super aggressive. Chibrit has no idea how close he's gotten. Holds the high ground, gets the knock. Can he get a second? Crazy Nine with a big nade. A bit of a spray from Carbs as well to help, and suddenly One Call are in a strife. They're in a massive stripe here. Pintados Esports ripping them to shreds, but Trick's got 2. Down to 6 health, knocked down to Nandu. Crazy Nine with the Molotov ended up getting the final bit of damage onto Trick. Nandu in the blue, pops the first aid kit, stands up, has to win this fight against Crazy Nine and Hatchie.
So well played from Pintados. They limited One Call to this side of the hill. It's the only side One Call can play. They can't expose themselves to the west. There's so many other teams that are going to be looking at them, and Pintados knew that. Yeah, they lost 2, but this is all but 1 for Pintados. So well played. Knew that One Call had no other options, and that allowed the likes of Carbs to get high on this hill. They knew the LOSs, and they played it perfectly. Nandu, he's stuck in the blue. Nothing he can do. Has to run back the other way, but again, this is the way that's exposed. Now maybe people aren't going to be looking that way because the fight is mostly over. But if someone glances over at Nandu's position, he's dead, and Hachi already knows where he's going. That's a pre-flash, essentially. It actually does kind of suck for Pintados losing 2 on that because they'd be in a solid position if not. So maybe a little bit of an overcommitment, even though they knew that the situation that One Call were in. Still exceptionally played, and EXO very low on the kills, as they are in that top 5.
They can win this game.
They could very easily. Hachi is peeking over, stuck at the tree. Easy as that. Looked a little bit dodgy, 20 HP, but they get it done.
One goal, 128 points, 15 behind Fury. And I gotta say, a bit of a saving grace here for Fury. The first 2 games tonight, not great, but One Call, FTF have done well. Panic, haven't quite been able to. None of these teams have capitalized. None of these teams have gotten wins, big kills. Evil Patrick, nice little tag and knockdown onto Sendrago. It's stolen by Akita, and every point matters. 9 points for EXO Clan. Russell, they're 9 points away. Win this game, and EXO in the PGC position. Yep. Simple as that. And maybe don't even need to win the game. So they've already caught up to second. Fury's sweating. 4 games to go after this, and they're no longer going to have the PGC ticket in their hands. Insight finished off by Team EE, but they got the numbers still 3 alive for EXO. Still server best, tied with Irrelephant because Evil Patrick with the DBS gets the kill onto Flex. Rip's going to push in with MG3. This is a bit of a strange one. Does have the backup. They want to clear this position. There's a kill to be had, but he goes in. Doesn't have a good angle. Tin got the knock. Couldn't get the second. And how big is that from Monty? How many times has he come up clutch for EXO Clan in this game? Irrelevant. Can they find potentially their first win this tournament? Up into the top 8 for EXO Clan. Russell up into that PGC position.
Oh boy. We're really here. We are really at this point. I didn't think we'd be here this early. But Fury, they've had disastrous the first 2 games. And EXO have had the complete opposite. Good spots, late game positions, the first game win. Oh my God. Yeah, on the edge of my seat 2 games in. Didn't expect this, but they still got work to do. To win this one would be exceptional for them. But they've got to make their way out of those apartments. Evil Patrick might become a problem. Irrelephant. I'm not entirely confident that these angles are going to be enough. They have so much space to the east, and yet no one is there for Irrelephant. Maybe it's because they're worried about solos. Maybe it's because they want to focus on clearing out Evil Patrick. But EXO could extend that way, and Irrelephant wouldn't see them. Now they will. Blessed has put himself in a position to watch that cross. But it's still, I feel like Irrelephant could get just that little bit more spread. Ensure that they win this game. At this point, you have 3. You can't really play as a team. You can't group up and you know, bank off the teamwork as much as you would if you had 4. You have to put yourself in positions that are going to get you those opening knocks that you need onto EXO as soon as they leave.
Yeah, I think it's time for Akita to leave this building. And Monty, as he tries to push out, they need to decide what they kind of want to do here, because they're stagnating a little bit, and they're giving Irrelephant the time to get a better map control, not necessarily taking full advantage of it. And sometimes you got to push for information as well, clear out certain positions, make sure, okay, no one's flanking the right side. You know, Monty's doing a lot of watching, but maybe you can wrap that blue, just push it. See if you can, as a 3, not as a solo, but as a 3, clear it out. Okay, then no one's the right side. We know then Irrelephant holding north. We know that AAP have got the solo inside of North George. Then we know what we can push and can't push, where they are and where they're not. And right now, if you're sitting inside of a building this late, phase 7, you're not going to get that information. And I think it's high time that EXO start trying to wrap maybe this eastern side as a group, as the full 3. And, you know, you've got, I can't quite see who, I think it's Savvy all the way out there on that eastern side on the minimap. You know, if you push him as a 3, even if he gets 1 knock, you'll probably get the trade, you get the kill, you get the position, and then it's a 3-on-2 once you get the revive. But instead, they're just sitting still, very, very still.
It's very open on that east. I'll give them that. It is very open. There's a little ridge they can take to get info that way, but I think that's about it. So the position I'm looking at is that radio tower in the center. That one little bit of hard cover that they can push up to. Then they can look towards the east. They'll see Savvy, I'm pretty sure, if they push themselves up that way and look that way. So I think you're right. Maybe a little bit too passive.
Well, this is the thing. Savvy's kind of done what maybe EXO should have. He's gone to that eastern position. So he's in flank watch now mode, and he can hold that. And more importantly, Irrelephant have the intel that EXO, all 3 are stuck down there. They got high ground, they got center circle. Savvy's got the eastern side flank watched and locked down. Obviously, still comes down to hitting your shots. You know, if EXO turn around, flick headshot onto Savvy and he's down, it's a 3-on-2 to the 2 players up on the hill. And they haven't spotted Savvy yet. He's hiding behind the tree, inside of the circle, but just barely. You can kind of see from that little peak on the jump spot and how open it is. And you're right, if they had to push this way, even looking down the hill, Irrelephant would have been able to spot them.
Yep.
So they've been really forced into this position. Not much they can do. I think they're hoping that Irrelephant make a mistake. I think that's their best course of action here. Hope they put a foot wrong, maybe over peak a position, overplay a hand, and then punish that. And then you can push up maybe on this western side. Circle shrinks again. And there is time, at least for EXO. Not a lot now, heading into phase 8. There's a tag, but it's only a tag, not a knock. You need that knock.
That radio tower is still looking good. Pretty sure that's got a terrain ridge on the northern side of it as well that you can play. So you can be totally safe from Blessed's angle, and you can deal with Savvy. But Monty's found the angle anyway. Savvy is now a known quantity. This is that ridge I was talking about. If they were here earlier, maybe they could have caught Savvy on that rotate. Just smoke up to the left. Use a smoke on Blessed position. Completely cut him out of the picture, and you can catch Savvy coming down here, making that rotate. But smokes aren't up yet. They haven't popped yet. So Blessed is still a problem. But now Savvy's under pressure. I think now just create a smoke wall to behind. Ignore the 2 behind you. Get close to this radio tower. Get that knock on Savvy, that all crucial knock onto Savvy, and then you can take that 3v2.
Yeah, it just opens things up because now you don't have to worry about the flank. You can kind of keep all 3 guns pointed in one direction. Easier said than done, but Savvy is continuing to hold this position. The longer he can hold it without fail, then the higher the chance is that Irrelephant will win this game. And I will say from this point, this is not a must-win for EXO. I mean, regardless, they're already in PGC position now. So, you know, for the remainder of the night, it's in their hands. As long as they continue to accrue points and perform well, they will go to PGC. But every point matters. We've seen, how many times have we seen these qualification tournaments, Russell? It comes down to 1 or 2 points.
Yeah.
Heartbreak. Think about, you know, I remember Jukesy on a solo mission one time. They ended up tying on points. He just needed 1 kill, couldn't get it. So you just think back to the historical nature of these matches and these nights, and you want all the points you can get, and it's why EXO are fighting tooth and nail. And one good thing for EXO here, they can play to the death. They don't have to deny. If this was a Fury or a Panic, maybe you think about denying because you're playing the low ground, but you're not going to give anything away. No disrespect to Irrelephant here because they're so far behind. They're not really in the conversation. So you go for this always. Monty, oh, what a shot. Lendos from Monty, and that opens up the door for them to push through and get themselves some position. He starts running. Soihan can't go for the revive. He goes for the shots, and it's probably the right play. Through the smoke now, goes for the revive. Savvy's got to get involved. He's the only one up with a gun right now for Irrelephant, holding the flank. Final circle, phase 9, a key with the flash. Monty's got position. Off of that knock, he holds the western side and no longer in the sights of Savvy. So Monty gets up close. He's got 4 nades. He can really bombard this position with frag grenades. He has got so more. Well, the others couldn't push up. But from a distance, he gets the double onto both of them. It's only Savvy now in a 1v3. EXO are making it happen. Maybe it is meant to be their destiny to go to PGC. The end of last night, the start of tonight, and they have been so impeccable. And it's a team effort. Rip, Monty, both combining. Savvy in the 1v3. But no, not happening. This is EXO Clan's day. This is their tournament and their moment. Up into second, but they want first. They want to win this tournament for the second time this year. The PGC ticket, it's in their hands with 4 games to go.
Oh, I thought it would be a slow burn, Jake. I thought it would be a slow burn, but it's rapid in these first 2 games. EXO have shown up to play, and I'm so happy that we get a tournament this close within the APAC, within the OCE region. Let's hope they can continue this performance. I mean, I'm lost for words. 2 games in and we're already at this. I actually don't know what to say. I thought I had my thoughts composed. I don't. I'm sorry.
Back-to-back wins. 111 kills in the first one for EXO Clan, and arguably the best way to open up their account on the final day. They had the best way of closing their account last night as well. So they have just been in impeccable form basically the last 6 games. I think they've made top 4 in every single one of them. The last time they didn't make top 4 was game number 8. And Russell, we're now heading into 15 after the break. That's the run that EXO Clan have been on. That's the head start that they basically gave everyone else and said, all right, here's your head start. We're going to come crawling back. I don't know. Either way, I'm losing words. I'm lost for words. I'm absolutely befuddled as to what's happening here. Fury, how do you even stop this? Because truthfully as well for Fury now, like it's not a matter of like, oh, we get points, we finish first, we win. They have to make sure that EXO are not in second. Yeah. There's 4 games to go. You're going to take over Vikendi. Do you look at Hot Drop? So much to talk about, so much to get through. We'll go to a break. When we come back, we head to Takeover. There's a lot happening here for the PUBG Challenger Rumble. Don't go too far.
Welcome to the update 26.1, where you'll experience a rejuvenated Erangel, the return of tactical gear, the launch of a new rank season, and much more. Let's get straight to it. Time to play Tourist again, and re-explore Erangel, enhanced with new features and revamped landscapes. Gain new advantages by discovering secret rooms, refine your tactics for the freshly redesigned ruins, Milta and Stolber areas, and keep an eye out for our KFC collaboration that's finger-licking good. We are also reintroducing tactical gear after a brief hiatus, during which we fine-tuned and rebalanced it based on your crucial insights. Now re-established as a world spawn item, we've adjusted the performance of both the drone and spotter scope to better synchronize with the overall game balance. Check the patch notes for all the juicy details. Additionally, in an effort to elevate strategy and teamwork, each squad is now tagged with a unique number visible on the kill feed. Lastly, we've polished up the match report page to offer more precise, match-specific details. Consider it your personal analytics dashboard. There's plenty more packed into update 26.1, so make sure to dive into the patch notes to learn more. And we'll see you on the Battlegrounds.
Well, over in EU, Russell, it's usually known as FaZe Sunday. I think down under, though, it's going to be the EXO Sunday, as they have kickstarted off with back-to-back wins on Erangel, superseding them now into that second position that we said at the start of the show they needed to get into by the end of the night. Well, they've done it in 2 games. It really does kind of highlight a 25-point gap. That's nothing if you can go and get back-to-back wins. And they've been playing the best PUBG over the last 6 games now. I guess arguably the last 4 to close out yesterday, and then the first 2 tonight. They've been by far and away the best team. And look, it's just a matter of now keeping the pace set for the rest of the night. They don't have to get wins. It's not a matter of like continuing to get wins, but if they can continue to get now just your average points, say 6 to 7 a game, hold on to second place, they go to PGC. It's pretty simple. So for them now, it becomes quite a simplistic formula. For Fury, it gets a bit weird. You're in first, but you're not qualifying. You need another team to help you out and knock EXO out. So how do you do that? Well, the only way that you can do that, camp rotates, hot drops, things like that. I don't know if that'll happen on Taego and Vikendi. A couple of reasons, new map, and also the fact that it's still early on in the night. But if you get to Miramar and EXO are like 10 points clear of third, you've got to really contemplate that.
That's what I was just going to say. Now that EXO are in second, they can start thinking about messing with Fury. If they have that, I'm pretty sure they can, because if they can balance the fight between the other teams and getting the kills on Fury, I'm almost certain they can do it. And plus, they're at a point where is it not go for it, just send it regardless?
No, you don't want no. If you're EXO, you don't touch Fury because you don't care about Fury. Why would you go to them?
Yeah, I guess you're right, actually. Sorry.
You don't need to.
They mess with the other teams. Yeah, my bad.
I wouldn't even mess with the other teams. If I'm EXO, I just play normal. It's a normal game for them. Like for them, they don't need first. They don't have to worry about who finishes third or fourth. It's just like, let's just maintain this pace. Let's continue to play our own way, which is always the best position you want to be in. The worst thing about PUBG sometimes is you're looking at all these calculations of like, oh, we need this to happen. We need that to happen. We need X team to do this. We need to maybe drop this. The best PUBG is when it's just, hey, we can just play our own game. We don't have to do anything else. We don't have to worry. And you definitely don't want to be anywhere near Fury. Let's go to Taego. It's our third map of the night and an opportunity for EXO to go back to be the first team to get 3 chicken dinners so far here with the PUBG Challenger Rumble. If they do that, I mean, they're actually not that far off this place in itself. And that might be something that they can kind of set as a mini goal. And I think as a team with good fundamentals, that's something that they should try to achieve. It should not be, let's hold on to second. It should be, let's win this thing outright. Yeah. And then let there be no conversation about who's the team that deserves to go to the PUBG Global Championship from this particular tournament. So they're not that far away. I think it's single digits now to Fury. But for Fury, yeah, you got to obviously start having those conversations. 1 call as well. I think for Panic, it's pretty much job, they're done. I don't know if Panic can make PGC from here. So either way, 4 games to go for tonight here for what is Championship Sunday here for the PUBG Challenger Rumble. EXO, the ticket in their hand.
Absolutely, you're right. I did jump the gun a little bit. I'm just excited, Jake. I'm ready to see who quals, and I'm thinking about all the peak of drama that could possibly happen, and that involves hot drops. But yeah, we're not at that point yet. You're right. Definitely jumped the gun, but still lots of action to be had. That leaderboard is way too damn close for Fury's liking. Very northern plane path across this northern island. We don't often see rough plane paths on Taego, and I don't think this one is entirely too harsh because people will still be able to get to their drop spots, even though it is kind of angled towards the north. Yeah, maybe a little bit annoying for teams who want to go all the way down to the southeast, but still, I have yet to see a super rough plane path on Taego.
Taego has been a bit of a hit and a miss for a lot of the teams. It was 1 call. They got a 20-kill win back on night number 1. And by the time we came back onto it for night number 2, it was Panic with a 17-kill win. So I think the very small sub-sample maybe suggesting kills can be a little bit easier to come by for Taego, especially when you're doing quite well and you're putting yourself into good positions. You can go on and have a big win. So kind of looking at the map and trying to see, are there any shenanigans going on? Fury actually somewhat close to EXO on that northwestern island. I think they're going for Heimu-sa, and Go Dock is where EXO currently located. So it could potentially find themselves on the rotate. It is, though, maybe towards Shipyard we could be heading as we look at that first circle here for Taego. The one and only one for the night, and the last one for the tournament. So yeah, EXO, I mean, this is the thing, right? You get all excited, but they're still only, 4 points above Panic. So if Panic have a really good game, EXO drop down, then suddenly it's back on for Fury. So that's how close it is.
Yeah.
And it doesn't matter who's in that second position for Fury, except EXO. They don't care if it's Panic, they don't care if it's from the future or one call. And look how tight that top 5 is. I mean, that is probably the tightest top 5 with 4 games to go I've ever seen. In this region, never seen it.
It's so good. I'm so glad we're back at this point. I'm sick of seeing Fury dominate OC lobbies. I'm sick of seeing the APAC tournaments, the mixture tournaments go just have a heavy favorite 1-2. This is what we want. This is what this region can show us. Even in international tournaments, when you mix EU and NA in the mix, sometimes those games aren't, they don't get this close. But APAC is historically a little bit more chaotic. It's a little bit more random. And we're getting the best possible RNG at the moment with a very close top 5. Fury and 4 Piggies. Do they know each other are here? I have no idea what the hell's going on here.
Yeah, a bit of a strange one. 4 Piggies kind of surrounding Fury. Again, Fury getting points, not a detriment to EXO, but it's still a detriment to everyone else, Russell. So something to keep in mind.
Yeah.
If you panic, if you're one call, especially for one call. So I think for one call, I obviously know that Fury can finish second. I didn't quite calculate if EXO finished second and one call first. I'll have to check that one out in the break. But right now, probably not one that's super required. I would imagine if EXO are in second, then yeah, they will get to go. So one call kind of need EXO to also kind of slow down a little bit. Although, to be fair, one call haven't really done much so far tonight. They've been a little bit hit and a miss. I think it was like 7th and 2 kills to start the night. Didn't think they did a whole lot really in that last game either. Ended up being, yeah, just like 4 kills. That was it. And AAP find themselves in trouble early on. One tap got the initial one tap, but then Nan with a quick trade. VIP fighting early again. It feels like all 3 games tonight, they have just been in the mix within the first 5 minutes, whether it's against Tenax, well, now against AAP, they are always in the thick of the fight. And for VIP, they've continued to kind of just stumble down the leaderboard into the bottom 3. They lose 1 tap, so down to 3. AAP, it's been a disaster of a tournament. They'll hold on to that 6th position, but I don't know if they're going to get into that top 5. I don't know if they're going to even get Asia Cup. The fact that they're going to miss out on the Asia Cup and on PGC, it's really been a really poor tournament from ArkAngel Predator.
Still doable. Point gap is not the most difficult, especially for an AAP with nothing to lose, but they haven't really shown that to us yet. One call panic. Still a decent amount that's going to go into this fight when it comes to the leaderboard. Trick has had to back off. 30 HP, stuck inside this little building. He's going to have to heal, but luckily for him, Panic don't commit. Panic just don't want any of that. They don't want to force a fight. They don't need to. They are too much in the fight to bother with fighting nonchalantly like that. So they'll back off. And AAP continue to dominate VIP. One player on this wall could be a bit of an issue, but the quick turnaround, Fury gets it, but Algenbot's almost had it. Now you're just looking to not get flushed, and he doesn't. Nan gets the trade, which is phenomenal for AAP. They can start to look to get back up in those Super Cup slots, especially if VIP are going to run themselves down just like this. They do that a lot on Tego, I've noticed, actually. VIP on other maps, you find them sitting in buildings, kind of waiting for people to approach them. But on Tego, it seems to be a bit of a different story. They've historically landed on that northern island and continuously fought with every single team around them. This time, though, they're south, and they ran into AAP.
I think just a sort of reminder that AAP is still a formidable team. If they're having a bit of a rough tournament, at their best, they are a contender. It's a reason why they were one of the favored teams. I think the community perception from what I was looking at coming into this tournament was it was supposed to be either EXO or AAP. EXO in that position now. It took them a while. For AAP, it's taken them all tournament, sadly. For one call, yeah, a little bit quiet. And I feel like one call have kind of got in the shells as the tournament's gone on. The first night, right? If you think back to night number 1, Russell, one call seemed to be quite expressive. They played a little bit more free. Now, to be fair, this circle, they're, center phase 1. You probably don't need to branch out too much. You're pretty content with the way things are in terms of your positioning. But I think I'm talking a more generalized statement over the last two nights, if you will, where I just don't see them being super aggressive. I feel like they've kind of just let off the pedal a little bit. And with that, there's a reason why they've continued to just quietly fall and fall and fall. At one point, they were first and then holding on to second, then third, and now they're into fifth. So they've had multiple teams sort of leapfrog them, and they're only 24 points above AAP.
Yeah.
That's not exactly, super, And the other thing as well is you still want that top four for the Asia Cup. So they're just on the precipice of that. Good circle here. You'll play inside the building. Fair enough. You can certainly play that more slower play style here. And a lot of teams still need to make their way in for this circle. Fury from Musa out towards the western side. Roman Kill to their south, also making their way in. Then Titan, Foxy, Red Sea, Irrelevant. Bandits up towards the army base as well. Technically not in, but they got an easy passageway all the way to Shipyard if they want. And for Panic, good spot. Love this spot on the cliff. But the way that the water circles settings will eventually work. They'll either just be in or probably not going to have to worry too much about moving. And then, more importantly, don't have to worry about teams pushing behind them.
Well, this circle's got 3 potential endings. Does it go southwest or east? And that's going to be in the back of these players' mind. It's not like the last game where it was a 50-50 north or south. This time you've got 3 options. So, yeah, I don't mind Panic's position at all. They've got all the information they need. I don't think they've necessarily got a spot where they can make the plays the easiest, but they've got all the information, and that's what matters. Everyone else, it looks like they're all angling towards that peninsula that Panic are on. I think that gives them the most opportunity to send it to the west or the east if it does end up being this incredibly hard shift either way, which makes sense to me. EXO opting to stay on that northern island, sitting inside the city, still looting up. And Tenax are the only ones who've opted to go to the east. Irrelephant coming in on the southeast right now. I think it makes sense to play towards the east side of the map just because you have this river that's all water on the west. But then if the circle does go east, you can play in and around it's very shallow water. It's essentially a dried up river on the east. That's a lot more playable than having to swim across. So it makes sense to see people angling towards that east side. Definitely a lot more playable. And, divots and rocks and defilés that you can play in, even if it does end up centering up on that dried up river. Gibrits in the ground, very good to see. We've still got a decent way until the next zone pop as well. And we haven't seen much Tego action. In fact, there was that one player that was baited to potentially get one knock onto Fury off that hot drop at the start. But Fury cleared him out. They didn't lose anyone to him. That was the 4 Piggies player. So that's disaster avoided for Fury again. Being saved in these early games, last couple games. So good to see.
Not too far away from getting into this second phase. 20 seconds, Red Sea on the move. Shots from Hen. Commendable for Titan Foxy playing as a trio. I think basically since the end of night 1, or maybe at least since the start of night 2. I think they might have had 4 on night 1. Not that it's really changed much for them. They're still more than happy to take fights, and holy moly, that's a bloody circle. Over towards Shipyard we go, and suddenly all those great positions that Panic had, that One Call had, that even AOP slipped into, they're all invalid. They're all gone. And even those that have kind of played the late rotate coming in, playing Edge, Fury, Roman Kill, Red Sea, and now they're like, oh, we've got more rotating to do, and a lot more of it. And how do you even contemplate playing arguably that entire western side, Russell, right? This is what I want to pose the question to you, because this is not a phase 2 circle that, is a full circle. Arguably, this is like a 35% circle. You don't play the south side island, you don't play the west side island, you kind of have to play the full east side. And there's just not enough space for all of these teams.
Yeah, so hard spawn boats are going to be a priority. I'm already seeing AH go for one of those up towards the western side of the shipyard. But other than that, it's just sending. Make sure you get ahead of all these teams. Everyone else is going to be rotating around you. As soon as a circle like this pops, you know that you're not going to be the only team in cars. You can use that to your advantage. Rotate side by side. Yeah, you might take some pot shots at them, but it's better than being left behind. That's what Tenax have done. That's what Panic have done. It's what EXO are a little bit too late to do. They were caught out off that western side. But luckily, very, very luckily, it's that dried up river I was talking about. So it's not this unpassable, full river. It's something you can drive across. You can use it to actually get a rotate in. Just one up for 4 Piggies. If EXO were to lose one here, it wouldn't do well for their PGC hopes. But they won't lose one. No way, whiffs on both sides. But eventually they do clean it up.
Yeah, and they get the revive as well, so they'll be fine. They get the 2 kills and happy for EXO Clan, although a couple of shots in their direction. I think that might be from Tenax, but as soon as they get over the other side of the cliff, they're fine. Although, pushing up AAP, hello, Monty, can you hold this frontline position while they go for the revive? They didn't go for the immediate one. He shoot. Look at the trigger discipline from Monty. He can't shoot there. He has to let them go by, and he knows, of course, that he can give the information over to the rest of the team. He has to be spotted. Who checks that? Who checks that from Evil Patrick? Monty got the 2 kills anyway, despite the tags from Evil Patrick, who's low, very, very low. Algen Bots not really in a position to do much more from here. Can't do much more to help. They do lose Monty in the end. Underarm nade to slope down the hill. Patrick to maybe respond with one. Algen Bots, that's a good tag on him inside. Patrick can't push on it though. He loses his life. EXO have done well. It's only Algen Bots left standing for ArkAngel Predator. They got rid of Monty, but they have fed a whole heap of kills to EXO Clan as well.
Oh my god, no way Monty gets 2 there. In no universe does he ever even get 1, but he's allowed to get 2. Unreal play from Monty, saving EXO. That's what it is, it's just saving them. AAP had that, and Monty made it doable for EXO. Rip going down low to the right as well, got that 3rd. Very crucial knock, turning it into a 3v1 now. And so now they just can't lose any more to this one last player in Algen Bots. Grouping up on the low ground is smart. Go 2-1. Have someone over the peak that can peek down when you when you take contact on that low ground. It should be cleaned up nicely. Fury, they found themselves in the center of zone as well. They were a question mark to me because they were coming in late. They were playing edge, but look at them now, centered up and a lot of room to play with. Are they going to lose one here? Algen Bots, I think he's proning. So they just got to peek these ridges at the exact same time or it's disastrous.
Oh, it's got 1. 2 more to acquire. Flash from Akita. Any play off of Rip. Right through his head. It's from this POV. It's got another one. Yeah, Flash should have connected. Now, Rip goes for the revive. This is going to be so careful, though, because if he peeks over and Akita's not able to win that battle, he can get flushed. Insight gets brought back up. Oh, the nade from Bots, though. Algen Bots has been so perfect with his nades, but Akita, he wins the battle. And it's a moment of probably relief, if anything, for EXO Clan, because that could have been a whole lot worse. But to walk out of that scenario with a full squad wipe, all 4 kills onto AAP, considering the start of it, considering the pull-up that they got, great trigger discipline from Monty. And I mean, an MVP kind of play from him. The fact that Evil Patrick even turns around to check that, and he still then gets the double anyway, an incredible moment from him. He's been on that big stage before at PUBG Nations Cup. Can he get there for PGC this year? Right now, it's probably shaping up to be that way. What a spray from Tin. Mate. Titan Foxy, they continue to just hit some crazy shots throughout this tournament. Sohan and Blessed now, the last 2 up for Irrelephant, and in the back, hello, Luke 12 says, welcome on in. Although, what a spray from Sohan. It's not for free, but Hiker should get revived, and Irrelephant, yeah, totally wiped out by Fury. Hen, the solo for Titan Foxy close by Red Sea. And Doughty knocked down by Crazy 9. And that circle shift, I'm not sure if that's going to favor a lot of teams, considering EXO Clan are not going to get the shift for phase 4, Russell. They need to get back over to that eastern side. Yeah, absolutely. They're on the soft side though right now. They're totally alone. One Call isn't even really looking at their spot. They've got too much on their mind. EXO have just been delivered crates as well. They can make that swim. They can make it very easily if they have to. I think that is excellent for them. Because otherwise, yeah, you're right. They would kind of be a little bit pressured, but not this time around. This Fury compound, it looks like Irrelephant threw nades inside to kind of shake the Hornet's nest, I guess, see if anyone responded, but no one did, and it allowed Fury to get that very clean wipe onto Irrelephant. And Crazy 9, he was just chilling around here. He was the other solo. I don't know how he got here or why he was here, but he was discovered. Roman Kill dealt with him, but he could have been a nuisance as well. But now it's a problem for Fury. Look at this, Bandits north, Tenax west, Roman Kill on the south. They're not even fully prepared for Roman Kill. Either that or they're being a little bit gracious with their angles. Shuhan is lining them up. Fury have to be careful. This is not an edge that they can hold and then just move in for free.
This is an edge where they are pressured. They are very limited. It's going to take a lot of work to get out of that spot.
So centers on in for one call. EXO have to make their move over to that next circle for phase 4. 10 points clear of Panic, 13 points clear of FTF, and 14 of one call. So this is a game where one call is going to have to go big. Reminder, 3 matches remain after this, so there's not many more opportunities for these teams. One call still not inside of the top 4, and one call still only 20 points behind Fury. A shot from Jeff onto Epic. If one caller want to go to PGC, they're going to have to capitalize off a circle like this. Phase 4, Tago. They need to do it. They've done it before. They've been one of the recipients that have done well on Tago. Rain with a good nade. That will make the distance. Ariyama has confirmed the kill onto Mr. Flank. Down to 11 teams remaining at the 17-minute mark. Just over halfway through this match. Dean at the rock. Thinking about maybe an underarm nade to persuade the push up to his position. All frags thrown towards his spot though by Tenax. Probably improved as this tournament has gone on, and eventually they do get the elimination of Dean. 10 teams remain. Here come the Bandits though to get involved, up to 21 points now. Dusky's going to get smoked off. Panic, they've just not started this night in the fashion that they would have honestly required to be a competitor for that spot at PGC. I mean, again, remember, I mean, their calculations were the hardest of them all and arguably mean they cannot make it now with the fact that Fury and EXO are in 1 and 2. So for them, it's pretty much down to just holding on to a top 4 position and get that Asia Super Cup. Certainly doable.
Fury have been gifted here, to be honest. Fully gifted. They went from being incredibly trapped inside their compound to now Bandits is coming up to the north to try to get third parties. Roman Kill have left them alone. Look at them now, spread out. As soon as they realized they had all that space, they're now in a winnable position, which is disastrous for the teams that could have pinned them in. But I suppose Bandits had other priorities, Panic being one of them. Now they're sneaking down the low side on the north side of this hill. They might run into AH, but AH aren't set up on that side of the compound just yet. Panic, well, we've seen Panic do this for years at this point. Classic Panic. On Erangel, it's a shack, and you just sit in there for the entire game. On Tago, not many shacks on these hills. So you find a little bit of a bowl, and you prone it up. And you kind of feel bad for Bandits if they were to run over one of these guys. Fury as well. But the disadvantage of that is that you're prone, not really mobile enough to deal with all the angles that are going to come your way as soon as you engage. Nades are going to come out as well. Try flush out these snakes. Wondering if it's going to hit. Suspect's got a pretty decent angle actually behind this rock, but he's the one that's in the most obvious position. And the engagement has come out. Bandits, they're also stuck up against the blue. So Panic has to be very careful because this is a Bandits with nothing to lose.
Yeah, I mean, they got everything to gain in terms of trying to get out of that last place position. No one ever wants to finish a tournament in last place. I think they're a team that's probably far too talented, far too good to probably even be in that position. Got to win that fight, though, against Asheng Home up towards the north side. You can see here on the map split. Fury, Panic, very close by to each other. Tenax kind of pushing out as well. Cherry and Speedy, bit of a 2-2 split. Even if it's a small one, it's there. 9 teams alive on that precipice, on that bubble cutoff. 20 minutes elapsed here. Match number 3 for the night. And Sands with a really good angle onto Miriyama. Those are some really good shots. Again, highlighting the quality of this Bandits roster. Certainly better than their position suggests. And with a bit of help from Fury, they get rid of Panic.
Damn.
Further cementing the unlikelihood of Panic securing a PGC position. With 3 games to go, it's just a matter of can they hold on to the top 4. Spray from Zert. No, not going to land. Sands with a reply. And a very good reply at that for Bandit, starting to really creep up out of that bottom position. Been a much better, much more impressive performance from them here on Tago. Looking to confirm that kill. Miriyama has been brought back up at the rock for Asheng Home. It's Killaroo confirms Zert. 7 kills for EXO. And just increasing their gap now to the likes of Panic. 12 points and more potentially. On the future, one call still remain in this game. And it gets to the point now where if Fury are even close to the position of FTF and one call, they kind of just need to almost feed them the kills. As weird as it sounds. They need those 2 teams to do well at the conclusion of this game and need from the future in one call to overtake EXO Clan. Fury just probably playing their own game though right now, this late into Tago, trying to get rid of this Bandits roster. ArkAngel getting shot at though by Miller, turnaround, spray the barrel, lands the shots, and really highlighting how good he can be controlling that recoil. Jeff pops off with the P90. Getting rid of Asheng Home for Tenax. What a spray from Punye. Wikikabuka peeks out from the tree. He'd get punished. Hiker, though, will punish Punye for going for the flush. He just stepped out of lane, and with that, puts himself into a bad position and a bad angle. Fury to capitalize. But the team that can capitalize the most from this game is EXO. They got the western side. They can push in behind Tenax. They're looking very good again for this game. Surely they can't make it 3 wins in a row.
You wouldn't think so, but they're about to take out two of the biggest threats in this zone. Romakill and From the Future are dealing with each other. You can imagine this going the way of neither of them. They end up with one player, two players maybe, to both of them. Here's EXO. They've arrived as well to this Tenax fight. This From the Future fight still rages on too. Tenax down now to 2. From the Future actually deal with Romakill very quickly, very easily. So they're still absolutely a threat. Hiker watching over the top here, but there's no one for him to shoot at. No one at all. He has to go over to this peak and get involved in this EXO and Tenax fight. You almost don't want to shoot at Tenax. You almost want to help them wipe EXO, but it doesn't matter. Fury have the angles anyway. They're so high up on this hill, and EXO have to expose themselves to get rid of Tenax. So Tenax do fall, but in the process, Fury knock one of EXO. But it's not like they could do anything about it. If they sent themselves at EXO right now, it wouldn't be smart. It would just result in death for Fury, or at least unnecessary losses, and they don't want to do that. So they'll be happy to take down Nikita. They put Insight and Rip, the last 2 alive. EXO down to 2.
Yeah,
They'll be happy to. They'll fight them later on, and they'll be happy with weakening them the way they have.
well, it's our top 4 teams, so Panic will drop to 5th, and I know it says they're tied right now, but the placement points for going out at this stage haven't technically been added. So Panic will be in that 5th position at the conclusion of this, and that's going to make them, you know, have to really work hard in the next 3 games to get back into the top 4 for the spot at the Asia Super Cup. They won't be too far behind. It's not like it's a massive points margin, but still to drop out of the top 4, which they've been basically in, I think, since basically night 1, at this point with 3 games to go, a little bit demoralizing. But for these 4 teams remaining, it's so fascinating. EXO, the worst of them, 2 players up. Fury. I mean, if I'm Fury, I know this sounds really weird, but you kill EXO, you just die blue. No, sorry, you don't even die blue. You just run out in the open.
Died FTF.
You literally just die to either of them. Doesn't matter if it's FTF or 1 call. Inside with the knock on to Trick. Again, it's a really bizarre way of thinking, but if you make sure EXO go out in 4th here, get nothing more from this game, you can just die to either of these 2 teams and allow them to get 1st and 2nd.
Yeah. It is a very weird way of thinking, and I don't think Fury are going to oblige. They will do their absolute best to win this game.
And it's still so close as well. They're only 8 points above EXO too. So
yes, that's why I'm thinking they're just going to go for it. No reason to do it now. You're going to make those moves when they actually matter. But until they actually matter, it's just win the game at all costs. EXO stuck inside the compound. 1Call's trying to lock them in even more. All of 1Call's resources are allocated towards this compound, which makes me think that if they go any further to the east, FTF can see them. All 3 now on this ridge, but EXO are still a threat. So even if they could spread out to the east, probably wouldn't matter. They want to deal with EXO. They want to take these guys out. They're a threat still, not only to this game, but to their spot on the leaderboard. And they've got that man advantage. If they can identify insights inside this house, hopefully for 1Call, they have nades. A blue zone grenade would be great, but there's an opening knock onto Rip. He was so far off in the distance, but he was just a straight shot with that grenade. And now it's just Insight, and they should know where he is. He threw a nade at them before, and so nades in retaliation, 38 damage, 22 damage, Insight down to like 50 HP. Now it's time for 1Call to just get in there. You can throw a flash into that top window as well, but I think it's just going to be the trade game.
Still a lot of time. It's only phase 7. So you don't have to rush any of these scenarios. Insight going to be by himself here. Another 10-kill performance though for EXO Clan. To think that really halfway through yesterday, by that point, they had no 10-kill performances. And since then, they've had a multitude. It's actually been the one area they've really stepped up. And you've really got to give the plaudits to EXO Clan for just turning their tournament around, because it looked in shambles to begin with.
Yep.
And I think they would have admitted as well to start, not what they would have liked. It's taken them a little bit of time to really get going, but once they have, they've been the best. And even getting to this point, they should hold on to second from here, you would think. There's that blue zone nade. Doesn't connect though. And Insight's just trying to probably stay alive here for time's sake, for placement point's sake, and hope that maybe other teams come knocking on the door to maybe push this position.
Great delivery to FTF as well, if they want it. But right now they're focused on Fury. I genuinely wonder if Fury are thinking, nah, it's FTF, let's not do anything. Let's not approach them. I don't think so, because I don't know if they've even engaged with each other yet. They're probably just playing it how they should. Insight is going to give it a red hot crack, but no more. Very quickly traded. Info given to the rest of the server now. Decisions must be made.
Puts them at 151 points. You can see the gap now to FTF and one call. So these two teams that are still alive, kills and a win here, so important to chasing them down. Or Fury still 9 points clear. They can bow out here in third and probably still feel comfortable going into the last 3 games. They need one of these two teams to be performing well. Like Kamuka with a knockdown on to Chibarit. And obviously, as you said before, Russell, they're not at that point, and arguably as spectators, we're able to kind of see these calculations live. Yeah. It's a lot harder when you're in the game, late in the game as well. You kind of just instinctively and rightfully go for the win. It's the best thing to do. Back yourself in. Always play to win. And over the course of your PUBG career, that will put you in good stead more often than not. Even if there are these weird little circumstances such as this one. And at the end of the day, one of these two teams is still going to finish second, right? One of these two teams is still going to get some extra points.
Yep.
Go for the win, see what happens. But I think in an ideal world, if Fury do bow out, it's not the end of the world either. So it's kind of win-win for Fury here.
You just think about the potential 12 points for either Fury, or sorry, from the future or one call, would shoot them right up into that second position, if I'm not mistaken. 8 kills for the rest of the game, then 4 on top of the win. But Fury, yeah, they're not thinking about that. 12 kills to their name. They've got momentum. They've got a good spot too. They're the ones with the high ground. No one else is inside the zone right now. Not even Fury though. I think they just have to move a little bit to their south and they'll be fine. But we'll have to see. Definitely still trying to make sure that FTF have no space on that east. Stop them from getting any deeper into the circle. I think FTF's play is angled towards where who KDR is. Group up on him. Still Cow pop it off with this Dragon of Hiker teaming up as well. Looks like one call as they exit this compound. It's too open. That terrain was a question mark for me. But now looks like it's all but certain that one call are to fall. Are FTF going to take advantage of this though? Only 1 or 2 people allocated to deal with FTF from Fury. They cannot tunnel right now.
Yeah, you can see Man keeps kind of putting back that flash. As soon as you throw it, you give away position. And so now he's thrown it. Now, obviously, Fury fully aware. FTF have pushed up top of the hill. Hiker gets a knock actually on to Teddy. Yeah, I think just throwing Util back probably catches him inadvertently. And the Cow flush onto Chipperit, really suggesting Fury trying to really control the conclusion of this game. Man picks up, knock on the loop. And this is the issue when you're fighting a battle on 2 fronts. Cow's not here to help. Nikus needs to get the response, the nade towards Man. I think it's good. Waiting for the explosion. There it is. It was good in the end. He hadn't cooked it long. It was able to roll. And the second, though, even better. Nikus with 2 big nades. Who KDR spotting Samoy. He actually steals the kill from the future, who are now 10 points behind EXO Clan. But it's Fury that have been able to close out in strong fashion on Tago to re-extend a slight lead against EXO. KDR trying to play the lower ground game against Cow. You just can't give him that space and time. Fury going to win this game. 3 up now, 3v2. They've got high ground still. They've got the flank options. Cow still making short. No one's pushing down the hill from the right-hand side. Tede and Deltamix, all they can really do is kind of follow in behind that smoke, try and push in behind Nikus and Hikerman, who have fallen back down below. They take the low ground. They take the center position. It will be a Fury win. It won't matter for EXO Clan. And if anything, again, it's weird, but this is what EXO want. They want Fury to win. They want Fury to win. They want them to make sure that FTF and one call get as little points as possible. There's some irony in that. That Fury helping their direct rivals, but sometimes he's just going to go with the win. Out with another knock on the Teddy. It's all but a foregone conclusion now. Delta Mix. I mean, really, there's no point even dying to blue. You're not catching Fury. You can't get to PGC. Top 4 is all you want. You may as well try and find a kill if you can, but he's so low, eventually goes down to the blue anyway. It's a Fury win. 16 kills as well on Tago, 169 points and an 18-point gap to EXO Clan with 3 games to go. But they are still not holding that PGC ticket, Russell, and that is ultimately what matters the most.
Yeah, that's the weirdest thing about that game, is that win is actually not the most ideal for them, even though in their minds it might be. It does help out EXO. Even with, you saw who KDR there, delay shooting Simoy on that low ground just so that Simoy could get one more knock onto Fury. And Simoy did get that final knock, but it was still not enough for From the Future to claim the win. Fury just too dominant, too much manpower, and some excellent grenades from Nico as well. Those were incredibly useful in helping them in that fight.
Yeah, it was a very fascinating end of the game. You know, PUBG sometimes can be quite simple. Sometimes it's as simple as finish first, you go to X. Sometimes it's as simple as you need to finish first and hope that Team X doesn't finish third and Team X in second doesn't get this many. It can get really, really bizarre. For this case, though, it actually was quite simple, ironically, because for Fury, you got the 2 direct competitors that you need to overtake EXO, and yet you've just gone and wiped them out. You know, so we're talking about coming into this game, feeding kills to these teams or helping these teams kind of progress, and you've just killed them both. So is it a case of playing to your fundamentals, playing to what is your, you know, your standard PUBG, play to win always and kind of keep that, and it's like whatever happens, happens mentality? Or maybe have they just not really thought too much about the calculations and about what teams they can and can't feed to? I don't know. But what I do know, Russell, there's only 3 matches remaining. There's not a lot of time for these teams remaining. It does kind of feel like it's shaping up to be Fury, and it is shaping up to be EXO towards the end. 3 games to go. We head to Vikendi after the break.
Welcome to the update 26.1, where you'll experience a rejuvenated Erangel, the return of tactical gear, the launch of a new ranked season, and much more. Let's get straight to it. Time to play Tourist again and re-explore Erangel, enhanced with new features and revamped landscapes. Gain new advantages by discovering secret rooms, refine your tactics for the freshly redesigned ruins, Milta and Stolber areas, and keep an eye out for our KFC collaboration that's finger-licking good. We are also reintroducing tactical gear after a brief hiatus, during which we fine-tuned and rebalanced it based on your crucial insights. Now re-established as a world spawn item, we've adjusted the performance of both the drone and spotter scope to better synchronize with the overall game balance. Check the patch notes for all the juicy details. Additionally, in an effort to elevate strategy and teamwork, each squad is now tagged with a unique number visible on the kill feed. Lastly, we've polished up the match report page to offer more precise, match-specific details. Consider it your personal analytics dashboard. There's plenty more packed into update 26.1, so make sure to dive into the patch notes to learn more. And we'll see you on the Battlegrounds.
3 matches remaining here for the PUBG Challenger Rumble. It's do or die time, Russell. This is it. If you're EXO Clan, you've got that PGC ticket. Obviously, Fury maintained first position and actually build on their gap with that win, but they took down some of the teams that they kind of need to aid them in conquering EXO Clan. So all of these different calculations have gone on, and look, at the end of the day, have they made the right decision? It might come back to haunt them if One Call and FTF can't end up overtaking EXO. That was maybe a moment to feed them some points.
How weird does it feel to be gaining a gap on second, but it means absolutely nothing? It's just such a weird feeling that Fury have to deal with. And there's a buffer with EXO to third place as well. So EXO have space and time to work with. It's getting quite hard.
Yeah, it certainly is. So obviously it does kind of stop the little trot there for EXO Clan after winning the first 2. Fury then getting involved. They were our 2 head-to-head teams as well coming into tonight and shaping up that they've continued to be the top teams. And arguably, I think at this point now, the 2 that are most likely to go to PGC. I also completely forgot to look at that for One Call. Yeah, it won't be enough. If One Call finish first and EXO are in second, EXO will still go through to PGC. So, I mean, even for One Call now, Russell, it probably is incredibly unlikely for them to go to PGC. One Call, of course, they can make it, I guess, if Fury finish second. So One Call 1, Fury 2, EXO 3, with 3 games to go. Is that something that can happen? Yes, certainly can. It's not impossible, but One Call need to find a way to get involved, because I just haven't really seen them in the server. They've been so quiet. I know they made it towards the back end of that last game, but even again, they're just not able to like spread out, get kills, really be a dominant kind of team like we saw from them back on day 1.
And it's weird that they have the 2 top fraggers as well, or at least when the day started, they owned the 2 top fraggers. So it's crazy to think that they've fallen off this hard.
Yeah.
They were, against someone I wanted to do well, because I believe one of the runs I saw from them was they were the team that qualified in a crazy fashion for PGS2 or something like that. One of the ones where Fury fell flat. So I know that they can do it, but yeah, at this point with EXO in second, it might be a bit too much.
What do you do if you're Fury now? Because you're in this weird predicament. You've just won the game. You win a game. You get 18 points separation to second place. You think, great, 3 games to go. We're in a great position. And none of it mattered. Technically, none of it mattered. If anything, you actually made it worse by not feeding those teams to take out EXO. Vikendi's a map that is not a staple. We go to it now. Is this maybe a point where you do it for this one map, you find where EXO are, you hunt them down, you take them out, and then you go back to playing normal on Miramar?
I think they have to seriously start considering that. if not start doing it, because there's a buffer between EXO and third, and you want to make sure that that buffer is closed as quickly as possible. And yeah, you look at kind of hot drops, or you look at purposely messing with other teams as, okay, well, we're going to destroy our own game to destroy another team's game. But it's not always the case. It's not black and white. Fury can mess with EXO and still have a good game, or still get 5 to 10 points a game. They can absolutely do that. So if I'm them, I don't know if I'm doing it, but I'm seriously considering it. Especially, again, because it's Vikendi. It's that one map where you're, at least right now, you're thinking, a little bit of a throwaway.
That's my belief, right? I think historically, these kind of conversations always come down to the last or the second last game. But I think Vikendi being Vikendi and a kind of one-off, and also a kind of just generalized pretty meh map, you kind of look at it and say, all right, we don't need to win. We've got the 18 points to EXO. More importantly, for Fury's sake, they've got the 27 points now to FTF and the 33 points to One Call, which, by the way, as I was saying just before when we were on camera, for One Call, they need to finish first, right? So they're 33 points behind Fury, 3 games to go. Nah, it's not happening. Put that penciled line through them. It's a pen line through AAP and Panic. But for the sake of the map itself, I think you do something a little bit special here. You don't need to win. You don't really need the points for first anymore. What you need is FTF and One Call to get into second, and you can't control that. That's the most frustrating thing. It's out of your control. You can't help what other teams are doing.
It's got to be rough. It has to be so rough for these guys to hop into these games and want to play their absolute best, but realize that it's just not enough.
So unfortunately, it seems as if too many players have not made it into this particular game. We are going to restart the lobby here for Vikendi. And with that, it does take a little bit of time to do so. What we will do is throw to a quick break. We'll come back, Vikendi on the other side.
Welcome to the update 26.1, where you'll experience a rejuvenated Erangel, the return of tactical gear, the launch of a new rank season, and much more. Let's get straight to it. Time to play Tourist again and re-explore Erangel, enhanced with new features and revamped landscapes. Gain new advantages by discovering secret rooms, refine your tactics for the freshly redesigned ruins, Milta and Stolber areas, and keep an eye out for our KFC collaboration that's finger-licking good. We are also reintroducing tactical gear after a brief hiatus, during which we fine-tuned and rebalanced it based on your crucial insights. Now re-established as a world spawn item, we've adjusted the performance of both the drone and spotter scope to better synchronize with the overall game balance. Check the patch notes for all the juicy details. Additionally, in an effort to elevate strategy and teamwork, each squad is now tagged with a unique number visible on the kill feed. Lastly, we've polished up the match report page to offer more precise, match-specific details. Consider it your personal analytics dashboard. There's plenty more packed into update 26.1, so make sure to dive into the patch notes to learn more. And we'll see you on the Battlegrounds.
little bit of a rejig, but we are back to get Vikendi underway. Apologies for the delay. Rehost was required. A couple of players weren't able to make their way into the server, Russell. So, of course, it's fair is fair. And the fact that the playing path hadn't even technically begun yet, and from when the issue was arisen, means it's all within the rules, and we're able to get the rehost that was certainly required, especially when you're this deep into a tournament. So much on the line. You don't want anyone missing out. You want a full lobby, and we will be able to get that. So again, just bear with us. Won't be too long, and then we can get into the game. A big game to come, of course. Vikendi, final time we will see it for this tournament, and then to close out the final 2 games on Miramar. Still so much at stake, so much on the line, so much that needs to happen for so many different teams. It's going to come down to the wire. I can't imagine a world in which we get to that last game and we haven't got this wrapped up.
No, it's probably going to go down to that last game. And just to set up the storyline as well, where before we started with that previous attempt at the game, we were talking about how maybe it's time for Fury to seriously consider messing with EXO. Because EXO, they cannot come second if Fury want that PGC slot. And right now, EXO are in that second spot. So maybe Fury, I was saying that they can do both. They can mess with EXO and they can have a good game as well. So if they're able to pull that off, if they're confident in being able to pull that off, I totally see them going for it. I don't know if it's going to be this. You said historically it's down to game 5, game 6. I kind of agree with you. I think this is going to probably be a standard game, but they do have to start seriously considering messing with EXO, because if not, they're just probably going to run away with it, and they have that like 10-point gap to third place as well. So yeah, we're still with lots on the line, even though we're game 4.
Exactly. I think that obviously there's weird stipulations that have maybe not even really been something that these teams have had to deal with before. You know, you're a Fury, for example, and your history suggests for all of those players at various points in their careers is to be the best, to win, get the most points, and that will see you through to these tournaments. That's just simply not the case tonight. 3 games remain. Being the best and finishing first will not do it. You need to make sure that EXO Clan do not finish in second place. They've got a 9-point gap from the future in third. One call still in the conversation, only 15 points behind EXO Clan. Of course, they, though, want to go to PGC themselves. To do that, they need to finish in first with EXO out of the top 2. So a lot needs to happen for them. And you know, I always say you get that pencil out, you put a line through them, or you can rub it out. If they go and get a win here, they go and get a big 20-point game, go and get a win and 10 kills, and suddenly they can enter the conversation once again going into Miramar. But unless that happens, then you probably keep the line through their name. Back into this one, of course, with our regular 63 alive, because Titan Foxy have been a trio basically since the end of night 1. But can we go straight through the middle? Good playing path, and everyone should be happy with this one here for our 4th game of the night.
Titan Fox is still in 11th, though, doing better than a lot of the 4-mans involved, which either says a lot about them or a lot about the people who are below them. Not quite sure which one. I saw a little bit of potential hot drop action. Lots of people out to the west, and 4 Piggies and Titan Foxy are actually hot dropping each other. Here it is. 4 Piggies going towards the northern side of the lumberyard, and Titan Foxy sticking to the south. So they're going to let each other loot up, and then they'll try and isolate just one. All you need is to isolate one. You can go straight from there, and that's all you need to snowball. That circle, though, is so harsh to a lot of these teams. That, I mean, not only do you look at that and you go, okay, that's just basically field, but there's only 3 out of the 16 teams inside that. So it's going to be quite a trek for these guys to make it in.
EXO, Fury, Asheng Home, Bandits all up to very far northern side of this circle. Long distance for them from the future and Roman kill. Hey, these are the opportunities, again, that from the future will require to keep themselves in the top 4. And this is the other thing, you know, we kind of talk about these stipulations and all of these calculations for Fury, for EXO Clan, for one call. These teams have got also their own things that they're fighting for. Now, From the Future can't make PGC. It's not happening 3 games to go, but they need to finish top 4, 1 for the money, 2 for the position to go to the Super Asia Cup. So, and it's not as if it's a guarantee, 9 points clear of panic. So for them, these are the kind of games where can they get the kills on the Roman kill, clear out this position, keep their players alive, get 4 points from the kills, and that will put them in good stead. Otherwise, if they get caught early, lose a couple of players, and then they start to wobble a little bit towards the finish line going into Miramar. Juan on the move, Roman kill, 57 points, stark drop off. I feel like they got probably 90% of their points back on day 1.
Oh, yeah.
It's been a little bit unfortunate to see kind of what has transpired for them. And obviously teams are going to spend their time looting. No one really on the move. As you said, only 3 teams technically inside of this phase 1 circle. 1 called just barely in. And Red Sea probably in the best position. And obviously Titan Foxy, 4 piggies, yeah, just barely in as well. So technically 4 teams inside of it. And these two will be maybe fighting each other. See a couple of shots on the map feed as Teddy trying to get a bit of roof position here for some more information to be scouted out by From the Future.
I get worried in 4v4 hot drops like this because you need that opening pick, but once you get it, honestly, rarely do I see teams commit to it. There's that opening pick. Now, From the Future, they need to realize that that's their entry. That's their opening point into winning this 4v4. Group up, go make sure that you get that flush. They've already secured it with a nade, but now it's time to go to the next weakest point. Unfortunately, for From the Future, the next weakest point is where all of Roam and Kill are. All 3 inside this building. That's the other hot drop. There wasn't that. I mean, that's just TF doing TF things as 3. Tin DD with 3 of those kills as well. He's been an absolute highlight. There's Fury onto EXO. Wait, where the hell is that? That's quite an important fight. That's all the way up to the northeast. Should definitely go and look at that one if we can. But this hot drop rages on. And no action again because Roam and Kill, well, they've set themselves up very close to each other. And this is Fury. All right. Not really much action to report. They got that 1 kill and they left, which is honestly exactly what they need to do. Weaken EXO. I wonder if that was intentional. I wonder if they've started to do it game 4 rather than doing it game 5, game 6. I have no idea because
it's Vikendi.
Yeah, I have no idea. I don't know, like, you know, what the certified drop spots are for all these guys. So I got no idea if it's intentional or not. But I'm gonna say it is.
Yeah, I mean, if not intentional, certainly fortunate, right? And the goal for Fury is to just hinder them as much as possible, but you also don't want to throw the body at them, bring them down to 3, just make it a little bit harder for them to really go on and get a big win, for example. They might still get the odd little kill here or there, but 3-4 points is not going to be enough. Evil Patrick, knock on the 10-DD. Titan Foxy again with 4 kills. Every single game, they have managed to get like 3-4 kills, then die. That has literally been like just the roadmap for Titan Foxy since they've gone down to 3 players at the end of night number 1. And the roadmap has been followed every game. The EBS from that distance won't do too much. It's certainly a far more close range shotgun. Well, even then, still from that distance can get some pallet damage in, and certainly is still something you can also just kind of auto shotty. Down to 14 teams, so we say goodbye to 4 piggies and Titan Foxy. Bandits, can they get out of that bottom spot? Another sort of little tantalizing storyline to look at. They've been basically last since probably game 1, 3 points behind VIP. So storylines across the board. Doughty holds the angle. Nade in hand has 1. It's the only one he's got. He'll throw this in, I think, blindly. Not a lot of information to follow up on that frag grenade. Does throw it. And Panic's gone for an early rotate. Looking at my map feed, they've got themselves a couple of crates as well. Ooh. There's the DBS, certainly much better on the swing, close range, get through the KDR. That's a big kill for Roam and Kill for FTF and for Fury. Not good to see them losing players. Mando with the trade. A response onto Ken's. 1 kill for FTF. Can they convert that to 2?
Oh, I hate window fights. That's one of the reasons. Too quick to judge properly what to do. You just kind of have to swing it, hope for the best. From the Future, they had that man advantage to start it off. Looks like they're going to keep it and finish this off as cleanly as they can. Again, yep, they did lose 1. They do have a DBS to contend with. And in the tight hallways like this, it might go Doughty's way. A 6x up close, that's not ideal, but I'm sure he'll switch to the DBS. They're going to try trade it out as evenly as they can, but if you end up getting knocked on one of these stairs, it can make it very hard for your teammates to run up them. So Doughty's got potentially an easier job. He's panicking though. He doesn't know which way is up, which way is down. He's gone. Doughty had no idea, blinded. He wasn't even looking the right way.
Yeah, a couple more shots to the body as well for good measure. Really puts him to sleep permanently. 4 kills for FTF and certainly required for them to maintain their position in the top 4. It's a 13-point gap to 1 call. More importantly, 16 points now to Panic. 2 games to go after this. You know, I think with the way that these teams have kind of been slowly coming to a close, we'll touch on that later. Murayama, he's got 1 frag grenade. Throws out right side. Fury already go to the left, so that will avoid the frag grenade. Murayama playing this position solo. The other 3 in vehicles on their way, and he's just not. What can he do? What can he do? Either run into the fire, run into the blue. Doesn't matter. He's dead. Easy for Fury. Another kill for them. 12 points the gap now to EXO Clan. And nothing that Asheng Home could do to get there and help out Murayama.
Blue zone grenades indirectly buffed Molotovs as well. both space deniers. One blue zone grenade and some Molotovs, well placed, will be, I mean, easy points thrown into the second floor of a building. And right now you just need one blue zone grenade and that's an entire shack denied. You can argue about whether they are overpowered or not, doesn't matter. These players are putting them to good use. And they're using them creatively as well. Yesterday, I think we saw Hiker throw one in the bottom floor of a building to deny space to the players on the outside of the building. So they've got some creative uses. Fury putting it to the best work they can. They are stuck inside the blue, and this zone is quite far away. But they've got all 4 alive, and as long as they stay synced, then they should avoid an AAP issue like game 1. They don't want to have Cal go early, lose him. Wait. Oh, panic. This is pretty patented panic as well. No idea. Absolutely no idea. Oh, wait, no, does he have an idea? He's trying to blow it up? This could be bad. This could be very bad. Inside these as well, Jake, I don't know if you know, but there's a radar. So Panic are looking at the radar. They can see Algen bots. They've basically got a heat seeker from Modern Warfare 2 there.
Yeah.
So they have
little
all
vision.
info. Yeah.
Yeah, poor Algen bots, and probably summarizes the tournament for ArkAngel Predator as a whole. It just hasn't really gone their way. Those kind of little moments. It's really difficult to push that position, as you said, with the radar. And if you're not there first, you're probably dead. 2 kills for AAP, and then you go and lose Algen bots. It's just always kind of been that way for them this tournament. Lose one, and maybe you get a kill, but then you lose another, and they just haven't really been able to find consistency. Still 26 points shy of the top 4. 2 games to go after this. It's doable mathematically. You know, 2 really, really good games to close, but the form line suggests that they haven't got that in them at the moment, truthfully told. VIP on the rotate, looking to avoid the very last spot, still in the bottom 2, but second last is better than last. And Suspect, well, he'll put the AUG to good use. Went for a second one, maybe got a little bit greedy. As soon as he re-peaks that, 2 players watching from AAP, and they wipe out Panic, and that is a really big team fight to be won for AAP, and taking down one of those threats around that sort of top 4, top 5 position. 2 still up for Panic. Evil Patrick will get revived, and hey, again, at least good signs for ArkAngel Predator that they're really playing this out and not giving up despite the predicament they find themselves in.
Absolutely. It's going to have to be excellence from them from the next 2 games, though. That is a big point gap between them and Panic. And obviously they do want that top 4 spot. So if they can catch up to Panic, then they're basically at 1 call. Only a couple points between them. That's what they'll be looking to do. But even then, even when we've seen them try, they still seem to fall short. Just a little bit later on, Apic cops a headshot from Savvy, defending their edge. And Red Sea are going to opt to go towards the coast and LOS any lines of sight that Irrelephant had. In fact, Dean's gone all the way around, panicking essentially, going up towards the tops of the hills just beside Irrelephant. And you can see Cherry on the mini-map as well, opting, no, I don't really want to get rotate camped right now, so I'm going to back off. And Tenax are going to reconsider where they want to go. Luckily for them, Vikendi's a map where if you can't take the roads, then you can just take the terrain. The terrain's mostly flat, the hills aren't that big, they're not that steep, so plenty of options for Tenax still to take.
And a chance to also overtake Roman kill, get into the top 9. Not too far away from Irrelevant either for that 8th position. Look at the cutoff between 7th and 8th. That has just grown further and further. Okay, trade. Yeah. Well, 1 for 1. Samoy and Pivy both trading each other. Shuhor's still trying to play off with that radar. Seeing if he can make the cross, and he does, and both will go for their respective revives. Panic, of course, just down to the 2 players. 1 call can certainly rush this, and they know they're actually on the left-hand side because Nando was watching, so hasn't made the cross, knows that they're both there. And then he's not holding the angle anymore. Lets him get back. A little bit strange. Panic should be able to hold into that bunker position for a bit longer. Cherry up close, and that's flipped. Tommy out of the VIP vehicle. He's gone. Easy one for Cherry. And somehow, once again, these 2 teams just keep fighting each other in the rotates.
Yeah. Tommy hit that invisible ridge. Iconic PUBG occurrence. Won't be too happy with that. That's Fury losing 2. But it doesn't really matter. It's just EXO that have to stay in second. But like you said, EXO will be wanting to go for that first place. Carbs all the way up here. He knows exactly where Hiker has stopped. He's low HP. That nade should be bang on the money, but it's not. Hiker gets back on the bike just in time. 46 damage, but the spray finishes him off. So good for Pintados. They need a little bit of confidence here up in that 7th place. Maybe they can overtake AAP if they have some excellent games as well. And now for Fury, I mean, disaster this game. Whether they intentionally or not went for the kills on EXO early, it doesn't matter.
Oh,
now
was
lost.
dead.
Yeah, 100% dead. Right, you'd think? Yeah, okay. Took a little bit, but he got there in the end.
Yeah, it's been a really poor kind of finish to this tournament for One Call. Looking at their last games, 5th, 6th, 7th, 7th, like they're thereabouts, but they're just not having those massive pop-off games, and that's kind of what's required right now. I think at this point, 2 games to go after this. This one's been their worst of them. 13 teams remaining. They got 0 kills, and I think One Call can pretty much say goodbye to PGC with the performance here on Vikendi. They needed at least to kind of keep in touch with Fury, and again, Fury have kind of left the door ajar. They got the 2 kills, but they only got the 1 player left. But if One Call are also just kind of having a bit of a shitter game, then that you throw it out. You got 2 games of Miramar left. You got to go and get something like probably 60 points from those games, because you're going to take into account Fury also getting, say, 10 points from each game. So
we keep saying these guys got to have big pop-off games, and
they never keep doing it.
Yeah.
So, and that also is disaster again for Fury. I don't know if Fury are going to PGC, Russell. I think this is all but done. I think EXO, 2 games to go, have got themselves not only into 2nd, but a chance to also get 1st. And I don't see FTF or One Call creeping up into 2nd place. It's just slowly but surely whittling down into these same positions. The last couple of games, not much has technically been changing. We're not seeing FTF or One Call or Panic, for that matter, have these big games. They're kind of limping towards the finish line.
For this game, at least, FTF has the man advantage over both Fury and EXO, so they can make something happen. But even 3 is quite weak. I honestly don't even put them in a much better spot than EXO, even though they have 1 man up on them. It's still very hard. So lots for them to do. This circle does shift south. EXO are inside that southern city. You can see Fury on the minimap as well, close by. VIP as well have sent it down here. Bit of a commitment from these guys to just exist in the city, but I don't blame them. Trying to play this Vikendi terrain with limited numbers is so difficult. Everyone is basically on the same playing field, especially when you get into those late games, or that mid game at least. All the hills are the same size, all the terrain looks the same. It's difficult to play it with limited numbers. And so I don't blame them for committing to the city. But there are still 4-mans here who are going to want to control as much as they can, and Irrelephant's one of them. Flex is here all by himself. Sohan is up on the hill behind. But how much of a help will he really be? It's all on Flex to defend against any oncoming breaches. And right now he's doing just that. AH, they're not interested. Send them by, go down the road, see ya. Flex is a rock. Although he could definitely have been broken if they decided to breach.
Definitely could have. That's an easy one for Monty at Insight. They get rid of Asheng Home.
No.
More kills for EXO Clan and Oh No as they extend that gap to 3rd and 4th respectively. And again, make life very difficult for Fury. It's shaping up more and more likely that Fury are going to win the tournament. But EXO are going to get the major prize, and that is PGC. There's that Blizzard off in the background, making its way into the western side, close by to Irrelevant. Bandits low, picked apart by Red Sea. Apic will confirm his earlier work with that knockdown onto Sands with a quick flush, putting the mini to good use, and Dean makes his way into the circle on that northern side, close by to Trick, the solo for One Call. And look how wounded those top 6 teams on the leaderboard. Everyone is wounded. It's been a messy Vikendi. 17 minutes have elapsed, 30 alive. Still 12 teams, but 30 alive. It's a very wounded lobby. Not many left with 4 players up. Pintados, Irrelephant, and Red Sea, the only 3 at 17 minutes elapsed that have got 4 players still alive. And this is one of those teams from the future. They just get absolutely swiped by Red Sea, enveloping from the future. Out 149 points, 2 games to go, and a 16-point gap now to EXO Clan. EXO Clan, well and truly, going into Miramar, are going to be sitting the most comfortable.
That's the one team that could do it. That's the one team that can help Fury out. And they're gone just like that to Red Sea, a team in 14th. Just like that. It is shaping up to be an exciting last couple games. Right now, though, okay, no, never mind. Miller was not a problem. Maybe in another world, without the P90 in the equation, Miller would have been able to do something, but you can see the viability of this weapon. Long range, medium range, short range, obviously. It is very deadly. Red Sea, I think they wanted to get involved off the momentum of killing FTF, but AAP dealt with Miller quite quickly. His Panic as well, rotating through the blue. Pintados telling them to get away from their hill. And Panic will happily oblige, but you can see they're going to rotate very close to AAP in the meantime. AAP not looking at Panic though, focused elsewhere, so Panic have a chance to get up on this hill. They've exposed themselves to AAP in the meantime, but I think this is the fight they want to take. It's just not going to be an easy one. 2 up, Pintados at the high ground, and the opening from AAP, they finally do turn around. They're not as pressured as I thought they were, and so Pivy's got a lot of work on his hands, and I just don't think it's going to happen. Stuck behind the car, he can maybe get one, but he won't. The nade from Hashi finishes him off.
And again, compounding what's been a rough night for Panic, 134 points. They too kind of stay stuck where they've sort of been, I guess, throughout the final night today. And one by one, these teams that can maybe help Fury continue to just whittle away. EXO are the ones that are the most healthy out of those remaining top 4 teams that are still in this particular match. 9 teams left. We still have got some placement points to get to, which is what Trick is basically trying to do as the solo for one call, and he's been a solo for such a long time. 2 frag grenades available for Dean. Throws that one close at the rock. Does he find him? Oh, that is a wonderful frag grenade from Dean. Gets through the Trick, and he's at 9th, and that's no placement points acquired for one call. EXO still alive. They'll get some placement points from this game. Close by, ironically, to Waikiki Mukau. It is imperative that Cow finds the double onto EXO as soon as possible. Mr. Flank, top north, western side of the map. Doesn't shoot immediately, and gave Alec a bit of a chance to shoot back with the AUG. Dean, that is a great spray with the barrel red dot from that distance to land the head. Shot onto Alec. Epic with a Molotov in response over towards AAP. The nade, though, from there. Again on point. Patrick steps up out of the grass. Dean, though, sends him back down. The P90 sharp, though, from Nan. He's actually the only one left, and he gets the double. 12 kills for ArkAngel Predator. Here's that said pop-off game that they've needed to have so many times throughout this tournament. Might be a case of too little too late for PGC, but a chance to go to the Asia Cup still firmly up for grabs.
Yeah, absolutely. They are trying, and there's a good reason for it. That P90 is so great to watch. It's not only great to play with, but watching it is so clean, especially in the hands of someone like Nan. VIP and Tenax fighting again. Were they not fighting earlier in this exact game? Or maybe it was last game. Either way, they've collided again inside the city.
Always. Every game, mate. Every single game, they find a way. It doesn't matter. Rain, hail, or shine. It is Tenax and VIP. Even if Tenax are down to 1 or 2 players remaining. One tap does get the elimination on to Jerry. I'd love to see. These are the kind of like fun statistics that you, over the course of a tournament, would love to look at. How many teams v team moments, matchups have there been? And I feel like VIP and Tenax have probably fought against each other the most. VIP also just doing enough to keep Bandits at bay in terms of that battle for the bottom 2 and get out of that bottom 2 position. Red Sea just above them, picking up 6 kills, has kept them away from VIP. Tazzy just aiming wondrously inside of that blizzard, wandering around, trying to maybe find Rain, but Rain's actually pushing away from him. Minute left until phase 6. Irrelephant in the best position possible to find this chicken dinner. It won't do too much for them. I don't think that they're close enough to get into the top 7, but does kind of keep them in that firm 8th position. No kills yet, and Sohan has actually been knocked by Nan. No response. Again, that blizzard kind of making its way in this direction and getting further and further more impactful for this exchange. Blessed though, up close, easy kill to Alec. That'll be a quick flush. Yeah.
Every time I see Irrelephant in a spot like this, I'm proud and simultaneously wanting more. Because in a spot like this, you can have a lot more kills. I think that's probably next step for Irrelephant's career. Is you've got the fundamentals down, you find yourself in these late games, now trying to step it up and get some kills on the board, extend out a little bit, show off your individual mechanics. That's the next step. But right now, Cow is being very held down by Pintados. It's not EXO, although this could give EXO a signal to look this way, because utility's been spent. Maybe no shots have been exchanged, but still info for EXO. You can see them looking this way. I think Cow's just got a very cheeky LOS, so he can still survive. And Carbs has opted to back off as well, which is kind of odd. because he seemed like he had all the space to work with and no threats. So maybe the team is calling for him to come back so they can do something else. Right, and you can see the effect of the blizzard on the scopes. 15x as well. Back to the 4x though. Will he take down Nana with a P90 to a quick turnaround from this distance? Look, it's doable, but I don't know if it's exactly possible. It'll be Tazzy instead. That's rain falling, and the VIP Tenax fight, it continues. I was going to say, I looked at Twire, but they have a lot of great stats, but not the one we're looking for.
No, not the main one. Yeah, and for Pintados, it's nothing as crazy as, say, PGC, but you win this game and you have a big one, and maybe top 4 is a little bit more possible going into Miramar. Even if not a given, just maybe a hope, a chance could be on the cards, actually, with the SVD. 6 kills for them this game. Another decent performance. And obviously, now the solo for AAP. He's still up. Still one that has to be taken into consideration. Irrelevant down to the 3 players. So it means that Pintados Esports, the only team that have got all 4 players still alive. The fact that EXO, though, again, have just continued to get to these late game scenarios for yet another time. It's been a very common theme. You know, the last time they didn't finish inside the top 4, Russell, was round 8.
Yeah.
And,
oh my God.
And for reference, this is round 16. That's the streak that they are on, and one that they would like to continue. One, though, that could be shut down by Cal. No, Fury are out, Carbs. The one that was able to be the recipient of that kill, that elimination. EXO for top 4, still potentially. No, just falling short. The streak comes to an end, but you know what we do with these kind of streaks, Russell? We change it, and now it's top 5 is the new permutation. So top 5 ever since round 8.
Yeah, there you go. It is that. I mean, that's excellent consistency, though.
Yeah.
In a lobby like this as well, they showed up and they were looking good coming into it. And then I guess the lobby kind of humbled them a bit, or maybe they were just figuring it out. And then once they figured out the key to how this lobby plays, that results in consistent top 5s now. Unfortunately for them, but still a great stat. Pintados, they're looking like, I mean, they're looking fantastic in this zone. Irrelephant, unfortunately, even though the circle was in their favor, they've lost a couple people, which is devastating in a zone like this. You would much rather be in a spot where you're able to compete with the other 4 men in the lobby in Pintados, this case round. On tap just gets destroyed, the bolt not paying off. This must, it has to be an absolute pain. Doesn't look like it though. Tazzy makes it look easy, even though his scope is frozen over. But Pintados, they keep fighting back. It doesn't look like VIP are in a very good spot to deal with this.
And Pintados get the next circle shift as well, so they're more than content here for phase 7. To make sure that they can get the revive, and that has come through successfully onto Joe. 8 kills for Pintados. Now it's a matter of just, can they get the chicken dinner? VIP fighting tooth and nail to try and get across the road. Got to get that knock on the Crazy 9. Irrelevant still not looking to push out of their building. AAP's Nan is still in this. Don't count him out as maybe a little bit of a rat up on the north side. He could come in and make an impact. ArkAngel Predator off the back of this game. The kills earlier as a team, as a core unit, then the solo rank tank from Nan has got them into a really good position to once again challenge for top 4. You can still put a line through first and PGC, but top 4 certainly on the cards. Crazy 9 plays it slow. There's still a lot of time remaining for this circle. And Irrelevant not making a move. Happy not really being able to make a move either. It's all just down to Pintados hitting their shots. Jao brought back up again. Carbs trying to find the angle without overexposing his position. And this is the part where Pintados cannot get too bloodthirsty. You overexpose, you see a couple times, Jao's already got the high ground position, gets into that kind of skylighting position. He gets knocked twice. That's got to be that warning sign. It's like, hey, we don't have to over-aggress here. No, there's that solo impact, and he'll get the kill, I think, as well. Because Blessed is not really close by, so that will, I would imagine, be another kill going the way of ArkAngel Predator. Confirmed. That's 15. Doesn't eliminate Irrelevant. They've still got a solo alive. It's Blessed. 9 for Nan. He can go for 10 individually. What a performance. And it's Carbs that gets the knock on a 1-tap. Spray into the smoke for the Ace-32. Not going to be successful, not at least straight away. He's got some help. He's got the reinforcements to shoot through the smoke. And a good little flank from Crazy 9 confirms the kill onto VIP. Amazing work for Pintados Esports now with a little 1v1 to see who can basically come second now. Because that's all it's down to for these two. And it is going to be ArkAngel Predator that will get second. Nan on 8 HP. Stays alive, runs out of the blue. Never mind, goes back into it. And it will be Pintados with a 10-kill win, but Nan had 10 kills alone. And AAP have a chance once again to go to the Asia Super Cup. And maybe, just maybe, that's the pop-off game that they needed. 2 games still remain. You just never know. You never count out these crazy statistics. They will need a lot more of that to close the night out if they're going to have any chance of PGC. Big window for Pintados Esports, and that too also continues to put them in good stead, maybe, of catching up to the top 4 with 2 matches to remain.
It looked like Pintados just had the best possible grip they could on that zone. I'm surprised actually VIP made it out of the little bowl they were in towards the road, but they did it. But even though they did it, Pintados were right on it as soon as they did make it out of that bowl. So they had the best possible spots. They had the high ground coverage. They had Carbs up against that road ridge ready to deal with VIP as they left the bowl. It was excellently played. You mentioned that they could throw it away if they were getting a little bit too aggressive, but they didn't. They kept it calm. They kept it collected. And I mean, usually when you do that, you get the win.
Yep. All right, 2 matches remain here for PUBG Challenger Rumble. Continues to heat up. As it stands going into Miramar, you would imagine it's EXO Clan's position to lose, to vacate that PGC spot. We'll see if that does eventuate or if they can hold on. We'll go to a break. When we come back, don't go too far. It's the last 2 games for PCR on the other side.
Welcome to the update 26.1, where you'll experience a rejuvenated Erangel, the return of tactical gear, the launch of a new rank season, and much more. Let's get straight to it. Time to play Tourist again, and re-explore Erangel, enhanced with new features and revamped landscapes. Gain new advantages by discovering secret rooms, refine your tactics for the freshly redesigned ruins, Milta and Stolber areas, and keep an eye out for our KFC collaboration that's finger-licking good. We are also reintroducing tactical gear after a brief hiatus, during which we fine-tuned and rebalanced it based on your crucial insights. Now re-established as a world spawn item, we've adjusted the performance of both the drone and spotter scope to better synchronize with the overall game balance. Check the patch notes for all the juicy details. Additionally, in an effort to elevate strategy and teamwork, each squad is now tagged with a unique number visible on the kill feed. Lastly, we've polished up the match report page to offer more precise, match-specific details. Consider it your personal analytics dashboard. There's plenty more packed into update 26.1, so make sure to dive into the patch notes to learn more. And we'll see you on the Battlegrounds.
So it comes down to Miramar for our final two matches. PUBG Challenger Rumble Championship Sunday. EXO Clan with the ticket at the moment to PGC. Can they maintain a hold on that ticket, Russell, with two matches remaining? The good news for EXO is that they don't care what happens to Fury or what Fury end up doing here on Miramar. It's just a matter of making sure the likes of FTF and One Call and Panic, and I guess maybe even now AAP, don't overtake them for that second position. Now, if you're Fury, and the reason why we talk about Fury here is because, like, you're in first place and you're not going to PGC. So what do you do to change that? How do you change that narrative from happening?
It's so hard. If you're Fury, you're looking at that gap in between FTF and EXO in second place, and you're just devastated. You're like, how are we meant to have a real effect on that? Like, even if Fury were to take out EXO, which is basically one of their very limited options, they were to wipe EXO at the very start of the game, they still have to deal with FTF, or they still have to worry about FTF. So it's just this impossible mental battle to have to deal with. I don't know what they're going to do. I feel like they only have two options, which is like fight EXO and then hope that FTF either climb up or just give themselves up to FTF. Like, is it not, as weird as it sounds, is it not just good to throw yourself at FTF, give them the momentum and hope they win the game? Like, that's crazy, right? But is that not just how it works mathematically?
It's pointless, though, if you do that and then EXO end up just like winning the game anyway. So I think you got to do I think you actually got to try and somehow do both. I think you got to hot drop / camp rotates of EXO, wipe them out, or at least hinder them down to two, or maybe 2 or 1 players remaining in the team or something, and not overcommit. Obviously don't want to give them kills, and then suddenly it's like, oh, okay, we've just fed them, and now they get to roam around with it for extra kills. The hardest part is, how do you then go and help the others? So the only way you can kind of help the others is by taking down EXO. That has to be, for me, the main goal for Fury in the last 2 games of Miramar. Camp rotates or hot drop, whatever it takes to shut down EXO Clan from getting points. Then it's just a matter of pray that One Call or FTF can find a way to impact the rest of the server. And you almost have to need to try and aid that if you possibly can. You get a knock on them, leave them. If you want to feed them after EXO's maybe been taken out. So there's so much that kind of needs to be done that it's not your conventional PUBG anymore for the last 2 games of this. Now we're starting to get into the realms of weird things, and there's going to be conversations about should they hot drop, should they camp rotate, should they feed. And unfortunately, it's one of those situations where the qualification pathway leans into Fury not actually wanting to win, but wanting to feed kills to other teams. And that's never a good thing, but it's just the way that it's shaped up to be, and you've got to sometimes play into that.
It's so weird. I did not expect us to be at this point in this competition, but here we are, where you have to, like you said, throw all convention out the window. We're in limbo right now. We're in wacky territory, a different universe, essentially. Miramar historically has been Fury's worst map, but it doesn't matter. That's the weird, like, none of this matters. It's just, we're laser focused on whether FTF, One Call, Panic, actually not even One Call, Panic. We're just laser focused on what FTF can do and whether EXO can, whether whatever storm is coming their way. We're in the last 2 games now. So if Fury is going to do anything to stop EXO, well, this is where they're going to start doing it. I think you're right. Historically, game 5, game 6, that's where the wacky stuff starts to happen. And as I look at this playing path, I am staring at where both Fury and EXO are dropping.
Yeah.
Because, it's, I don't think they've gotten out at the same time.
No, so Fury's not dropping on EXO. Then EXO have gone like resort, basically. Fury are heading over towards the western side of the map. They haven't dropped at all. It does basically suggest that, they're not going to maybe play into that. And, there's multiple ways. And different teams have different approaches, Russ. And you'd be aware of that, having played on many different teams. Some will kind of hyper focus on the statistics and the numbers. And others will just say, let's just play our own PUBG.
Wait, Jake. EXO have dropped South Loss instead of going El Pozo, which is their normal drop spot, and that's where Fury have gone.
Yeah, I mean, but that's the thing, right? Fury can hot drop you, but you can also make the decision to go somewhere else and have an ult drop. Yeah. So I guess Fury have in their mind, gone, all right, let's try and go for EXO. EXO haven't dropped. They're looking around and looking at Luke and his little arrow, and it's like, okay, where are these parachutes at? And they might even get a bit confused as maybe Titan Foxy, but there's only the 3 of them, so... And that's where EXO now at this point, what are they? If you look at the gap, 19 points. I mean, that's quite large with 2 games to go. And if I'm going to be completely blunt, I don't know if from the future at this point have got what it takes to overcome that deficit with 2 games to go. I am being completely honest. And one call as well have looked honestly pretty bad tonight. So for me, I think EXO have got enough points to secure that second place. They can kind of just hide from Fury, who will be looking to shut them down.
That's probably the worst part about this, is if you're Fury, your entire fate is on one team, essentially. You have to hope that FTF are going to show up and bridge that gap, or you're not going to PGC. It's so weird, but I'm loving it at the same time. I'm absolutely loving it. This is why we watch competitive PUBG, because when the leaderboards get this close, wacky stuff starts to happen, and the drama is an absolute peak. Fury will be happy with the center of the circle, but again, doesn't really matter, unfortunately for them. So where is EXO? They're still looting up. Right now, we're going to focus on Tenax and Roman Kill. Not VIP this time for Tenax, instead Roman Kill. I really feel bad for Roman Kill, to be honest with you. Looked like they were going to be consistently good across the tournament. If not frag heavy, then placement heavy, at least. It seemed like they had a pretty good grasp at how to get inside the circles, and as we've gone deeper and deeper into the tournament, that has not been the case, and I think now they're happy to resort to hot drops, happy to just go for kills, see what happens. We are getting into territory as well, where for some of these teams, not all, but for some of them, these last couple games just don't matter. You know, the prize money is only top four for Super Cup. If it's not possible, then time to have some fun.
And going back to the EXO Clan alt drop, they'll do it again in the last game, and it won't be resort. Bookmark it, save it, whatever. They won't go back to resort. They'll go somewhere else. Depending on the playing path, they'll go somewhere that will be kind of probably too difficult for Fury to predict. Fury will also now know that EXO are dropping away from their usual location. And the EXO Clan now, it's just as simple as playing pretty default PUBG, drop a location, loot up, play safe rotates, don't over-aggress, play edge if you really need to. If you can get fed a little bit, hide in compounds. Like, they don't have to do anything too egregious. They're not in a position where they need to run around the lobby and clean up and get 20 kill wins. So I expect them to be rather quiet. Whereas for Fury, what do? I mean, like, winning here is not good enough. You need to kind of find EXO Clan somehow. I don't know how you go and do that. You can't even camp rotates because they're not dropping in their usual location. So that means you have to then default back to what would be standard PUBG for you, which is just try and wipe the lobby and win the game. If you run into FTF or one call, leave them alone, let them, you know, kind of do their thing, and that's about it. So you're kind of limited, and it's kind of interesting to see 2 teams that are quite limited despite fighting for PGC. This is not your standard, you know, closing last 2 games. It's a matter of what, you know, 8 points separating. They're both trying to get as many points as possible. They're both just trying to basically stay alive and not actually do a whole lot. It's FTF and one call that need to kind of help out. Cow with a bit of spray here onto Bandits rotating down the road, all grouped up. Sans, though, the one that probably needs a bit of a pickup, or they're the one that making their way towards Sans' location for Punye, Killaroo, Miller, as they all can look to group up for Bandits as they now find themselves 11 points behind VIP, 2 games to go. I do not think they'll be able to overtake that, considering they've only picked up the 26 points from the first 16 games. Basically getting 1 point a game, or not almost 1 point a game, but what is that, like 1.5 a game?
I don't know. Something not very good. I was going to say, for Fury, it's almost just do what they're doing now.
No, 1.6.
Okay, there you go. So for Fury, it's do what they're doing now, and if you're Cow in that spot, you're shooting at that car, you're hoping that that knock is an EXO player, and then it's go time. So they have to figure out that info, and then they can move on. I think for them, it's just putting themselves in spots where they're not going to die, but where they can also simultaneously get info, and where they're kind of in a decent spot to take fights. Right now, the fight is on the staircase. That is a deadly pump shotgun, but it's not going to amount to anything. Jumping around the corner is Speedy, and the other shotgun will do the work to take down Kens. He tried. That pump shotgun is almost too good for a double kill there, but he couldn't make it happen. Only the one, and then very quickly traded.
Yep. These don't really matter though for Fury. Truthfully, it's all just down to what happens with EXO and the teams below them. Because also, realistically speaking, Fury's gap to 3rd, which is something that we spoke about, I think, coming into tonight, where you don't want to give up too much. And, oh, this is, okay, Red Sea is just giving free kills to EXO, apparently.
Oh, no.
Happening to go into the blue sea to the south of Resort. Mr. Flank, the last word of life for Red Sea, and that makes life even more difficult for Fury. But going back to my point was that you know, especially a couple games ago, where it's like, oh, when do you start feeding other teams? And it's like, can you really ever do that? What happens if you almost overfeed and then the likes of FTF or One Call maybe sort of displace you? Well, that can't happen anymore. That's just not a thing. They're too far behind for first. And then also then in some ways, if you're FTF and One Call and you know you can't actually go to PGC, how much stock do you really put into trying to get second? So you got teams that are trying to get like, what is it, 20, 30 points with 2 games to go that don't really care outside of maybe securing top 4 for Asia Cup, which obviously One Call are only 2 points clear of Panic. So there is at least something for them to fight for. There is at least something for them to go, hey, we need to play at a very high level here, still play to win and play to get a lot of points. So we secure top 4. They're not going to go to PGC and they're not going to get first, but they still need to secure top 4. Jeff with the pans up. These are always fun to watch.
Has he got the lineup?
No.
It's always a lot lower, or a lot higher that you have to aim than you think, because that thing doesn't really have much velocity. It's kind of frustrating, actually. There's still prize money to play for as well. Got to remember that. So if FTF to jump up into second, there'd be a prize money boost that they would happily take. But you're right, that gap is now 22 points. EXO will happily take any free points they can get. They're loving life right now. Mental strife towards Fury, and a buffer, a big buffer at that, between them and third place. And this zone, well, it's quite standard. Not much really I can say about this zone. We've seen it 1,000 times before. It is likely to end somewhere in the center around Monty, potentially FaZe Hill, Bandits compound, or go a little bit more south and towards AAP, something like that. LPL_play for the map stream, if you want all that kind of information. Still a couple teams as well not inside this zone. The east side is looking quite clear. Power Grid, unoccupied. Now that Fury didn't want to go there. So space for these teams to take.
Monty Nuevo are going to be the hot focus here, and that's exactly where One Call are located. So eyes on them, but those are the kind of positions where you don't really go and get a whole bunch of kills from. Minute left till phase 2. Leeways with eyes towards AAP's Evil Patrick. And Fury, not the team, but the player, along with Tazzy. Quite literally, in some ways, hot dropping. And yet, and Trick's actually taking that kill. Quite a distance as well, mind you. VIP just trying to scramble towards a better location. Blue Zone nade. Keeps Killaroo just back momentarily. That's another parachute off into the distance. Fury Oz peeks out. There's the repeat from Killaroo, but he's already gone back in to safety. He's got the numbers with Punye. And Killaroo, having the safety of Punye, was able to keep pushing on to Fury Oz. And he has been wiped out for VIP, down to 2 players. So 2 of our bottom 3 teams wounded very early on here. Red Sea and VIP down to 1 and 2 respectively. So phase 2, circle shift, Monty Nuevo, bit of power grid out towards the east. El Pozo just barely in, but more importantly, the El Pozo fields are in, along with the warehouses just on the edge of them. A lot of locations here for this side of Miramar. A lot of compounds, a lot of buildings. You don't have to necessarily play the terrain, at least not this early. Obviously for One Call inside of Monty Nuevo, they'll be content with this start. And been kind of keeping an eye on Fury a little bit as to what they've been doing, and they've just rotated everywhere. I don't know if they're just hunting EXO at this point.
They are.
Trying to find them, pop some shots, find some knocks, get some info. They're going to be coming in from the south side. I don't even know where. So EXO are even from further south of Chumacera, and actually just making their way up to the western side of it. So they're actually somewhat close, but also there's so many teams around them. It's a very congested south side of the circle.
Well, Fury has the key to take some shots. 4 points for EXO. Maybe he can get another one as well. These are looking like pretty damn good shots. A headshot as well, whether that was him or his teammate, doesn't matter. That's damn good shooting. I was going to say for Fury, when they see Red Sea die in the kill feed, it's not knocks. So they know that EXO is at least a kilometer away. Tenax is going to run into Luke 12 and Cal, who are close to each other. And again, Luke is going to be praying that if they knock someone out of the car, it's EXO, but it's just not. Again, for the second time in a row, they are hunting, looking for this team that is gatekeeping them from PGC, but they haven't found them yet. Even though they took the right rotate, they realized that they were further than a kilometer away. They haven't ended up directly next to them yet, although I say that. And they are basically on the same hill. Never mind, this could get spicy.
And I hate to say it, but is it too little too late? You go back to that game of Erangel tonight, Russell, and they had that win, Fury, and it was second for FTF, the third for one call. They could have entered, they could have just given them the kills, they could have just given them, you know, a bit of a head start in catching EXO. There goes Mr. Flank.
The hell? Okay.
Fury have actually gotten very close to EXO over towards Tumasera. They've somewhat found them, Russell. If we can kind of get over there. I mean, there's also a couple other teams for Piggies in the mix, but Fury are a knock away from getting the intel that they require. I mean, they are a knock from getting the information that they need. Okigops goes down to Elgin bots. I think that that's happening just outside Monte Nuevo. Alec with a knock on to Kikez. But I'm just keeping my eye on this map feed and seeing how close Fury and EXO Clan are located to each other, and that's what matters the most at the moment.
Got to be looking at that fight. I'm staring at it too. Poor Piggy's somewhat involved. Here we are. Luke was the one to get knocked, so EXO, I think, were the ones to open it up.
You got to fight this though, but Luke's down, and obviously Cal can drive away, try and find a spot, safely revive him, but that means Hiker and Niku's, they cannot let... Oh, this is so bad. Oh, why is he there? How is he there? And Hiker's tilted now, surely I would be. I mean, you finally catch EXO. EXO are just going to run away. There's no point in them fighting that. They get the intel that that's Fury. They're out. See ya. We're going to go to the other side of the map. They'll go up to El Pozo at this point. They will wrap so far west side up north and make sure that at no point do they meet Fury. They don't have to take them out. I mean, and at this point, they're 3 points behind them for first. Fury have absolutely ballsed it up tonight. I think they've left it to the last second. Tago, Vikendi, we didn't really see them hunting them. Maybe it was always that thought of, what, we'll just keep playing our own game. They've left it too late.
Well, EXO came in tonight in 5th. And remember as well, day one, it's not like they were popping off. So in Fury's mind, it's probably like, okay, EXO isn't really a threat anymore. They have to get second. They're quite far away from it. So let's play our standard game, win the tournament. And EXO probably won't qual, but tonight they've absolutely turned it around. Back-to-back wins in the first 2 games, and now Fury is sweating. And now, not even sweating, they've claimed the second, the PGC slot. So Fury, yeah, maybe you're right, but I feel like Fury couldn't have known. Maybe they could have gone a little bit earlier. Maybe they could have been a little bit more aggressive towards EXO in the past, but there's really not much they could have done. Up until this final night, it's hard to justify just going for EXO, especially with the performance that they showed. So I really don't blame them, but it's devastating nonetheless.
I think after game 1 tonight, they had to start. I know it's super early. I can't remember what the gap was, but EXO had a 10 kill 4th place game. And at that point you think, okay, they're a real threat. And so I think that's probably the point for me, that I would have said, they've got to, you know, turn this around. I mean, sorry, it wasn't even the first game tonight. What am I even on about? But, you know, it's still a position that for Fury, yeah, should they have started this a little bit earlier? Hard to say. And people will have their sort of thoughts and their debates on it at this point now. Too late, sure. So when was the point? Like, what was the point in which you start to hunt them down? That's the debate, right? And I think even on the team, you've got 4 players on the team. There's probably 4 different opinions on that. Someone maybe wanted to do it earlier. Someone wanted to do it later. It's hard. It's really difficult. But credit to EXO, because they've been so tremendous. And I think it kind of gets lost somewhat, because if you look at the run, as I said before, so after round 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, all those numbers I listed off is them making top 5. And they're getting a lot of kills in those games too. So if we had a leaderboard just from round 9 to now, it wouldn't even be close. As Insight gets knocked on the rotate by Sohan, and Irrelephant kind of doing the job that Fury wanted to do themselves. Insight will go down. It's actually stolen by Tommy for VIP. And with that kill, VIP get out of the bottom 2.
Oh my God.
Massive.
Huge. That's info given to Fury, though, on EXO's whereabouts. But EXO sent it just that little bit further into the shack and those hay bales that are very difficult to play. But it's also very difficult for Fury to get in there. So maybe they just can do nothing. They just have to sit back and watch EXO. I mean, I can imagine them just sending it in no matter what. They're getting ready. They're on the edge of Monty. Like, what else are you going to do? It doesn't matter. You have to take out EXO here if you want any sort of chance. So screw macro plays, screw micro plays, screw it all. Just send it straight at them.
Yeah, and
Doesn't matter in the end.
And very quickly, sort of fixing what I said before, it was that Tago game that Fury won, and the Tago game that they should have probably helped out FTF in one call. And at that point, EXO had just won 2 games going into that. So that was the best time. In my opinion, that was the best time. They needed to do it then. They didn't. And it's come back to backfire. Interesting little exchange between Asheng Home and VIP. Nade from one tap was good, but he also goes down and gets finished off by a Hexamuffin. And not much that Tommy can really do. He does have a nade. He could throw it through the doorway towards the stairs. He likes to just jump out instead. It's all smoked off, and as he jumps out, Dusky has an angle apparently on the back side of that building. Asheng Home as well lose a player to Irrelephant, and he's now down to 13 teams remaining. Keen with a knock on to even Patrick, and kind of look at that. What are the calculations? What is required? It is probably just down to from the future. I think one caller too far behind EXO Clan. Namlet gets the kill on Cherry. From the future, I've kind of got a decent little compound, holding main compound south of Foxy Fields. Gibret loses out, one call. This is probably summarized their night tonight. They're not winning fights. For a team that had 2 of the top fraggers in the lobby coming into the final night, they've just not been really able to frag out all that much. It's actually Nandu who got the kill on Murayama, and Nandu is the one that got the majority of the kills in that fight. Helps out for one call, gets them back up to 142 points. It's something. That's the last little hurrah for them. And here we go. Luke 12 spots out Monty. The Panther comes out. They'll take out EXO. They've only got one left. It's only Rip. And while this will be a little mini win for Fury, it's not going to be enough. Now, next step is to feed all 3 kills from the future. Find them and run at them.
Yeah. They are on the opposite side of the circle, though, unfortunately for Fury. It sucks that even though this may be a victory for Fury, it might not be enough. Yeah, he might be dead. But Cal's here. Cal's here. You don't miss nades from this range. He doesn't have any damage util, but a flash is going to be enough. There's still flashes coming out the other way, but it doesn't matter. Fury are doing what they need to do, but if you look at that leaderboard, it looks like it's just not enough. Yeah. I just don't think it's going to be it. Going into the last game, there's no way. No way. We're looking at FTF right now. Good spot. Very clean game plan going into the rest of these zones, but for Fury, it is getting just way too tight.
24 points the gap right now for from the future. If they win this game with 10 kills by the end of it, it becomes a 4-point gap.
Yeah,
it's the way to look at it. And at that point, anything can happen then going into one game. So it's all about right now for Fury. How do you look at this game? Well, they're kind of wounded. Firstly, down to 3 players. You got to find FTF, and then FTF have got to do the rest. So we'll see what happens, but that's pretty much the best course of action now for Fury, as it's down to from the future to somehow just pop off from here. And to be fair, as we get the circle pop for phase 5, I think they've just gotten a hard shift. They did. They can push out of this compound. They can get hill control. They know the backside's clear because they've actually sent men out into the fields. And so they know there's no one coming out of Opozo. There's no one north side. And you can see pretty much all those cliffs out towards the northwest from their position, at least if they start to push up. So I think they're in a good spot here. Is it starting to align for Fury?
Potential.
And by Fury, I mean FTF.
Yeah, has to be FTF. FTF is basically Fury at this point. Fury doesn't matter anymore. FTF, they have a pretty clean game plan. Just push up the hill, clean anyone who's up there. But they're not at that point yet. That's a good drive-by from Algin Bots onto this compound. Bandits, they haven't been able to get anything going this tournament, and they can't even get someone who's rotating in a car, completely exposed. Killer will get the trade. They are stuck inside that shack, so any damage util would be great, but you can see Killer, he's the first one up here, and he's got nothing. Only smokes to his name. That'd be a great double nade, maybe even a triple nade, but he can't do it. Call the teammate over, see if he can get something done. Nades come out, but it's not inside the shack. Algebot's on the outside too. He's going to put up a fight here, and he's got damage util of his own. That one's good. Sands goes down. He's been a highlight, but not this time round. He might get another one as well. Miller, prone. What are you doing to this team, Algenbots? No way they actually get away with this.
They're in the top 5.
8 kills to their name. That's insane.
4 points away from the top 4 for ArkAngel Predator. It's been a redemption night for them, and they are 4 points away from getting into the top 4, which would get them to the Asia Super Cup.
Send yourselves at him.
Too far away, you would imagine. Oh no, Cal! That's not what you... He's doing it! He's doing it! He's doing it! They learned their lessons, and they feed from the future, collect all 3 kills on Fury. He got the knock.
See that?
It's not often you see it, but at the highest level, sometimes the craziest things can happen. FTF get the kills for free. Delta Mix will get revived, and they've got God position.
Unreal. I don't think I've ever seen that in a competitive PUBG game ever. Literally ever. Not in 8 years, or not in 8 years, sorry, not in 4 or 5 years, 6 years of this game's existence, whatever it is. I don't think I've ever seen that happen once. But we're in limbo right now. We're in some sort of different universe where this stuff has to happen.
They got all players alive.
As soon as that knock came out, yeah, as soon as that knock came out, you saw them. Weapons went up, they sheathed all their guns and they gave it up. This is unreal.
That might be, this is going to sound really weird, one of the best games played of PUBG I've seen from Fury ever. Because if you take into account a hot drop where the team alt dropped and then they had to rotate out, had to find them, the whole Luke 12 getting knocked and then Cow had to save him, then they hunted them down, got the kill, then they found FTF, like everything that they needed to do, they did it. In a game like PUBG where there's 15 other teams and everyone else is doing their thing and they're just running around doing what they need to do, that is absolutely magical. From the future, the only team with all 4 players alive. They've got God Spot, they've got high ground, they've got terrain. It's a matter of cleaning up the kills. So a 4-kill win would be, you know, nothing too special. But if they can really make the most of this. Now, what does From the Future have to fight for anyone wondering? Nothing. Outside of top 4, there's nothing else. Now, top 4 secures them Asia Cup, and what a win here would do would probably secure it. I don't see a world in which they miss out on top 4 by winning this game. Yeah. So they want to win this game. They want to wrap it up. They want to get the Asia Cup spot. To do that, win now. Nice shot from Algenbots. My God, clean. AAP still fighting for that too, themselves. And same with One Call. So this is best case scenario for Fury, that 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7 are all still alive in this game.
I really hope that Fury don't get reprimanded for unsportsmanlike content or something like that. That was necessary, needed for them. No other play that they had. They're doing their best to win by making that play. For FTF, the only threat really right now is AAP. AAP is the only thing they have to worry about because One Call and Pintados are caught up with each other, and there's only a solo of Panic on the north side. And PV, he's not going to do anything right now. So if they can deal with AAP, I feel like that's majority of the job done. Then they can focus on trapping One Call and Pintados inside that double white compound. But AAP aren't going to give it up that easily. AAP outside of zone. From the future, I can even imagine them pushing up, getting just that next ridge over so you stop AAP from getting any more space that's going to stop them, From the Future from winning this game. Let's see these shots go out. Maybe a little bit too passive from the Future, but there's a lot on the line for them right now. Even though they might not see it the same way we do as the fight with Fury. There's still a lot on the line. As you said, top 4, prize money. So they're going to be trying their hard out. Now I see them getting just that little bit more aggressive.
And with the nade, backside, 6 kills for 1 kill. 2 KDR there with the knock for FTF on Tahachi from Pintados Esports, who have really just turned it on probably the last 2 nights. Started slow, night 1, man. What was it, 10 kills I think in the previous game. That nade's just got a bit of swerve on it. 8 kills for AAP and very close to getting into the top 4. I might have to do some calculations as to maybe what a 3rd place finish does for AAP, but I don't think it will do enough. I think if it actually, memory serves me correct, I got it written down, but AAP in 2nd is also still good for Fury. It's only EXO.
Yeah.
So, trick with a nade. Algenbot's watching the doorway. Nade explodes in his face with a Groza. Crazy 9. He's been pretty good with his shots, but unable to land them there. Jago though with the close angle at the half wall, and he gets the knock on to Trick. Dardos continue to make a really good statement here, even late into this game, that they've got the skill level to play with these teams, with these rosters, and One Call, well, that's all. They're out. AAP will probably jump above them into the top 4 here. Alec, AAP continuing to get the kills, but FTF, they need to push here. They've still only got the 4 kills. They need to push out here, but for their sake, they don't really probably need to. For Fury's sake, they certainly do.
Yeah, they're getting rightfully so aggressive right now. AAP is occupied. Thankfully, Crazy 9 and Hachi are putting up a fight. It's FTF the time. You can see AAP allocated someone to watch behind, but it might not be enough. They're going super aggressive on Pintados. Algenbot again, doing it all himself. And maybe that gives more time to AAP to work with to defend against From the Future, but they've gone wide. Pibby, not an issue right now. He's not going to be involved in this. This is all From the Future. AAP stuck in that bowl that the 2 teams were not a minute ago. And they're in basically the same situation. 12 kills though. What a run from AAP to fight all the way back to top 4 from being basically out of it for us, at least in our minds. What a performance, but it might be stopped now by FTF.
Yeah. FTF are going to win this game. It's just a matter of how many kills can they acquire. Panic, Pibby staying alive, getting some very valuable placement points for Panic. Of course, they still want that position for the Super Asia Cup. It's actually turning into a bloodbath for that position. What a frag grenade from Alec. And there's still 2 up for AP. Don't count them out. We know how formidable Alec and Algebot's can be. Algebot's getting a good little flank, and Pivy actually shooting towards FTF. So this is perfect for ArkAngel Predator. Peek over, more shots into Teddy. Where's the response from FTF? Who KDR plays the close angle. Man has a good little flank on the south side, but he's been spotted. So Alec's aware. So they actually know exactly where everyone is from the future. A lot of information for Alec and Algebot's available. Confirms the kill. Make that 13 now for AAP. They are starting to climb rapidly in a quick manner over the last couple of games, but it's a big kill, an important one for FTF. They close that gap to EXO Clan to 14 points. They need to win. Pivy on the north side, they want the win to steal it as well. So 2 solos to deal with for From the Future. Surely can't lose it from here.
No. Be quite hard. Pivy could make it hard though. If he decides to show himself, whether he shoots at Alec or who KDR, could make a big difference. I don't think Pivy's going to win the game, but he certainly could have an impact in this fight. Looks like FTF, they're going to group up, go towards that southern side, maybe even wrap it, clear it out. They know where Alec is now, so they can group up if they wanted to. They just have to do it cleanly. Pivy's still not shooting. Maybe a little bit of knowledge in the back of Pivy's mind about the current leaderboard position. Never mind, he takes his shots. Who KDR goes down. AAP. Could this be another epic 1v2, epic clutch? We've seen him do it so many times before. Alec, maybe we haven't seen him do it before, but he's certainly capable.
I think a lot of the players on that roster are certainly capable.
All of them.
Put them in that position, 100% agree. UKDR down, not really in a position to get brought back up unless he can kind of creep over the hill, get over towards Man's location. Pivy as well, still a factor. Don't count him out either, and it's a chance maybe for Panic to steal some very valuable points that they absolutely require to get into the top 4. That's their goal. That's their mission. They know they can't get PGC. That's gone, but top 4 certainly viable for basically every team inside the top 6. Top 4 is going to be possible going to the last game. 2 teams are going to have to miss out. That's the cruelty of it. The fun for us, but the cruelty for the teams. 2 teams will miss out. At the moment, one call slipped out of the top 4, which they've been in probably since round 2. Something like that. It's been ridiculous. They've slipped out, and AAP have made a dramatic comeback. They even panicked themselves. There was one point, of course, yesterday that they were leading. So things change very quickly in these tournaments. Teams get on a bit of a roll. And right now, that's been AAP, but for From the Future, they are playing this quiet. They want to probably wait until they can use their numbers and wait until the likes of Alec and Pivy have to be out in the open.
Yeah. FTF had a couple chances, but none of them were really set in stone. With
Pivy tonight.
Yeah. Now this is set in stone. They know where Alec's last known position was.
Oh.
They certainly know the guaranteed position now.
He's going for it.
Alec is going to try. He's going to absolutely try, because you may as well. But he's stuck on the edge. He's got a little bowl. As soon as he leaves this ridge, he's dead for sure.
Yeah.
If FTF watch it. Oh, don't do it. Not like this.
Alec. I mean, I give him the commendations here for really trying this at a 1v3, and he has been able to get better position. But you can just see the task ahead. Peeking over that ridge line, you can see just how open it is. And, well, it's a 3-on-1. Need to knock immediately. Lands a tag on his ultimate in a second, but he needed more. He needed the headshot immediately. The SVD strong from there. The Molotov to burn him at the tree. It should be another kill from the future, and they need to rush this, and they certainly will. And who KDR to finish it off? So it's a 7-kill win for From the Future. They close the gap to EXO Clan, and with 1 game remaining, it is as close as ever for the top 4 for the spot at PGC. So much to fight for going to our last game tonight.
This is what we wanted. This is what FTF needed to do for Fury. Not even for themselves, although they would love that top 4, but for Fury's sake, trying to get to PGC. This is exactly what they wanted to do, and you can't help but think the momentum that was given to From the Future from Fury just sending it at them, giving them free 3 kills, definitely helped them in that win. At least there was an extra team that didn't exist to deny them any space or help them not get that win. So fantastically done from FTF. Now we get into the final game. I guess the most we can hope for going into a tournament like this is having it go down to the final game, and that's exactly what we have. I also want to say that a tournament like this with multiple things on the line, prize money, top 4 for Super Cup, and that PGC slot, that makes it so much better because the top 4 is exciting. I mean, not as exciting as a PGC slot, but it's still exciting. So I'm ecstatic right now.
There's so much to play for. As you said, there's 4 slots available for the Asia Cup, only 6 teams that we've got fighting for it. That means 2 are going to have to miss out. As of right now, going into the last game, EXO Clan still with that ticket to PGC, but from the future might just prove to be an aid for Fury. We'll have to wait and see. We go to a break. On the other side, it's the final game for the PUBG Challenger Rumble.
Welcome to the update 26.1, where you'll experience a rejuvenated Erangel, the return of tactical gear, the launch of a new ranked season, and much more. Let's get straight to it. Time to play Tourist again and re-explore Erangel, enhanced with new features and revamped landscapes. Gain new advantages by discovering secret rooms, refine your tactics for the freshly redesigned ruins, Milta and Stolber areas, and keep an eye out for our KFC collaboration that's finger-licking good. We are also reintroducing tactical gear after a brief hiatus, during which we fine-tuned and rebalanced it based on your crucial insights. Now re-established as a world spawn item, we've adjusted the performance of both the drone and spotter scope to better synchronize with the overall game balance. Check the patch notes for all the juicy details. Additionally, in an effort to elevate strategy and teamwork, each squad is now tagged with a unique number visible on the kill feed. Lastly, we've polished up the match report page to offer more precise, match-specific details. Consider it your personal analytics dashboard. There's plenty more packed into update 26.1, so make sure to dive into the patch notes to learn more. And we'll see you on the Battlegrounds.
Well, we are fresh out of a game where Fury basically fed themselves to FTF, who ended up going on and getting the win. Russell, certainly one of the more crazy games that I've ever seen. We've seen a lot of games in PUBG. You played in a lot of them. I've casted a lot of them. And that's certainly up there. And this ending for PUBG Challenger Rumble 2 is up there as well with the craziness going into the last game.
It absolutely is. I mean, to be absolutely real, the leaderboard from last game was wrong. So it's even closer than we thought. It's much closer. I can get into more details later on. But yeah, it's going down to the wire. It's what you want out of a tournament like this. It's absolutely fantastic. Again, I'm kind of lost for words trying to compose my thoughts because I didn't expect this to happen. I didn't expect one team's life to be in the hands of another team's. That rarely happens in PUBG. It's incredibly wacky, but I'm here for it.
Now, I should mention we had a little bit of a leaderboard issue at the end of Vikendi's restart shenanigans, and what it did was it actually gave EXO Clan a couple of points. So it's actually even closer than we thought. Not so much for EXO to Fury, but FTF to EXO is just a couple of points, and we'll kind of keep it all, you know, under lock and key as to how close it is. 5 points there on the leaderboard, so it's absolutely close. And you can kind of see then what it means is for Fury, they kind of need to repeat what they did in that last game. We know EXO Clan are going to ult drop. They're going to go to a different location. They're not even going to go to resort. They'll go somewhere else. That Fury needs to hunt down and find them, take them out. At that point, they probably don't need to run and feed FTF, but there's also a lot of hope that FTF can then get the 5 points. So you probably do still want to run at them, feed them those kills. So technically, in some ways, Fury do have some control in this game. If you can get rid of EXO, then feed FTF, that might just be enough.
Best case scenario is you get rid of EXO and then you know where FTF are and you stop any other team from killing FTF, or you give FTF the best possible line that you can possibly give them going into a circle. It's almost like Fury are going to be playing FTF's game for them as long as they do step one and take care of EXO first, which, I mean, if EXO do what they did last game, it's not going to be easy. They sent themselves as far away from Fury as possible. Didn't put themselves in a great spot because of it, but it was better than dying to Fury.
Yeah, it's, look, all very, very fascinating as to how this has played out. At the end of the day, though, there's still the matter of the fact that EXO Clan, in some ways, kind of went into their shells a bit defensively, Russell. We were talking about it off air. When you're running, when you're hiding, you're not winning. And we kind of saw them for the first time tonight where they were on that run. Not that they were doing anything wrong. I'm not sort of criticizing their decision. No. It's just that by doing that, and this is, I guess, the reason why Fury did what they did, it makes it more unlikely for them to get the points required to keep that second place. So if you're EXO Clan and sort of their side of the field, it's obviously a lot more simple for them. Get the points, do really well, and who cares about FTF and Fury? You then go to PGC. So it's still, personally for me, I'd rather be in EXO Clan's position. I'd rather be them. They've got a lot more control over who goes to PGC than Fury. Fury has some more control now, but I'd rather be EXO.
Yeah. So I'm just going to try and clarify as much as I can. The leaderboard that I have, which I think is the correct one, Fury at 178, but that doesn't matter. Then EXO at 164 and FTF at 163, which I think is the correct number. So it's just 1 point behind. So both EXO and FTF should be the absolute focus of this game, the core focus. No one else matters. It's just those two until it's over, until one of them are either dead or you know, something else has happened. That's what I'm looking at this game. I'm going to be laser focused on the map stream as well. I'll call out anything that I see, but yeah, down to the wire.
Yeah, 100%. Either way, this is sure to be quite fascinating. I think between the fact that we've got teams also vying for the PUBG Super Asia Cup, so looking at the leaderboard for that, remember, top 4, Russell, in the teams that are in 6th and 5th right now, One Call and Panic, 145, 142 points. Now, who's in 4th? It's IAP, 146 points. From the Future, 163 points in 3rd. So those are positions that are certainly gainable. I mean, even a Pintados Esports on 130 in 7th are only 16 points behind that Asia Cup position for 4th position. So 1 point the gap between FTF and EXO Clan. EXO Clan 14 points behind Fury, but more importantly, they need to maintain 2nd place as we come into the final game for the PUBG Challenger Rumble Season 2. It's been an absolutely fantastic season full of twists and turns. It started with One Call, then Panic had their turn, then Fury, then EXO Clan. Everyone's had a bite of the cherry, and even ArkAngel Predator has come back to get into the top 4, apparently, seemingly out of nowhere, Russell. So it's had it all. It's been, honestly, it's been one of my favorite tournaments of PUBG that I've ever cast. So it's quite fitting. This will be our final cast for PUBG for the year.
Yeah, it's been a tournament with storylines. Basically, for every single one of these teams, there's a story behind them. None of these teams are really without some sort of interesting narrative behind them. I mean, you look at TF, they're sitting in the innocuous 11th spot, but they've been 3 the whole time, and they're still sitting in 11th. You look at Bandits in the last place, their expectations were higher, and yet they are sitting in 16th place. You look at basically everyone else on the leaderboard. There's this mini OCE battle going on between Tenax and VIP. Irrelephant have been absolutely excellent maintaining that 8th position. And yeah, you said it. Everyone in that top 6 position has basically had their run for that PGC slot. But we're here now. We're down to it. A couple of them no longer have that chance, but there's a couple of them that do. Fury's life, it's in FTF's hands.
Yeah, it certainly is. And EXO Clan, again, on the run. They have to go for these old drops, find these vehicles. They know they're going to do a lot of rotating. You know, circles such as this, north side of Miramar. So Fury do go El Pozo again. I mean, at that point, they know EXO are going to go for an ult drop. So I guess they know that El Pozo is going to be free. So you may as well go there and take that anyway. EXO Clan, I mean, how do you sort of play this? Do you understand that they've gone El Pozo? You might not be aware of that, right? That might not be something that they will take into consideration. So in terms of how they want to rotate, how they want to play. And at that point as well, how late do you then push into these circles? Do you hold blue? Do you even just think about that? You know, and at the end of the day, though, you also still need points. So it's not even a matter of like, let's say EXO were like, I don't know, 14 points clear. They could obviously just hide, but they kind of need points themselves. It's a 1-point gap. As we all get, you know, we get that all sort of confirmed. It should be a 1-point gap. Don't look at that, that leaderboard. It should be a 1-point gap. As Ken's is making a very weird little run in towards AAP, and actually somewhat reminiscent of what we saw in the last game for Fury, feeding kills. This was a little bit more unintentional from Ken's though. Dowdy peeks on over. He'll take some shots and can't get any remonstration for Roman kill. I think they just wanted to send it down mid last game and probably had enough.
Yeah, Ken's either intentionally or unintentionally forgot to hold W there. He went for the seat swap, but didn't keep the car moving, so he was sitting duck essentially, and AAP get away with it. As they probably should have, because it's not like Roman kill. Well, it didn't look like they put too much effort towards this one. Just trying for the hell of it. That might also come into play in this game. It is game 6, and usually in scrims, that is the troll game, but it's not going to be very troll for all these teams, but there are going to be some teams that are just sending it, as you said, down mid. They're not playing for anything, so they may as well have some fun while they can, and that might interrupt EXO, that might interrupt FTF. Who knows? Either way, that's a great double heady, or headshot and a body shot for Crazy 9. Tazzy, what more can you do? Nothing, basically. You're just dead instantly.
Yeah. So just to reiterate, Fury 178 points, EXO are 164, FTF are 163, and ArkAngel Predator are 146. So a lot of the points that they got are a bit inflated from that Vikendi rehost issue, which has just kind of screwed a few things with the API. I do apologize for that, but we are aware as to where kind of these teams are located, Russell, which we'll continue to convey and keep everyone obviously up to date as much as we can, especially when we see these top teams get some kills here and there. And obviously AAP have got 2 at the moment, which all that really does is kind of further solidify their position in that top 4. I don't think they're going to really be able to catch from the future unless FTF go out like super early. And to be fair, AAP don't really get much more anyway between 3rd and 4th. As long as they finish in the top 4, they go to the Asia Super Cup. That's the main thing for them. Pintados Esports, they need a lot. And losing carbs early means that it's very unlikely they're going to go and get that sort of like 20, 25 point super game. So unfortunately for them, it's been a great tournament and they've been a lot of fun to watch. And I think they're a team to watch for the future, but it probably is going to just be that kind of top 7 finish, if you will, and call it a day there.
They were down in the dumps as well. 15th place, I think, after day 1. Something like that. Something really, really bad for Pintados standards. And now they're up here in 7th. So they've definitely turned it around, similar to AAP. Yeah, I mean, I just can't get over. I don't often look at tournaments and think, okay, all 16 of these teams have storylines, but maybe I should start looking at it that way. Because as I'm looking at this leaderboard, I'm getting emotional, man. Yeah. There's so much here for all these teams. I mean, the one I'm very fond of is Irrelephant proving to be, I mean, if not in an OS lobby, in this lobby, the top of the mid-pack of OS. They've been absolutely phenomenal. They've shown so much wealth of understanding of the fundamentals. at least being able to survive. And as I said on that Tago game, I think next step for them is just figuring out how they're going to spread their wings and get a bunch of kills with the position they find themselves in. Doughty, he's not in a great position. AAP looking to finish him off, and they absolutely will. What can you do? Nothing with all those people coming at you. Algin bots with 3. As you said, it's unfortunate that AAP, the only thing they'd really get from going up into 3rd is more money, but I'm sure they'll be happy with that.
Going up, and it's still phase 2. On tap, trying to live up to his name there with the Kar98, but it's actually Crazy 9 that lands the tag onto him, forcing him back. Keeping an eye on where From the Future located. They are just so close by to the center of the circle, just a little bit to the left-hand side. Panic in a good spot over towards Hassie. They'll like that, and EXO Clan playing very slow, very late. So you have to remember, of course, you know, for EXO, they will know that they need points themselves. This is not a matter of,
yeah,
you know, you can't just tie to the blue and be like, all right, well, we're out, then they can't stop us. But they're trying to stop you for a reason. You need the points. So there's a reason why they're trying to stop you. And considering it's a 1-point gap, as soon as FTF find a kill, then they're, I mean, I don't know what the tiebreaker is actually between them. That's something that...
that's true.
So I'm looking at the kills. EXO have 3 extra kills than FTF. And FTF have got more placement points. So now just got to find...
I think it's placement points and then
it should
highest...
Be, if I remember the start of this year, it was swapped, right? It used to, like for a long time, it used to be kills, and then it just swapped this year to placements.
Yeah.
So if it is placements, it would go to FTF.
I think tiebreaker on that as well is highest kill win. I know that comes into play at some point, but yeah, we probably won't get to that point.
If that is the case, then it would go EXO for the case of that.
Yes, exactly. Fury are all the way north, EXO are all the way south, and FTF is somewhere in the middle in San Martin. Nan entering the church. Tenax trying to put up a good defense, and so far they've opened it up. Cherry has been a highlight for me from Tenax. Him and Jeff really have been absolutely stellar. But the team, the macro, just couldn't bring them to get anything better right now than 9th. And they definitely won't go higher, not in this game. They could put up a fight against AAP, but it's difficult to put up a fight against AAP in any context. And that's one of their leaders, Jeff. He's gone down. Cherry trying to put up a good defense as well. He's got 1. Can he get a second? His mechanics are excellent, but his position is just not up to the task.
Yeah, big kills here from ArkAngel Predator, and they should be able to get these revived. Smokes are up. Sure, they'll dissipate soon, but they're up long enough, and Nan will get the med kit off. Speedy with a random Molotov, and Rain unfortunately overcooks his nade. That's a rookie error from a very seasoned pro. Now we'll get the revive on, 2 in 1 night, unfortunately. At least this one, we didn't see it live. Maybe if we didn't see it, it didn't happen. But unfortunately, the kill feed says it did. Maybe he threw it and it hit some like random object in the sky and bounced back to him. We'll go with that.
He alt-tabbed, was decent.
Yeah. He crashed. He was holding it and then he crashed. Always happens. What a shame. Now Speed will finish him off. So down to 53 players alive. It's been a little bit of a bloodbath to begin this Miramar game, but the fact that it's Miramar. Tenax down to 1. Obviously, Roman kill gone early. A lot of kills to AAP. So giving them 5 kills and looking at the actual leaderboard, it would put them up to 151. That would be still 12 points shy of From the Future. And I mean, I don't know if they're going to be able to catch EXO Clan. I guess not that far behind now. 13 points behind EXO from this point onwards. And yeah, actually, leaderboard has been fixed. Beautiful.
There you go.
So that is the live leaderboard. Can confirm. You have our blessing. From here on out, that is the correct leaderboard, including the new AAP kills. And as I was saying, Ross, now 13 points behind EXO. So AAP in second also does the job for Fury. So they've got themselves an extra friend, an extra helping hand.
Absolutely. Good that we have that updated leaderboard, mainly because I'm terrible at maths. And even though 1 point is very easy to figure out, my brain would overthink it 100%. And I'd be stuck in limbo while you're sitting there all smart, you know exactly what's happening. So thankful that we get that proper leaderboard. Where is EXO planning to go? Where even are they in terms of the circle? Nowhere near it. As far away from the circle as you can possibly be, unless they were inside blue. Speedy is the last one up for Tenax. It's been a pretty average showing from them. They've had some highlights, and it's not like they've been a non-factor. And Speedy will do his best to remain on top of the teams like Titan Foxy. I guess that's the closest competition. He's going to sit inside that single for as long as he possibly can. Punya is going to take some shots. One lands. Was hoping for the headshot, but he didn't get it. That mini drop-off is decent at range, but at that range, it's not going to happen. Fury's still hunting as well. And again, just like last game, as soon as they get a knock, they're praying that it's EXO, but in front of them right now is Pintados.
Yeah. And as soon as you get that knock, you probably just move away, right? You probably don't even really care about flushing. You don't even really care about taking the fight. EXO Clan just coming towards the eastern side of Minas Generalis, actually outside of the circle, still rotating. And I'm not going to lie, they continue to rotate this eastern side up north. They will eventually run into Fury. So they've got to get the points though themselves. 1 point separating them and FTF is not a lot. You kind of need to go out in a bit of a guns blazing moment. And I guess this is the difference, right? Knowing Fury are hunting you down means you're probably less likely to want to engage in a lot of fights. You probably don't feel as secure. Because at any time, Fury are going to come sort of roaming around. But you do need to find these kills. You do need to kind of go and get these points. And I think for EXO, their plan, and from what I'm gauging the way they're playing, Russell, and disagree if you think, but I think they're playing for late game placement. I don't think they're playing for kills. I think they want to stay alive as long as possible and put themselves in the best position to win fights in the late game. I don't think they care too much about if FTF get a couple of kills early on or whatever. And also at the end of the day, if they can just stay alive longer than FTF, then they'll win. They'll get second.
Yeah. No, this is definitely EXO playing a very cautious game. They're an edge team that will happily farm people on the edge, but right now, yeah, I'm looking at their rotates, and when you've got enough experience watching rotates, you can often tell what kind of mindset a team is in. And while I'm not 100% certain, they are definitely taking their time, setting themselves up, scouting inside the circle, not going for anything audacious. And it makes total sense to me. They're not in the same spot that FTF are as well. FTF are in a compound that could easily get fed, and this tournament would be decided within phase 3 or phase 4. That's not going to happen just yet, though. EXO making their way in. Luke's got Pintados in his line of sight. He's going to get that spray. He's going to get the knock. It's not EXO, so maybe it's time to just get out of here. They don't matter, so let's go elsewhere and search.
Yeah, I mean, that's pretty much the best course of action. Okay, it's not them. Move away.
Getting into Fury, potentially.
And eventually, you kind of get to a point where you clear out a lot of these positions. You get a lot of this information as to where they are not, to then actually give you a bit of an idea. And these are very smart players. They will understand that, okay, they're not center. They're not playing this northern edge. They're probably unlikely to be in the Hacienda position because that would have required them to play a more aggressive drop central. So I think they're actually pretty clued on that EXO are out on this eastern side. I don't know, that's easy to say because I can see the map. But the positioning of Luke, Niku's, and the information that they've already gained inside the first 14 minutes is what I'm basing that on.
Yeah, they're about to find out. If not now, then just a little bit later on. EXO's still going for scouting as well. They want to look inside the center, but a lot of it's taken. Devastating news for EXO as Monty gets info for them.
They're going to spot these cars on the edge of this eastern side. If they spot like 4 cars roaming around slowly, they're going to say that's them. They're going to know.
Definitely possible. I mean, yeah, I think as a player, you see them playing like that, it's a trigger in your mind. It's like, okay, look, they fit the bill. But right now, we're focusing on VIP, who are making a run for it, trying to get as central as they possibly can, getting out of that double white to the south, dealing with bandits, who at this point are not really a threat. Oh my god. Especially if it's just one of them.
I'm looking at the map. Luke 12 is about to drive right into Akita. We need to go Luke 12 right now. Luke 12, please, for the love of God. There he is at the rock to the left side. Either way, information's known here. If Akita shoots, he gives away intel to Luke, and he will know that this is most likely Luke, because who would be playing this position other than Fury looking for EXO? Akita knows. I'm telling you right now, he knows that's at least someone from Fury, and he's made the best option possible, not shooting, not making presence known. He gets away with his life intact, and Fury now know that EXO are not in that position. And truthfully, they're actually not. Akita's by himself there. The rest of EXO are down south. And guess what? That's info for EXO. EXO know Fury are north of them. I'm telling you now, he will know that that's Fury.
Yeah, I agree. Too much instinct in that one player. Thing is, where do EXO go after this? Luke's coming over here as well.
Oh my.
If they exchange, oh no, they know now.
Yeah, they know now.
They know now. Now what's the play for Fury? Thing is, if you send it straight into that cube, it's so easy that you just feed them kills regardless. It's so hard to...
He spotted Akita. He spotted Akita. Yeah, he knows that's EXO. He spotted them. And Hiker and Cow are straight into a vehicle. Niku's following behind, north side behind Luke. And Hiker and Cow are very far away. They're giving up God Spot on the north side. They're giving up major warehouse to come and fight this. So this is just really beautiful PUBG. I'm nerding out a little bit.
It's great, but I don't know, because Luke... If they send it into this cube, this is easily defendable for EXO. It has to be perfect. I feel like Fury have to get in front of them. Play the ridges where Fury are setting up now, where Heikman and Nico are, where Cow is. I feel like this has to be their only option. They have to get ahead of EXO. Right now,
I think you can send it
into the compound.
I think you can send a scrappy fight, even if EXO maybe get a couple of kills, as long as they don't get much more in this game. The only problem with this is you still then need FTF to go and get the points required to overtake EXO. Same with even maybe an AAP. This is very risky from Luke, this deep into the blue, to get a little bit more angle on the backside. As they get into the field, then like pulls out the orb. Spray has to be good. It's not that bad, but it's not going to get enough. Akita stays alive. Monty getting quite low. Tire has been popped. Top right tire gone. Hiker at the tree couldn't get a knock either. Luke gets ripped.
There's one.
That's one. That's full confirmation of EXO Clan, and they just send it into the fields. Can any more shots land? Not for Niku's. They've gone straight past Cow and Hikerman, who actually probably went too deep. They probably should have got them to cut the rotate out of that position, Russell. Instead, they actually double stacked onto the position of Fury. Monty's low. Vehicle about to blow up. Get to the tree. There's a little dip they can play off on this ridgeline.
Speedy, Speedy, Speedy.
Inside down. Speedy!
No
Are
way.
you serious? They've gone straight into Speedy. Double gone. EXO's out. Fury are one step closer to PGC. FTF need 2 kills. Find them and feed them. Do exactly what you did in the last game.
Oh my god. No, it's not even hard from FTF's position either. That's the thing. They're on edge. They've got such a good position to get this done. Fury have done exactly what they needed to do. Now I'm just thinking they go search for FTF. If you go look for FTF, you can give them the points they need, and then you just get that PGC slot for free.
If FTF get another kill, Fury go to PGC. They've got one. They've got a good position out towards this very far western side of the circle. No team's close to FTF. Fury are going to lose a couple of players maybe on this rotate. Jaya with a knockdown onto Hiker. They want to obviously feed the kills to the right team. It's not going to happen. They're getting caught by Pintados, and they're actually getting caught as well by Titan Foxy. Niku's is sending it to the other side of the map. He's actually gone back to the compound that they were holding before. He's the solo. But he's also the one kill that's necessary to feed to FTF. I'm going to be honest, though. 4 players up, FTF, western side, good compound with high elevation. I don't know how they don't get another kill from here.
That's what I'm saying. They've got such a good spot. It's a great spot on edge. They have a ridge in front of them that they can play. They can hold out Panic. They can hold out Red Sea on the north. It's so good for FTF. The only problem I see is if they do send it in after they're eventually pushed out of zone, then they get pincered. They get pincered from the north and the south. That's the only thing I see happening that's going to stop them from getting those points. But even then, they only need a few points in that exchange. They only need a solo alive to claim a couple. This is such a good opportunity for FTF, and they're just a couple points away now.
Yeah, it would be absolutely mind-boggling if FTF don't find a way to get another kill. Another point even, really. I think that's actually the main thing to talk about. There's 11 teams remaining alive in this lobby. As long as FTF get into the top 8, that's it. They're in. Fury are out. Fury are into PGC. So, and obviously EXO, I mean, we'll talk about this more later, I'm sure, although we won't have too much time post-tournament, Russell, but did they play too scared in the last 2 games of Miramar? Too much running. Never forced action, never went for kills, never got their own points, and in the end, it's come back to bite them. I mean, to be fair, obviously, the hand has been forced. They've been chased down, quite literally, by Fury, but could have they just changed it up a little bit to be a bit more aggressive? I don't know. It's so hard.
They're going to be kicking themselves, I think, no matter what. I mean, yeah, we saw them on that edge rotating in. It's never really a good sign when you see a team rotating like the way they were. It implies that there's pressure on them. They're not playing how they usually would. And like you said, yeah, hand was forced, but still, you just get the heebie-jeebies when you look at them rotating like that. FTF are extending out now.
Oh my God.
That's the team we should be focusing on.
Well, should also mention
when they start shooting.
AAP have got 10 kills. Right, so that top 4 cutoff for One Call and Panic is becoming harder and harder to envision how they get in there. Although AAP are down to just Nan and Evil Patrick. They've actually shown really good resilience throughout this tournament, at least tonight, as duos, as solos, that they can still accrue a decent amount of points. So the Philippines team, of course, should be able to go to the Asia Cup as long as they can, I think from here, just maybe get to at least placement points. One call and panic. I think they'll have to be relying heavily on a really good finish to the late portion of this game, get some high placement points to do the job to maybe get them into the top 4 for the Super Asia Cup. KDR, there it is.
There it is.
And with that knock from the future, we'll be sending Fury to PGC 2023. They are the representation from this region. For EXO Clan, it's commiseration, it's heartbreak, but for Fury, it's elation, it's relief, and they've had to do it in the strangest of circumstances, but done it they have, and celebratory shots from Niku's as well.
They deserve it too. They won the tournament. They won the tournament fair and square, dominance over everyone else. It's only fair that they deserve to be the ones going. FTF. Yeah, they basically signed the contract for them. Send them over to PGC and let's see what they can do. All the way to the final game. What an excellent series of games. Action, start to finish. And now we just get to sit here in bliss. We just get to observe PUBG for what it is as all these players fight it out to the end. There's still things on the line here.
Yeah, and there's obviously top 4, but AAP, I think they've maybe done enough. But the one good news for One Call and Panic, they've still got the 4 players alive each, and Pivi actually getting a kill onto Hachi means it's only an 11-point gap, and no placement points have gone out just yet, but AAP, as long as they continue to stay alive, as long as possible, and that needs to be now the transition mindset for them, stay alive from this point onwards, and they will go to the Super Asia Cup. Blessed with a knock off suspect. Obviously for One Call and Panic, you've got to just find something, dig deep to get into that 4th spot. PGC slot secured, confirmed, done. It's all finalized. But in terms of the Asia Cup position, still up for grabs, that 4th spot. I think from the future will have done more than enough. I think even potentially EXO still 20 points clear. You would imagine it would be very bizarre to see them drop all the way out of the top 4. Patrick with a double kill, further confirming AAP's position in that top 4. Delta Mix, another kill, an extra one, and placement points on offer now. We say goodbye to Pintados Esports, who I thought had a very good tournament. 7th place, probably. When you look at that scoreboard, though, it's the points that really you should look at. 135s for 7th. They did a really good job.
Absolutely, especially bringing it back. Got to give them credit for that. Now, yeah, I guess question is, what can Panic do? They've got a good spot, they've got the high ground, but it's on edge just barely. And fighting out a Hacienda isn't always cut and dry. Okay. All right. Hello, Pivi. Hello, Panzerfaust. I don't even know where Irrelephant were in that engagement. I guess they were sitting inside that little guard shack just off to the side there, and Pivi thought, yep, I'll take that. Couple kills to my name. That's going to help their crusade going into the top 4.
Yeah, and makes that little crusade probably more difficult if they can't stay alive, though. That's the thing, because AAP are not getting out of this game. Southside's really good for them. There's not too many teams that are close, remotely close. Ooh. So I think it's up to Panic to continue to just get kills, more and more kills. There's one knock from Shoehorse. I can't just sort of try and stay alive, if you will. They're going to have to really kind of take some more teams out. There goes Irrelephant. That's 7 kills now for Panic and 7 points behind AAP. But again, they need AAP out of this lobby.
Yeah.
Oh, man, knocked. That's a wonderful shot with the AWM from Shoehorse. Well,
position for it.
They're not pushing AAP on the south side, but they are kind of continuing to be a nuisance to FTF.
Yeah. They kind of just need to out-frag AAP, essentially. I think in a spot like this as well, you can see Panic coming off potentially better than AAP. There's a little bit more competition in front of AAP than there is for Panic. Especially, I'm considering FTF dead. They should be. With the spots that Panic have, the info that they have, it just sucks. It looks like they don't have that much damage utility. to deal with them. And I think Speedy is their next, is their step 2, essentially. Deal with FTF, take Speedy's building, that's inside zone, and fight as a 4-man from there. But AAP, they still exist. And while Panic have to be looking to outfrag them and outplace them, really, AAP aren't giving it up. They've made a move, actually, off the south side, sending it straight into the warehouse, which is in zone.
Yeah, and that's the main reason why you wanted to make this move, although big nade from Hen. Titan Foxy continue to battle. That trio team, obviously a solo at the moment. First aid kit successfully used. Speedy with a knock on a Hukariya, so even more teams looking at FTF's position, and the zone has not been kind to them, not kind to Panic either. Okay, they're pretty easy revive though, because of the shape of the terrain. No one can really see them when they're this deep. They have to push out of that position. 9 kills for Panic, 6 points behind AAP. Trick, not got the shoe horse. 1 call, well, it's time that they need to really get involved on this north side. Trick with a good spray to Pivy. Oh, Speedy's done it again. First it was EXO, now it's Pivy. Speedy putting on a show, but eventually gets eliminated by Dusky. So, a wonderful performance by Speedy. Give him a shout out because he put on a show in this game, in a very defining game as well.
Yeah.
Delta mix up close from the future. They don't need to fight for much more, although they can actually win this tournament. With 3 players alive, they can take first from Fury. I haven't actually done the calculations. What happens if they get first? Hang on a sec. I need to quickly do this. How you take the mic?
I thought you already did it. I thought if FTF get first, it doesn't matter. Fury won't go no matter what. But you do the calculations quickly. There's action still to be had as Panic go down. Panic's shot at a top 4 is no more. FTF are still fighting. Their job in this game is done, but they still want to secure it. Up into second. They could seriously come first.
Oh my god.
Have you done it?
Well, EXO in third would get enough points. If FTF overtake Fury, EXO are going to PGC.
Are you serious?
Well, EXO in third. Yeah, well, actually, no. AAP will knock them to 4th. I don't know what's happening anymore. I don't know what's happening anymore.
Oh my god.
The teams we thought would be in positions are not in the positions we thought they would be. My calculations are out of whack.
How long is it going to take you to do new ones?
Too long.
Too long.
I mean, I was not expecting AAP to overtake EXO Clan. Russell, things have happened we did not expect to happen at the start of tonight. You can't fault me.
You're telling me that we don't have a confirmed PGC slot after this game if FTF were to come first?
Yes.
Oh my god.
Yes, that's exactly what I'm saying.
You're in a spot to do it.
As of right now, as the leaderboard is as of right now, you can confirm it. If they come first, I got no idea. I don't know anymore. I don't know.
Okay.
And I also don't know then with AAP. I'm sorry. I'm not a maths wizard, okay? I don't.
You were the one.
It's not my job.
The one we were relying on.
I just yell and get excited, and that's it.
Well, I mean, damn. FTF, they're making it into the center of zone. I'm just looking at Fury Oz now to be the one man stopping FTF from potentially taking that top spot.
Is there a what?
It hasn't activated yet, though. Don't say that.
I'm doing as many quick little calculations as I can. I'm sorry. I'm going as fast as I can.
Go for it.
So AAP in third would be tied with Fury if wait. Oh my god. This is getting ridiculous.
Focus, Jake. Focus.
Oh, I might need you to focus up at the moment. There is a little bit of a break in the action, to be fair. Won't be for much.
Fury Oz can activate at any moment.
Yeah, it won't be for much longer, but it's the way that the hail bale finishes usually work. A lot of smokes go out. There goes Fury Oz.
Nothing really.
More points for FTF, and well, it seems as if at this point it will be them overtaking Fury. We'll get confirmation at the end of the night, of course. AAP are out. They're gone. They'll hold out in 4th position, just behind EXO, and it's a chance for 1 call to then overtake AAP. Can they do it? Can they get up? It's only the 1 player left. Simoy gets off the first aid kit, avoids the blue zone nade. In a 1 versus 3, he needs to clutch up. If he wins this 1v3, he will send 1 call to the Super Asia Cup. But I've never seen a man win it from this position. Good knock, has another first aid kit though. No frag grenades, a molly available. It will now be a 1v2, broken helmet, broken vest. Is it about to be a broken shattered dream for 1 call? Confirms the kill. It's not enough right now to get them into the top 4. He needs to get the last 2. And there's a very small world as well that FTF win this game. They do. They take top spot. We'll need to wait for all the calculations. But congratulations to From the Future. They've gone from playing spoil to now being the champions for PCR2. We did not see that coming at all, Russell.
I'm lost. I'm actually lost.
I don't know who's going.
I genuinely, multiple times this tournament, I have been lost for words.
I won't lie.
Did you win? There's no way they actually win.
I won't lie. As soon as FTF overtook EXO, I was like, oh, we're done. We're done.
Yeah.
And then it was like, as the game went on, I'm sitting there, I'm like, hang on. Hang on a second, wait. So we're going to obviously come back to us here, and there's going to have to be some calculations. I mean, seriously, I'm a bit shocked. I'm a bit bamboozled. We've been in this business a long time, Russell, and this is one of the closest and craziest finishes I've ever been a part of. You know, I mean, I did the celebrations, Russell. I did the congratulations speech.
Yeah, I played along with it. We did it. We were there to do it. I was like, yep, I got to do this. I was going with the motions, and it might not even be correct.
I mean, do I do it again? If Fury win, like, do I do it again? I don't know. I've already done it. Like, oh my goodness.
God.
What I will say, composing ourselves momentarily here, what a tournament first and foremost, and congratulations to From the Future for winning PCR 2. We didn't see that coming. And considering I basically said at the start of the night they weren't going to be able to get PGC. Now, I'm pretty sure they definitely cannot still get it because EXO are in top 5 and Fury in top 3. That is a certainty. Yeah. So they can't go to PGC, just putting that out there. But the fact that they won the tournament, they go to the Super Asia Cup. I mean, absolutely double thumbs up for them. What a way to cap off the tournament. And what a tournament. PUBG Challenger Rumble for Season 2, arguably one of the best tournaments that I've been a part of. And so fortunate that we got to sort of be a part of this finish, Russell. And
wait. Is Fury, are they going to regret feeding points to FTF at the end of this?
They didn't feed points to FTF. The game before. Nah. You had to.
That's not going to come back.
You had to, though.
It would just be funny. It'd be ironic, at least. But that just popped into my head. I was like, no way. Like,
you had to, though.
Yeah.
You had to. I didn't care. Hindsight will always be a factor in these kind of things, but you kind of had to at that point. In the last game, I think they still would have actually gone and done it as well. That's the irony too, because when Fury died, we still had to see FTF get a couple of kills for Fury to go to PGC, right? So
yes, yeah.
I'm just gonna like break the fourth wall here. I'm actually watching the chat as Fury, as that all was sort of happening, and chat's like losing their shit. Because like Speedy wiped out EXO. That's the point. Like, obviously there's a delay. Everyone knows that by now. Come on, it's been 6 years. And it's like, I just wish I could just sit here and watch it live because the fact that we're sitting here, I still don't know. Maybe once I don't know. I just want to crawl up and just die.
We have a leaderboard, but I don't know whether
the leaderboard means nothing. Someone's getting the calculator out.
PGC leaderboard.
Oh, the PGC leaderboard. Yeah, we do want that.
I think we have that, right? Yeah.
Is it available right now?
I don't know.
No, not yet. We need more calculation time. Come on, Russell. These things are... No, we can't wrap it up. What? We'll just sit here, podcast mode. I don't care. I mean, obviously, it's kind of irrelevant because there's a delay. So at this point, if people don't know, but I guess they can kind of just have some fun with us here because right now, live as we're talking, we don't know who's actually going to BGC, and I kind of want to do the justice of sitting here until we figure it out. Because I'd rather not throw and just be like, all right, well, you guys will find out on Twitter. Like,
yeah, bit of a cop out.
Yeah.
Man, what a
tournament though.
This is like, to me, it's like the culmination of everything that APAC has been leading up to. Like, we got a tournament where not only did we get APAC action, we got the chaos, we got the stuff that doesn't happen in any other region. But we also got really solid PUBG, just good competitive PUBG, everyone playing to their absolute best, except for Bandits, but they're still friends of mine anyway, it doesn't matter. We still got really solid PUBG. Look, I said before the tournament started, if Bandits got top 5, then I'd say Killaroo was my favorite person on stream. They did not get top 5, so no cookie for them. But yeah, no, solid PUBG across the board, fantastic to observe. It's good to see It's good to see fundamentals being observed. It's good to see that we still get the chaos, and it's good to see everyone playing at their absolute best. I don't know what else to say. It was down to the wire, almost a perfect tournament.
Yeah, I think it was. I mean, you're never going to have a perfect tournament, though, right? Like, I don't think you're ever going to end up with the proverbial perfect tournament. Because, like, whatever side of, like, fan you are or whatever, it's always going to be different for different people. But I think you have a tournament where it was entertaining the whole way through. We had different troughs of teams going through peaks of form. You know, you think to the start, you go back to the first 3 games, one call looked unstoppable. They had a second place 11 kill, then into a first place 20 kill. They took a massive lead to start. And we're like, wow, these guys are obviously veterans. They've been around a long time. Maybe this is their time. And then they kind of petered off a little bit. From the future, they won the first game. They won the first game.
Yeah.
So, and then from there, a little bit in and out of form. And obviously they've really come home strong, looking at some of their results from yesterday as well, like some firsts and some seconds. EXO Clan, very dry start from them. And then just smashed it yesterday. Started today, obviously red hot, couple of wins, and thought, okay. And I'm not going to lie, for me personally, I felt like once they got that second win, I was like, they're going to go to PGC. That's it. It's a lot.
Oh yeah, no, I was in the same feeling because it's just EXO momentum. I don't know what to say. They can just get it done. They could just get it done. I mean, back to when it was first an upset for them to qual over Fury, that was them just getting it done. They just fragged out, got it done. They weren't pressured by anything, and that was the case up until I think that last game where we were looking at their rotate and we were like, okay, maybe they look a little bit nervous. We don't know for sure. We're not in their Discord channel, but still, maybe they were just that little bit nervous. And then as soon as Fury started ripping them apart, it would have been a very somber Discord channel for at least 10 minutes, and then FTF won. And now we have no idea what's going on. So who knows?
Sorry, I'm just trying to figure out.
Get confirmation.
I'm trying to figure out who's won this bloody tournament. Well, not won the tournament. We know who obviously won the tournament. Trying to figure out.
So no PGC leaderboard. So we're gonna have to do calculations ourselves.
Well, at this point, I'm actually reading chat from 15 minutes ago, and everyone else seems to be pretty clued on, and we're the ones that are just like not even sure, which is kind of ironic.
I can get full confirmation on Fury's case, but even I don't know at that point. I don't know if Fury are going to be correct. I mean, they would have done the calculations. They have a lot more time than us to figure it out. So we'll see. We will absolutely see. I mean, are you doing them now? Or are you just chilling? Just looking at Twitch chat?
I'm just chilling, looking at Twitch chat.
Yeah. I mean, these guys would have done every single.
It seems like everyone's thinking EXO Clan. So I'm just basing this off everyone else doing their own calculations. And obviously it's a bit easier when you're not broadcasting live to do all the proper calculations.
So I said I suck at maths, so I'm not doing them.
Mate, my maths is really bad. Like I did the bare. So like for reference, right, going into tonight, I looked at the top 5 teams. I had all their calculations and I was like, done. You know what? One factor I didn't account into was actually, sorry,
winning.
No, 2 factors. I didn't account FTF winning the bloody thing, and I didn't account for AAP like storming back to like top 4.
Yeah, true. Upsets all around.
Upsets on the final day. It's the main calculations, and I think the main storylines were always down to Fury and EXO, and the big one for me was obviously EXO needing the 25 points, and EXO Clan, I think, then winning the first 2 games put them in a very commanding position, right? So then it was all about, okay, EXO just need to hold on to second. So that's a very easy calculation. And then the last 3-4 games was anything but easy. Yeah, unfortunately, this is taking a little bit of time. It seems like I think we'll probably be the last ones to know at this point. But again, that's reading the chat, I'm trying to. I don't know. This is the thing. I'm seeing like many different messages about what.
I have a source.
Okay.
I guess I should trust.
Okay.
Apparently, if FTF won,
okay, which they did,
Fury don't go. Then Fury don't.
But I want to know who actually is going. That might be at least one. Okay, so I've just been told it's EXO Clan that are coming to PGC. Now, I really want to do like massive congratulations speech, but all I've been told is I've been told. So I think we will probably leave it on that because we've rambled on already too long. So what we will say is massive congratulations to EXO Clan for going to PGC. I'm leaving it at that. I don't want to hear any crap from anyone if that's not the case. I'm leaving it as EXO Clan are going, and deserved. Russell, we'll give them the spotlight here because, again, and I think we were speaking about it basically until the last 2 games. Remember that streak, top 5. Mentioned it a couple of times. 4th, 1, 3, 4, 1, 1, 4, 5. That was the streak. And there's a bunch of kills in there as well. If you had a mini leaderboard of just that segment, it would have been so far one-sided, it's not even funny. The last 2 games, did they go into their shells a little bit? Yeah, somewhat. I mean, they got 6 kills in the second last game, so they still picked up some kills. And as you said, yeah, they kind of had to. Fury were hunting them down. And so in the end, the irony in all of this is that Fury wanted FTF to do well, and then EXO wanted FTF to do well, and FTF have won for EXO Clan, and in the end, it's backfired for Fury, and it's absolutely crazy. I don't know what's happening anymore, but EXO Clan, seriously, congratulations. I hope they do a tremendous job, not only representing, obviously, this particular tournament, this region, but also Australia. As always, it's great to see the local lads on the global scene. Massive congratulations. I think that they definitely over the last, if you were to look at the last day and a half, the best team. I think overall, them and Fury, bat neck and neck, you could probably argue. It came down to very minuscule and fine margins, and commiserations to Fury, and also congratulations to From the Future, and also congratulations to all the team that made Super Asia Cup. Congratulations to everyone all around, and to anyone still watching, big congratulations to you for sticking through, dealing with us crazy folks. We just, look, we love PUBG, Russell. We get excited just as much as everyone else. Sometimes we make mistakes. Sometimes we try to do math on stream. As much as I've been doing this for like 7 years, I should make sure I should know, don't do math on stream. But obviously we try and do our best. And Russell, I'll get your sort of final thoughts as we do wrap things up here.
Oh man, yeah, I don't know what to say. If it wasn't a perfect tournament, it was very close to it. I said most of what I had to say before about how the lobby quality was absolutely stellar. And yeah, I mean, EXO did most of their work back in PCR1, or back in the previous tournament, sorry. They did most of their work. All they had to do coming into this was come second, and they absolutely showed that they deserved to go. In these last couple of days. There's no doubt about it. Fury played excellently. FTF won the whole damn thing. I didn't expect to say that, but yeah, congrats to them. But at the end of the day, the system works the way it does, and EXO get it. That's really it.
I should just also double check, and I've got, obviously, because we know the top 4 from this particular portion of PCR2. So From the Future, Fury, EXO Clan, ArkAngel Predator, will all be going to the Asia Cup. That's the top 4. One call missed out by 6 points, Russell, but truthfully, they did kind of come to a bit of a close. That's going to be a close for us, though. An absolute amazing time. Russell, thank you very much for joining me here for the PUBG Challenger Rumble. That's us done for the year. We love PUBG. We hope we can obviously continue to do it more in the future if opportunities present themselves. We love the community. We love the games, and arguably one of the best tournaments that I've done for PUBG in my time, and I've been doing it for 5 years now. So hopefully more good times to come in the future. Who knows? We'll hopefully see you guys if we do in the future. If not, much love, and love this community. See yous.
Started off with an absolute banger, had probably the most competitive lobby in years.
Good nade like this before.
Hold it.
Off emergency parachute. That should be good enough. The spray coming out. That's 1. That's 2 there.
Oh my. And no trades to come through. The Groza. It's sharp. It's 3 for B2. So slightly doesn't let a single shot here. On to Axel driving by, but he hits the flick headshot with a mini. That's a little bit better. For Irrelevant. Brain spotted. Top 4. They've seen him. He gets the knock on the Savvy. Does he get the second? He does! On to the Bam Bam!